Students, parents, faculty, gamers, welcome to the Play versus Upgrade Arena featuring Marvel Rivals. We have the best high schools in America, guys, joining us, and we have the best European for the job. So everyone say hi to Leg Day. How's it going?
Thank you, best Canadian for the job.
Yeah, I don't belong here.
It's Lemon Kiwi, and today we have got 3 best of 5s to bring you, including 2 regional conferences and a meeting of the regions in our grand final here for the Upgrade Arena. And Lemon, we have got such great players to showcase today to show exactly what esports can bring to the lives of these fledgling athletes.
I know, back in my day, we didn't have high school esports like this, so what an amazing opportunity. I'm so glad you're here right now too, Leg Day, and I could hear you so clearly because of our amazing sponsors. Everyone say thank you to JBL Quantum. Yes, they're providing the best headsets to not only us, but the players, and it's included in our prizing. The JBL Quantum headset has been incredible. You might have seen my little video on socials about it. I'm a big fan, but there's a lot of amazing sponsors here, Leg Day, and the prizes too.
Yeah, our partners have given some amazing prizing to make sure that all of our high school esports programs can be kitted out for their future seasons, including Underseat's Special Edition Premium Gaming Chairs. 6 of those are going to be going to our top 2 teams to make sure that they're sitting in comfort and with the correct posture for top-tier gaming, as well as High Ground, our keyboard partners, who are going to be making sure that all of those gaming labs are kitted out with some top-tier gaming keyboards. And you as well in the audience can get your hands on some High Ground keyboards as well with 15% off thanks to our partnership and utilizing a special code to make sure that you get 15% off. I believe it's Play Versus, the code that you can use. Type !High Ground in the chat to get your hands on some top tier keyboards.
Hey, we know that having the high ground in game is important, and now you guys can have it at home. It's just that amazing, yes. And you know, these keyboards, there would certainly be an upgrade to your setup, and this discount code would make it even more affordable. So just a big shout out to all of our partners that are supporting Play Versus, supporting these high school future stars. I mean, I think they're already stars right now like that.
Yeah, already stars. And you know what? Their star's going to be shining even more brightly in the scene as well, because we're going to be looking at a bunch of teams that are kind of yet to drop maps. We've seen some very dominant brackets from a bunch of these high schools where they have just been running their way through competition with absolute excellence. They've got coaches behind the scenes making sure they know how to work together as a team and make the right adaptations under pressure. Let's have a look at how our bracket is shaped out to bring the 4 teams you're going to be witnessing today in front of your eyeballs.
Yes, we have our regional finals of the East and the West. So at the top, Fury Royal versus SPHS. And then we have Leemore High School, of course, LHS Rivals, versus Science Academy Esports. Those are the 2 best of 5s. And then eventually the big final at the end. But everyone is walking away with some prizing if you are in this bracket. If not, I can't attest to that. But this is what Upgrade Arena is all about when it comes to Play Versus. We are upgrading your setup so you can take your esports career to the next level or help support your gaming endeavors while you're in college.
Yeah, the equipment is incredibly important to make sure that you're always able to play your best. Also, the people behind the screens are important as well. All of these teams are working together with coaches and with faculty to make sure they're continually honing the skills that are necessary, not only in esports, but in every single competitive environment, whether it's for job market, whether it's going for college applications, knowing how to adapt under pressure in the middle of an interview or in the middle of a fight. They're the same sort of skill sets and adaptations, teamwork, communication. They're all honed to a fine point when you have this level of excellence that these teams have shown so far, barely ever dropping a map or dropping the ball.
I know all of these teams pretty much undefeated in their region up until this point. We're going to be handing the first L's that these schools have ever experienced, which I'm sure is going to be humbling at that. But like you said, with the support behind the scenes, I mean, a big shout out to the faculty that take time out of their day. As a former teacher myself, I know it's already a packed day, and you get to just kind of enrich this environment for the students to motivate them to create relationships and friendships with others, and it's just an amazing experience. Like I said, when we were in high school like they, which I know is kind of a long time ago, we did not have these kinds of opportunities to win stuff to play games.
Yeah, honestly, I wish this program had existed when I was a youngin in school. I would have been tearing it up on Modern Warfare 2 at the time.
Oh yeah,
I was an Xbox kid, you know. But hey, if they'd had some Scholastic Esports back then, I might have been able to get some nifty swag for my school.
Yeah, and we have two teams that are almost ready to go. So let's start talking about them. Florida Virtual School, also known as Fury Royal. You know, we got to get the esports name going versus Suncoast SPHS. We'll work on the team name as we go. But here are our lovely stars in our first semifinal or regional final for the East. And I'm already loving the names, especially Hatsune Miku on the left side for Fury Royal. Is a Vanguard player.
Yeah, it's Hatsune Miku. The character doesn't really strike me as that much of a Vanguard, but the player behind the screen definitely is ready to get in the way of danger and really absorb some space for their team. Silly Chicken 28 is a top tier name for me as well. On the other side of SPHS, got Lockable Moth, Toasted Beanie, KOA1, Hammer Wagon, Golden Smasher, and Pepperlock. Looking like they're locked into their roles and ready to go.
Yeah, I'm looking really forward to the Silly Chicken versus Lockable Moth, which is just already an assembly of words in a sentence. But these are two players that have such solid fundamentals. They got that quiet confidence. They're really really smart when it comes to the rotations. They also know how to read, which I would hope so. And their timing is always immaculate. These have been two of my favorite players to watch, and they're going to be colliding today for the very first time. And both these teams have been so superb in their own regions, so we'll see how they clash today.
Yeah, truly a meeting of the Titans in the Eastern Conference. Been waiting a while to see Fury Royal and SPHS go up against each other after both tearing their way through the bracket with the excellence of play that we've come to expect. And like with so few maps dropped, this is going to be a very enlightening experience for both of our teams to really face a next level of challenge. But when you're going up against challenges, Lemon, you got to make sure that you're well and truly comfortable, locked in, and ready to hit them one at a time. And that's where our partners at Andeseat can really help you out, making sure that you are comfortable, you are sitting up straight, and you are locked in for the long haul.
Nice numbers.
Welcome back, everyone, to Play versus Upgrade Arena. We are ready to start our first semifinal between Fury Royal and Suncoast, and we're kicking off on Hell's Heaven for this best-of-5 leg.
Yep, for those of you who aren't as familiar with Marvel Rivals Esports, we're going to drag you in now to something called the ban phase, where we're going to be choosing characters which are going to be off the table for both of the teams. As you can see already, Emma Frost and Angela have been selected here as the first ban, so neither team will be able to play them. And now Fury Royal are going to parry this by going into a Venom Protect, meaning that Venom can no longer be banned later on in the phase. SPHS are going to get their own access to a Protect here, and this can be used both to make sure that what they want to play is available, but also potentially try and force out a ban from Fury Royal in response.
Ooh, the Jeff Protect. Now, back in the day, that would be pretty troll, but with the Venom too, this is really cool. I understand the Emma ban. As a Emma main enjoyer myself, she scales dangerously in a fight and has to be often the first target of kills. And now more bans are coming out, starting to target these strategists. So we got to protect that Luna.
Yeah, got to protect the Luna because some of the supportive options for these strategists are getting a little bit thin on the ground. It's going to be SPHS now getting their own chance to protect. We might see a movement towards a duelist here, perhaps a preferred duelist like the Psylocke. The Toasted Beanie is currently hovering, and indeed, it is going to be protected.
It's pretty important, and she got some pretty major buffs in regards to her damage, especially during the ult, and has been so versatile, whether to go after isolated targets or to really cause a lot of confusion and chaos in the midst of a fight. The way that she can dash, go invisible, and weave in and out, and a hella ban is now thrown into the mix here from SPHS.
Okay, so definitely a look to try and go fast here. Coming through from SPHS. Going to be the removal of Rocket Raccoon here, though, from Fury Royal. So that's one of the more survivable backliners that's going to be off the table, meaning that perhaps that strategist backline is going to be a touch more diveable. The support options are getting a little bit thin on the ground here, Lemon. But if you have our partners over at Underseat, you're never lacking when it comes to support, because from their flagship Kaiser series to the Minimalist Novice, every chair is built for all-day support and style.
You said posture, and I already had to like straighten up a little bit because gotta make sure you're standing straight, especially after a long gaming session. But I'm really interested about this Luna and Jeff. The fact that those are the only two supports you're going to be having for both sides. Is that going to be enough healing?
Usually it might not be. However, both teams also have the Venom here, Lemon. So they're going to be able to use teamwork to give extra healing over to Jeff when both the Venom and Jeff are in play at the same time. An additional ability is unlocked for Jeff the Landshark called Symbiote Shenanigans to give AoE healing to everyone who's around Jeff.
Of course, it's called Shenanigans, and ever since Jeff's rework, this little shark has become the final boss. The way he can go up the walls, go underground, he's so difficult to target, but we're ready to roll out in our first map of our first semi-final. I'm kind of wondering who's going to be able to pull the trigger first when you have that Venom. Watch for this Vanguard to take the initiative, to go after those supports, see what kind of cooldowns he can draw out.
Yeah, the front line's definitely going to be a little bit different here between our teams as well. The Magneto versus a Thor. For now, KOA looking to move in towards one of those exposed Vanguards potentially. That's going to be a full chase onto the Venom, a counter dive potential, as it is going to be Shintato grabbing a lot of damage.
Good so far. I like the confidence that KOA has had. Still no capture yet. Starting to zone, though, and when you have that high ground right over the perch, and when you get to just hang back like this Iron Fist, this is a good day. But look at this retaliation from Fury Royal.
Oh my goodness, the bend but don't break defense, just ceding away some of that ground, dragging in their competitors, and then slamming shut around them. Excellent tactical understanding coming through from the side of Fury Royal.
Now that Jeff's going to have ults, both Jeffs have ult, and there is a spot to throw people away, or really you can also grab some people and try to drag them into your own team, but Fury Royal draw first blood.
Yeah, that's an excellent pickup straight away. Catching Iron Fist midway through that meditation when he's at his most vulnerable. So now, SPHS, we're going to be forced into a longer poke phase, potentially, trying to follow up on the big ultimate. What a play from Shintato. Unbelievable combinations of abilities using the Cellular Corrosion and the Feast of the Abyss at the same time to just burn through those health bars. And the support was there as well from the damage boost of the Storm coming through from Silly Chicken. Great communication.
Oh, good comms on the Suncoast side. Now swapping to the Hulk to kind of have some team bubbles go on, a lot more team play, and you get that second life once you drop down to that banner form. And look already, KOA's getting active.
Oh yeah, KOA certainly getting some motion here. Hatsune Miku caught out by the Awakening Rune of the Thor, but that's going to be the dance. Butterfly talked earlier about how much damage it does, but coming together as a team to share out the damage. Great democratization of the incoming peril from SPHS to survive the threat that was given over by that Psylocke. The map moves, and now it's going to be a counter-strike coming through from the Storm.
And with the Luna ult in tandem, this is a lot of power. And the counterattacks from Fury Royal have been incredible. And they've been untouchable. 75% plus. They're one fight away from taking this first point. And that stagger on the Luna Snow is terrible.
Yeah, that's going to make it really hard to get back here with all the sustainability that you need. Fury Royal, like you said, they've always got a backup plan. Plans upon plans upon plans. And they appear to be working out here as Shintedo is going to try and waylay the forward momentum of these Vanguards. KOA and Hammer doing their best to keep the Venom at bay, but it does mean that coming in, they're going to have to expose their backline to the Auspices. A big eat coming through on to the Luna Snow, but what a rescue from Hatsune Miku.
Thanks, Hatsune Miku. Said, I guess everyone. That's a sentence we've said. Fury Royal, though, encroaching on that 100%, but this Hulk is not done with you yet. Heading to the back line. This is his playground.
Unbelievable clutch from KOA. Great mechanics coming through on the World Breaker. Hulk Toasted Beanie just has to try and get rid of Hatsune Miku one way or the other. And Violence is going to do it. What a retake from SPHS.
Right at the finish line too, and to survive through the Storm ult, the Luna ult, and to hammer down on everyone from Fury Royal. I think that you got to really thank KOA on that initiative, and now Fury Royal on the other side without big ults minus maybe Jeff, but these Jeffs have been heavy targeted. They have not been able to throw off teams into the abyss, so let's see what Nixie can do.
Silly Chicken taking some time here to build up towards the Omega Hurricane. We'll be able to potentially get the Jeff Nado. Fury want to try and take it slow, build up the time to get that ultimate available. Toasted Beanie going down early, though, might be an opening.
And here is that opening from Silly Chicken, and combined with the Thor, this is chaos, and Fury Royal are controlling it.
Doing their best to try and make do with that one. Silly Chicken grabs at Pepperlock, and they're crushed by the Tundral Force inside of a tornado. And now Golden Smasher. Oh, what a cancel onto Magelin's ultimate. Unbelievable play there from the side of SPHS, getting rid of the threat. It's Hatsune Miku falls. KOA's down. It needs to be another hero who now rises for SPHS. They're still only 60% of the way. And it's going to be a Fury Royal disengage. Wow,
for Suncoast to live through the Jeff Nado, through all the ults that Fury Royal threw at them, this is going to be a comeback. 0 to 100. Can Suncoast do it? They got a lot of good ults. Not going to have the Storm one this time, but watch out for what Pepperlock can do and the rest of these Vanguards. But it's Hatsune Miku that has an early start.
Once again, it's that Vanguard duo just managing to find the damage where it's most necessary. In comes the Jeff, attempting the eat. Only grabs their own Hulk, and Pepperlock is going to suffer that one. Lockable Moth tries to see an opening, though. The Galactic Legend is popped going in towards the Psylocke, turns around on a dime, finds the Shinobi as they were hunting for them, and Lockable Moth manages to pop off. And now it's KOA's turn once again. We know just how good they are when it comes to the World Breaker Hulk mechanics.
No wasted movement and no hesitation from this Hulk. KOA may just be the reason that Suncoast are going to rob your Fury Royal of this first point. It is 1-2, though, and this teleport from the Doctor Strange is giving them another fight.
Shintedo on a dime, moving in quickly for it. The teleport's going to come through soon, though. What a good swap over onto the Loki for Regeneration Domain. Keeps Shintedo up for just a second longer. Surrounded by the melee Vanguards now, though. It's not the place where Doctor Strange wants to be. Magelin's already fallen on down. Shintedo surrounded. The Sharks are circling. The ultimate's popped, and that's going to be Thor hitting the ground. Hammerwagon seals the deal. What a turnaround from SPHS.
What a deadly duo of that KOA Hammer Wagon. Vanguard lied from Suncoast. The swaps to the Hulk and Thor to go full melee. You got the mitts on, and they knocked out Fury Royal cold right when they were at the finish line of 99% capped. Taking a look at the stats, I mean, they speak for themselves of the impact that Hammer Wagon has had. You don't call yourself a Hammer Wagon, if, by the way, if you're not going to be playing Thor. So at least he's true to his name.
As a Thor player myself, I truly respect it. The damage stats for Hammerwagon looking really good at the moment as well. Getting great accuracy off the back of the Awakening Rune, 53% at the moment. And it's just making sure that Shintedo can't get too aggressive without being thoroughly punished. When you're playing the Thor, it's all about changing the positioning of the enemy vanguards to places where they're not comfortable, and then communicating with your team to punish that.
It's great to have this Storm on the rollout just for that extra speed. So we'll see if Fury Royal can get a good position for this first fight. So important to be able to dictate that and really set the tone, especially being able to defend on this point is so strong for these choke points.
Fury Royal not going to be able to have the Jeff Nado this time as Nixia. She doesn't have the Jeff Nado quite ready. Silly Chicken is going to be moving in towards the back, though. Nice healing pull behind. Zas is going to be potentially isolated here by Pepperlock, who picks up just one enemy and might opt to try and 1v1 them in the back. But KOA, once again, is just going absolutely crazy. Manages to get an environmental frag onto the Storm of all things, which is a little bit of a rarity for the Hulk. And this means that Fury Royal now they have to move forward with the healing ultimate of Luna Snow.
And despite Pepperlock kidnapping that Luna Snow, she came back with a vengeance. Such an important ultimate to try and delay, but Suncoast are just going to have to go down with the ship, and the Luna Snow gets burned alive. Fury Royal with that initial cap, but how long can they keep it? Because Suncoast, they rewrote that chapter last point.
Yeah, just managing to get rid of the heals was so important there. Nixius, she made the ultimate sacrifice knowing that Golden had the Fate of Both Worlds available. You could not risk the Luna Snow surviving. And so, as you said, went down with the ship.
Now you got this Meteor M to try and soak up a lot of this damage, but expected to come out during the Galactic Legend from Lockable Moth. That is that Star-Lord ultimate. But first, there could be some punish going into Shino Tato, but he's able to fall back, and Hatsune Miku has his back too.
All right, Pepperlock looking towards the back once again. Going to be an attempt to shut this down. What a bubble coming through from KOA. Unbelievable response, but unfortunately there's only one. And so the second ultimate to try and shut down that Jeff manages to get paid dirt. Lockable Moth, though, now they see the opening. The forcing out of the Meteor M in response to the Jeff and Landshark ultimate meant that it was absolutely easy and simple for Lockable Moth to get value off the Galactic Legend.
Such good support around Lockable Moth and that ultimate, one of the scariest ones in the game. Suncoast, they always have a plan to retaliate, and now they're in the driver's seat. Watch out for 0.1 MVP Hammerwagon with his ultimate and how they could try and pressure Fury Royal in this choke point, but a lot of space is given, and none other than Hatsune Miku to draw first blood.
All right, the Jeff Nado is ready this time. Nixius, she's in the back, ready to try and combine with this one. The Omega Hurricane is used. Nixius knows, but they don't even need to use their ultimate here. Just good divvying up of resources, seeing that Silly Chicken has already got everything they need out of this.
And you get to save that both of these strategist ultimates for this upcoming fight. Fury Royal can draw a lot of score out of this delay, but somehow Suncoast catch the Storm. This is an opening.
Another Hammerwagon mechanical masterclass, I guess. Just goes down the lane, finds the Storm, and now it's all engines go for Hammerwagon, just trying to make sure this Magneto cannot be in a very comfortable position. You see these constant knockbacks in towards the Jeff. An attempted eating up here. 2 Vanguards would be ideal for Pepperlock if they can find that. However, ends up getting nothing off the back of it. Hatsune Miku's there with the punish as the Meteor M comes through, and now it's KOA's turn yet again.
Well, just the impact of the kills of Fury Royal. First to take out the Bucky. The Jeff ult from Suncoast gets nothing. Fury Royal are getting so much value out of these strategist plays, and they may just go all the way to force a round 3.
Yeah, Hammerwagon down as well. No clutch factor this time, and Toasted Beanie can only stand against the world and pray. 99-26. I don't see an incoming portal from a Doctor Strange, and so SPHS and Fury Royal will be going to a third submap.
Communication from Fury Royal has been just amazing. The way that they are able to identify the upcoming ults, the win conditions from the Suncoast side, whether it's the Luna dealing with Toasted Beanie, who still has the ultimate, by the way, so expect that to be the opening play for Suncoast. That's what's kind of unique about this game, by the way, for any parents or new people watching, is you can carry over your ultimates that you did not use into the subsequent rounds. So Toasted Beanie, a lot rides on him to give that first fight win for Suncoast.
Yeah, good budgeting can be everything. And SPHS, they did not blow the bank on the previous submap. Recognizing that it was not a winnable scenario, they've bought over those ultimates, as you pointed out. And now they have a overwhelming alpha strike to try and catch Fury Royale off guard in the first fight.
Lockable Moth He has swung fights in his favor too before, and a Doctor Strange portal this early. You can sometimes use it to get an early fight advantage. Getting right in Fury Royal's face would be insane here.
Oh, what a mugging. They managed to grab Luna Snow straight away as they come on through. Nixius has fallen down to KOA, building up damage for that Dark Maelstrom. What a coordinated strike here. There's going to be KOA falling down, though. It seems like the regeneration domains weren't quite in time, but Lockable Moth starts to pop out with the Galactic Legend. The Daredevil's going to try and do their best to escape, takes to the skies. And the mid-air battle here is actually well supported. Nixius was on the other side, making sure there was something in the back for Majorlin, but there's nothing on the point.
Wow, Toasted Beanie was able to carry on one front, Lockable Moth harassing the other, but that's both duelist ultimates out of the picture. So expect this Luna Snow ultimate now from Golden Smash to really carry through for Suncoast as they want to delay the turning of this fight for Fury Royal as long as they can. Majorlin, though, is on a prowl, and he's trying to come up behind these supports.
Yeah, giving over some great information to Shinatato as well. Oh my goodness, what a grab from KOA. Absolute goat behavior. And that's going to be a great response as well. Radioactive barrier comes up around the Loki. Oh, the counter-strike is there. Shinatato does not even know what struck them. It was so rapid coming through from the side of SPHS. Out comes the Omega Hurricane from Silly Chicken. They're not going to risk anything for it, really. No, they're going up against Valuna. Wait, they're coming back afterwards.
Oh, another good cooperative play from Fury Royal, combining the ults and combining all their brain cells together to pull through on this fight, only giving up 53%. And again, that's fantastic delay from the strategists of Suncoast to even get it to that halfway point. The winner of this point will take map 1 in our best of 5 series, and there's a ton of ultimates on the Fury Royal side. But of course, Pepperlock can copy any ultimate on the Loki, so we'll see kind of where he wants to slot in, but looking for Shinatato to get everybody weak initially and for Fury Royal to get some executions, unless this just happens.
Oh, unless indeed. Toasted Beanie, what an opening. An attempt to try and patch the wound comes through from Shinatato, but what a copy here from Pepperlock. Not trying to carry, but instead trying to be the one who carries the team forward on their back. It's going to be a big impact coming through from a God of Thunder in towards the back now. The Luna Snow under threat. The damage is managing to pile on up, and SPHS are surely going to turn it once again.
And this is such a strong point for melee characters in general. So Hammer Wagon is having a field day. And if they keep having such strong poke where they're getting kills before the team even approaches, then that's amazing for Suncoast. And now they draw out all these ultimates from Fury Royal, so the job's going to be even easier. Look at Hatsune Miku, though, to really set the tone of this fight with a Meteor M to absorb a lot of that damage and try to make the space.
That dive call. Moving around the back, see the regeneration domains don't want to really try and commit to this one. Mason has to make a decision. Are they going to let the devil out now? Instead, no. Trying to wait a little bit of time, moving around the top. Once again, though, KOA is just an absolute monster on the Hulk, coming in close with the Gamma Collapse.
You just have to respect these Vanguards, but you have to respect the teamwork from Fury Royal to pull through on this fight, to get the flip in the midst of all of that, and to stagger Baby Banner. So you get even more percentage points in favor of Fury Royal. And they have the duelist ultimates. They have Jeff that can throw them off the map. Hatsune Miku got to conserve the Meteor M, and Shinatato is up to no good. Look at him climb up that pillar. He's open to collapse on Suncoast as they enter to create some really good CC and poke opportunities for Fury Royal.
Yeah, just set up everyone else, forcing out those early resources. It would be instrumental. Shinatato ready to drop on down. Actually gets exiled there by KOA. A great way to try and mess with the overall plan. So the corrosion comes on out. Out comes the Galactic Legend, but absorbing it is going to be Hatsune Miku, opting to use her ult defensively rather than offensively.
Now the Luna Snow is thrown into the mix. What a huge advantage for Suncoast to now have all the healing and the damage. And that is exactly what's demanded when you're facing both duelist ultimates from Fury Royal.
Oh, letting the devil out now. Majorlin is seeing the opportunities and grasping them with both hands. Nixius managed to find Golden Smasher in the midst of all of this, but Jeff contributing to the overall frag feed. And while Hammer Wagon may have been the clutch before, standing against Fury Royal alone today won't work out quite so well. Lockable Moth can't open the portal in time, and Fury Royal will eventually clutch out and claim Hell's Heaven.
Fury Royal were so well coordinated, just from the initial Doctor Strange TPs to how they were able to combine their Storm and Jeff ultimates together, to the swaps leading to the Daredevil, but none other than Hatsune Miku, who holds the front line strong, allows them to keep that real estate so that their duelists can maneuver properly around the map. And we take a look at the stats, and it's not even just about the damage for Hatsune Miku, but just those early impactful kills that even led to Fury Royal getting these 6v5s.
Yeah, just early picks again and again from Fury Royal, making sure that they were very clear in their comms where they were going to get their target focus. And Silly Chicken, 32 assists here on the Storm as well. Silly Chicken 28, making sure to play that more supportive duelist of the Storm, giving everyone the damage boost, varying them around with a speed boost, all about the communication and really leveraging the auras that Storm provides.
And that was just map 1 for Fury Royal, and we'll kind of download what the bans and the protects are going to be going forward, because I would think Suncoast may want to pay a lot more attention to the Vanguards, because we saw how targeted the strategists were in the banner protects, which led to a lot of Luna Jeff, which kind of was the win condition around the Storm ults with the Jeff ult combinations. But we did see a bit of Loki, and other than that, I wonder if the Vanguards will be a focus going forward.
Might see a world where perhaps SPHS pivot into a Storm ban as well. It seemed both teams were very comfortable playing the Jeff Venom, but it seemed a lot more comfortable on the side of Fury Royal to play the Storm and get that potential Jeff NATO team up. And that's something that's always going to be weighing on your mind economically as a team. The more you can try and communicate your way through it, it requires a lot of admin on both the communication and resource conservation side to survive one of those Jeff NATOs.
Wasn't sure how the dive was going to go for Shinotato, especially on such close quarters maps where melee Vanguards really thrive, like the Thors, like the Captain Americas. We've all been a victim to a good Captain America on this very map. And I just really thought that Suncoast was going to be able to pull through just based on how good Hammerwagon was. But I think it was the coordination of the ultimates from Fury Royal that really swung it in their favor in these crucial moments.
Yeah, I think one of the critical things was identifying how good KOA was at the Hulk during that Worldbuster ultimate. And Nixie was like, okay, so if you're going to just pop off with KOA's Worldbuster Hulk ultimate, I'm going to take advantage of the lack of mobility that character can have and throw them off the map utilizing my It's Jeff Eat. So that was a great identification from Nixius as to where she could really get value out of her own ultimate to try and take away some of SPHS's most valuable playmaking tools.
And of course, as the loser, Suncoast gets the wonderful benefit of choosing our next map, and they have gone to Yggdrasil's Path. It's a convoy map. You get a little card, a payload, if you will, and you just have to escort it to the end. You don't actually have to be near it. It'll just go. You got to make sure the engine's on, and that's about it.
Turn the engine on and then go fight, you know? Simple as that. You can make it go faster by stacking players on top of it, but often players are going to be having this constant juggle in their mind of whether I want to try and speed up the cart and the objective progress forward, or if I instead want to buy space with my team by positioning in these advanced locations and making sure that it's more difficult for the enemy team to come in and claim that space away.
And on Yggdrasil's Path, it's a very narrow map, but there's also a lot of high ceilings, some nice high grounds to sit on. So it could be a lot about range duelist or also the ones that fly. But most importantly, if you can have anyone that could take advantage of close quarters, which I'm a fan of Squirrel Girl. I don't know if anybody's going to play Squirrel Girl, but any kind of AoE or someone that can abuse choke points would be great on this map.
Yeah, Squirrel Girl definitely has a lot of space to play with here, being a character that doesn't really suffer from damage drop-off over a long lane. You can really lay down some suppressing artillery fire from the Squirrel Girl. We might see some Groot come out here as well. Groot's been pretty popular on these maps, especially alongside Mantis to get the additional war from their newer team-up. But there's such a wide variety of strategies that are available here for the teams that we might see some fake outs, as you predicted earlier in the bans and protects, where maybe you go for a protect on the Groot. You try and force something like a Mantis ban, and then you pivot into maybe a Venom composition instead, if that's still going to be available. That it's a map with so much space to work with, as you said, that like you can cover a lot of ground on a dive, but also you can be a little bit vulnerable to poke as you try and position yourself for those, unlike let's say, Hell's Heaven, Eldritch Monument. For last map we saw, the Daredevil and the Venom constantly getting that attention coming through from someone like KOA or from the Loki when they tried to move up to the high ground and they had to use resources even to initiate their dive in the first place.
Well, it did seem like Fury Royal won the ban and protects. They really got to play their own game, as they protected Venom. Shino Tato got to pop off with 27 eliminations, was just kind of living in the enemy's heads rent-free, as they would, because Venom is terrifying both in-game and, I guess, in the movies. So up next, we'll check out how Yggdrasil's path is looking like. Of course, there's 3 checkpoints, and it's very difficult to get to the very end. And the closer you get to that checkpoint, the closer the enemy will be spawning as well. So we'll see how the attacks and how the defenses are also going to build their compositions, because there's also attacking specialists and defensive specialists when it comes to the heroes.
Yeah, sometimes in pro meta here, we do see something like 3 Vanguards and 3 Strategists. And when you have an attacking specialist going into that, you're definitely looking at something like a Moon Knight. Once again, we see essentially an echo of our previous ban phase with Angela and Emma being taken off the table. Angela can be a very difficult customer to deal with, and it would appear from Hammerwagon, currently hovering on the Lord of Angela, that maybe Hammerwagon's Angela is a very known quantity hit here that Fury Royal just don't want to deal with.
Just Angela gives Thor energy if Thor could fly, which seems very much suiting Hammerwagon's playstyle. Lockable Moth, though, was incredible on the Star-Lord, who ended up swapping to a Vanguard, the Doctor Strange, to teleport people back in. So I like just how selfless this player has been and just impactful overall, especially when it comes to the ultimate usage.
Okay, as we talked about, Jeff going to be banned out here from the side of SPHS, but no longer want to deal with a Jeff Nader. They know that the storm might still come out here from Silly Chicken 28, but you can make that ult a lot more manageable without the team up from the Jeff.
Just clean mechanics all around. I'd like to see Toasted Beanie just be more careful on these approaches, because a couple of fights, Suncoast really missed out on him when he got first picked. So we clearly are seeing Fury Royal have a strong poke phase. So Suncoast just have to really stand behind those Vanguards and trust in them. And that's been a lot on KOA to make do in these 5v6 scenarios, which Suncoast has pulled through on.
Yeah, SPHS, they are playing like a lack of shielding from their Vanguards. They're playing the Hulk, they're playing the Thor, which means that protecting Lockable Moth and Toasted Beanie can be a little bit more difficult. Sometimes you have to do it with your body rather than your shield. And once again, we're going to see a couple of strategists taken off of the docket here. And a protect onto Hatsune Miku and the Magneto. I mean, after getting MVP on the last map, it's no surprise that Fury Royal want to make sure that Hatsune Miku can continue to pepper people down with the Iron Volley.
And now that the Rocket is no longer going to be banned, you're going to see Zos and Pepperlock bring that up. And Pepperlock has been really crucial in some moments where when he was Jeff, he would go and kidnap the Luna and chase down Nixie. So I like that Pepperlock is both support and also support that attack and harasses you. But now on Rocket, it's going to be less about that and more about making sure you can kind of place your res beacon at the right spot and be supportive at a distance.
Yeah, like the Rocket, as you said, like supportive at a distance, very much, it's a very safe pick. You're rarely going to be in a position where you are going to be the first one taken down. And we did see the focus onto players like Nixius on Hell's Heaven, where sometimes it will be the first pick where that Jeff gets taken out at range, especially if you're going up against someone like a Thor. Golden Smasher. I think they're going to... Well, okay, they're rolling out with the Penny here to just give extra armor over to the remainder of their team. Just a little bit of min-maxing in spawn at the moment to make sure that SPHS have every possible advantage for this first fight.
And here's the rollout for Suncoast. First map taken by Fury Royal, but how will Suncoast answer? Well, how about letting it rain right on top of Fury Royal? Well, maybe it's just all a bait. It's to set up, a Lockable Moth Punisher. Now Fury Royal are taking damage from all sides.
Yeah, Hatsune Miku trying to figure out what angle is best served here. Oh, Lockable Moth, hold up, they hurt. No, over just resetting the cooldown. Very smart, actually. Maybe they thought that the danger had passed, but indeed the danger has come back after a respawn. Shinotedo going to get some feet on Cartver to try and keep this one contested. And the Iron Fist has also been brought out here by Mage Limb. It's going to do great damage to the Vanguards as the punches do percentage of health damage rather than a flat number.
And you see how Shinotato has to give up the card. The Venom is so good at setups, at dives, at tossing everybody up, but not as much at holding space. It's more Hatsune's Miku's special. And Suncoast have warded away a lot of Fury Royal, but not actually gotten a lot of eliminations. So the retake potential is strong, but going through the choke point, not as much.
Oh yeah, getting through that choke point, not so much for job of the Magneto. ZAS is just going to do their best to keep this one stalled, but what a turnaround here from SPHS. And you know what? This is where like good coaching comes into for a team. When you have lost your first map over the course of like your entire bracket, you look to your leaders, you look to your coaches to try and make sure that you can recover well. Speaking of recovering, going to be difficult for Shinotato to recover from that one. Has to use all their cooldowns to get away.
But Fury Royal being able to get all these ultimates going, mainly just the Luna Snow, but the Doctor Strange jumps in, stuns too.
Yeah, that's going to be big. Follow-up's not quite going to be there, though. Just brought up the shield instead to try and block off healing onto those victims. It's Hatsune Miku yet again gets it done with the Meteor, and they have been sublime when it comes to laying down the Magneto Fire. Golden Smasher has to disengage now, having had their ultimate expire, and Pepperlock's been left in the dust. A great pickup there by Shinotato. What a dive.
Great resilience from Golden Smasher too. When a Venom is just harassing you, you gotta stay calm, and so they have, and they're able to live. But now there's two Vanguards beating everybody down. Golden Smasher's getting a ton of good peel, allowing Lockable Moth now to step forward.
Lockable Moth met here by the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. That was deployed by ZAS, but ZAS just does not have sustainability to stay up in the face of the accuracy that was brought here from Lockable Moth.
Great peel from Suncoast. You got to protect your backline. You can't just trade backlines and hope for the best. You got to go for the more guaranteed play. And Shinotato is looking to harass more, but at half health, this is dangerous. And now has the hope to get out, uses the ult. Fury Royal are committed to this.
Oh, but as we were talking about before, it's all that peel coming through from the Thor again and again, making sure Shinotato can't stay close to that backline. Silly Chicken. They managed to erect a turret here and took out Toasted Beanie. An off-angle described by the Punisher could be everything. Shinotato is all in onto this. It is do or die, and it seems like KOA has chosen it for the backline of Fury Royal. It might well be die. Magellan just going to have to go elsewhere. The remainder of Fury Royal. Oh, they're going to try for a portal to seal off the spawns.
Ooh, nerdy moment. Yeah, just trying to block off that door and maximize the duration of it. But Suncoast, beautiful double stun from KOA as well, from his ultimate thrown into the mix, along with the rocket ultimate from Pepperlock, just to give him that extra health to pull through. Because this map, believe it or not, is more of a marathon, but Suncoast are running it like a sprint. They have over 4 minutes to capture this final checkpoint, and Fury Royal now feeling desperate. They have to swap. They've gone to Phoenix, just trying to poke and prod as best as they can, but Suncoast are looking to run them down.
Yeah, that poke could be everything here. Just making sure that Thor is continuously in danger. Speaking of the Thor being in danger, what a grab coming through from the side of Magellan. And then the follow-up comes through from Nixius. She was so accurate when it comes to the Ice Darts, and Silly Chicken's there as well to add to the tally. And now it just has to be a disengage.
Suncoast slowly but surely, but I don't think KOA got the memo, so it's just sacrificing themselves for the rally. Now Fury Royal have earned every ultimate in the game and a fight win. Talk about economy. But this corner is so difficult for attackers to get through. The defense can posture behind it, and it's such a difficult choke point. It's even so hard to get around the payload itself. But I'm looking at Lockable Moth again with the Galactic Legend. This has been a killer for Fury Royal in the past, but of course there's strategist ultimates to try and counter it.
Yeah, the strategist ult to try and deal with. The question is, what can you force out? That's going to be the first to strike here with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Matched up, by the way. Coming in, 3 stuns. Unreal stuff from KOA. That's to bring up the shield now to try and peel for the remainder of the team. Toasted Beanie surrounded by foes, and you can see the shielding there trying to block off the healing. A great heads-up play from the side of Shinotato. And Fury Royal, they expend a bunch of their ultimates here, but it's in exchange for stability.
You can tell Nixie has been studying the game at a really high level. It's such a good response to that Galactic Legend, but also to rally everyone around it. There's a certain aura to Luna Snow, and I mean that very mechanically, where you have to stay around her at all times. Now, Suncoast did expend a lot of ultimates to get this done, but they have Hammer Wagon. They have Strategist Sustain. This could be Suncoast just trying to zone off Fury Royal to get away from this defensive favored corner.
Looks like A little bit of that spacing has been forced away now. That's hugely valuable. The defensive corner may be broken in towards the back. What a stun onto ShinoTato. Oh, SPHS. An unreal response to the incoming danger. I think that might well have been a freeze coming through from Golden Smasher to shut down ShinoTato midway through. A great right click. High value support play here from the Lunar Snow. In comes the Phoenix. It's taken down before it can hit the ground. Even more perfect fire. ShinoTato finds himself with all support behind. And guess who's on the chase? KOA as usual. Not allowing the Doctor Strange any safety as Zas brings up the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier.
Oh, then you're able to draw out the Lunar Snow ultimate from Golden Smasher, but they smell blood in the water. Suncoast want to go to the end. Meteor M trying to cancel the Luna, and Hatsune Miku executes.
Oh, it's Hatsune Miku. They've just been so good when it comes to hitting those Meteor M's. Much better than me, and I'm in Celestial. Hammer Wagon just having to lead the charge back into safety now.
Falling back, Fury Royal able to hold back the tidal wave. That is Suncoast, even when they use the Luna Snow ultimate. An answer from Hatsune Miku was there. But what do you say to Lockable Moth?
You say it's time to put on a show if you happen to be Nixius. She's going to try and answer it, but it's Toasted Beanie getting 4, 5. Unbelievable. Maybe even 6. Nixius with the exit freeze, but Toasted Beanie ain't done yet. He's toasted the competition.
Flashy and effective. That's how you can describe Toasted Beanie, who's burning the competition. Anyone in the path, Fury Royal just trying to touch the cart, and Suncoast will simply not allow it. The respawn advantage is in favor of Fury Royal, and Toasted Beanie is still not done.
Oh, reset after reset for Toasted Beanie. Yet another one. Spider-Man turns on up, but there's no friendly neighborhood to go into. Toasted Beanie, an absolute titan right now. The aim, the damage, the finishing blows, all in tandem. But there's going to be a last-second contest coming through from Fury Royal. They've grabbed Golden Smasher, and now SPHS for doing it on a timer. But no, it's Pepperlock. Great resurrection. Brings back the main healer of the Lunar Snow. Zas draws out the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and that means all the more damage. Now in overtime, potentially it's going to have to be a portal back coming through from SPHS. Silly chicken towards the back, but there's nothing silly about this. It's all serious business as the Galactic Legend is written in favor of Fury Royal's defense.
The wind in the sails has gone away for Suncoast, and Fury Royal have stopped Suncoast from fully completing the map. Now the win condition is set. Fury Royal will be attacking next. They'll have the same amount of time. If they can get to that golden box of victory at the very end of the map, they'll go to series point. We'll take a look at the stats. And man, I thought the 10 kills or so that Toasted Beanie had was going to be enough. Turns out the respawn advantage really was that strong from Fury Royal.
Yeah, the respawn advantage is crazy at the end of each path. 16 final hits for Toasted Beanie out of 20 limbs is crazy, by the way. Unreal performance from the Lord Winter Soldier. But Fury Royal, you want to talk about crisis management right there. That was some prime decision making to rotate those Vanguards onto a point and make sure you could keep that card contested even while Toasted Beanie was laying down a storm on your team. What resilience and crisis management from Fury Royal.
ShinoTato now is going to have a lot more fun on the attack when the Venom can dive in instead of having to worry about, okay, who is going to stand on the cart? And a lot of that was so much on Hatsune Miku. So Fury Royal just didn't have a lot of space holding strategies there. And that's why they fell over so fast on point A and point B. But man, did they hold on until the very end. Now they have to try and match the pace of Suncoast, and Magellan is on Daredevil again.
Back onto the Daredevil. Pretty powerful character. Does combine well with the Venom. Oh my goodness, as you said, ShinoTato. He's just so happy that they no longer have to be stuck to cart. A Venom Unleashed, rain free range over this. Lockable Moth taking a bunch of damage, but look at that. Hammer, always ready to try and match when it comes to fighting for these high grounds.
Such a good understanding of the game for Fury Royal to deny these power positions from Suncoast so that the backline of Fury Royal can be saved. Talk about good freezes from Nixie, consistent throughout. Hammer Wagon will have to disengage if he can.
Whoa, just about manages to get away. Into cover, back into the fray. Knows that they have access to that resurrection if need be. The battle recall beacon laid down by the Rocket Raccoon, and that constant peppering here of pushes into ShinoTato to try and make sure they're never in a completely comfortable position.
This has been a solid defense from Suncoast. Not a lot of progress for Fury Royal. They're halfway to that first checkpoint, but now the ultimates are going to come into play. Galactic Legend from Silly Chicken could be the thing that breaks down Suncoast if they're not careful, but now Fury Royal have the health.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers matched here. Great Bubble coming through. Golden Smasher dragged on back into the world of a living, but it's going to be Silly Chicken who's just absolutely popping off in conjunction with Magellan. What a great split of the damage there from Silly Chicken and Magellan to go after the disparate members of SPHS.
And Suncoast didn't really use too much besides maybe Pepperlock's ultimate, so I think being able to use this choke point effectively to play this corner smartly is going to be the strategy here of Suncoast, especially Golden Smasher. If things start to get hairy, you're going to need that healing from the Luna Snow to hold your ground.
Okay, KOA's moved over now onto a Magneto. Trying to play a little bit more static, a little bit more defensive. One cooldown to rule them all is going to be that bubble that's handed out. 7 seconds cooldown on it for now. And also the Meteor Realm. We've seen what Hatsune Miku has been able to do with it previously. Golden Smasher's already down. Magellan's managed to find their way into the back. A highly valuable assassination. Knowing exactly what play the rest of the team needed, but still SPHS want to move forward and fight it.
Such good spacing from Fury Royal, sensing Hatsune Miku was low to start to fall back. Shinotato creating multiple fronts of threat. And now there's a Galactic Legend from the top.
In comes the dance from the Luna, trying to heal everybody up, but Toasted Beanie once again finds the culling aura. Reset after reset, and Lockable Moth and Toasted Beanie, what a duo.
What a chase down from Suncoast, sensing that Vanguard was low, turning around and punishing the Venom and throwing their own Duelist ultimate in the mix. As soon as Fury Royal's backline started to step up to help that Venom. So Shinotato has to call everybody back. Sometimes you have to sacrifice one to save them all, and Shinotato's looking to set up again.
Ultimate ready to go if they want to use it, but no, it's Hatsune Miku on the other side. Oh, the Iron Volley just hits player after player. Toasted Beanie, Golden Smasher, both falling down, but at least one of them has been resurrected, courtesy of Pepperlock and that Battle Recall Beacon. An attempt to chomp through. Golden Smasher's down again. Shinotato just will not get off this Luna Snow.
And with this press, Fury Royal can just keep diving. They are so close to that second checkpoint. Slightly slower than Suncoast, but it's about how you finish, not how you start. And Suncoast only have really this Luna Snow ultimate to sustain them, to get a touch going. And Golden Smasher can't wait forever. Fury Royal will cap soon.
Oh, the body block is there from Hatsune Miku as well. They managed to slip on through, get the touch. Hatsune Miku lays down. Oh, what a block coming through from KOA. A great pivot. Silly Chicken just has to play from so far away now. Gets extra damage coming through from the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Spinning to win. Hammer Wagon once again decides to be the clutch factor. Toasted Beanie up close and personal. Has access to the ultimate. Can they make it past the Magneto? Unable to really get it done. What a great body block coming through from Hatsune Miku. And now Fury Royale think they can win it off the back of the Luna Snow. Nixius given the bubble. Great play once again. The Magnetos are so on top of things. Nixius next to fall on down. KOA trades it on out. To the sky goes Hammer and lays it down as well as the God of Thunder strikes Terra Firma. Unlockable Moth is there with the finish. SPHS, they are just about grasping to it, but it should be a completed defense.
The team play from Suncoast is at another level. If KOA misses the Meteor M on the Luna Snow ultimate from Fury Royal, then you have Lockable Moth that steps up. As soon as those strategist ultimates are expired, he goes and finishes them all off. Suncoast have layers and layers to this defense, and now you've left the card at such a dangerous position. How are Fury Royal gonna have to break down the walls, because Suncoast are gonna be playing so far back, but maybe there could be some punish on this Vanguard stepping up. Magellan now on the Psylocke to try and see he can wrap around. You're gonna need some backline pressure, and Psylocke is the best for that.
Yeah, trying to play these margins could be everything. You can hear the hook being charged up here by the Winter Soldier. I believe it was Shinotato who was dragged on in, but there's the bubble coming through from Hatsune Miku. Once again, being the team player. Out comes the Galactic Legend from Silly Chicken. It's boosted by the rocket.
Both rocket ultimates exchange, and KOA tries to find an early burst, but Fury Royal are low, but they're not done yet. Consistent freezes from Nixie, but here comes Toasted Beanie again, but he's not able to get the execute.
Unable to find it, and now the Counter-Strike with Dance of the Butterflies channeled by the Psylocke. It seems like it's going to be everyone just dashing into the ultimate coming through from Luna Snow. Counter-Strike from Lockable Off is locked in, that much is for certain. Watches the Venom flee away. They're going to try and find the Straggler here. here. A blitz for Psylocke in the back. Great identification of the zone of influence from Lockable Moth, and just going to be chasing them out to make sure they can't have any free space in the back.
Oh, and Majlin missed the grabbing the big health pack and kind of just accepted the inevitable. And it may just be 23 seconds for Suncoast to hold, and they will take our second map and tie up our series. Fury Royal, Silly Chicken now on the Phoenix. It's about poking, it's about kills, and it's about Shinotato kicking off with 2.
Unreal. They needed a hero. Shinotato rose up. The Feast of the Abyss was eating good today. Uses their E. Symbolic Resilience to have even more staying power. Hammerlock. Great peel. What a play. Coming from Toasted Beanie. Making sure that Thor survives. And now I can counter-strike with the God of Thunder. Lays down into the earth. Atsune Miku has to be the one to step up. Someone needs to be on card at all times during overtime. Otherwise, the game is going to end. And that's why Hammerwagon is consistently just pushing them back and back. Further and further. Toasted Beanie knows they're cooked. And so the burns begin to show. SPHS's defense holds firm on second.
And through the midst of all of that chaos, Golden Smasher swapped, who was a strategist, by the way, the Ludus knows, swaps to a Doctor Strange. By the way, this is a defensive team who puts the Doctor Strange portal behind the attack. So now you don't even have healers for the final fight. Fury Royal got cracked down. The slower attack eventually fell. And when all their momentum got stifled for that point B push, it felt all over. Talk about resilience, though, for Suncoast to hold point B for that long. 25 final hits, though, from Toasted Beanie. Such a well-deserved win.
I mean, Pepperlog wasn't really showing up in the kill feed much, of course, because they're playing Rocket Raccoon, but look at that 50k healing, essentially. Unreal uptime from the Rocket Raccoon. Pepperlock just doing their best to stay alive in the back, always be in that commander position where you could really orchestrate the fights with your Cosmic Yarn amplifier and make sure that your more frontline orientated teammates were able to survive the onslaughts.
Just really was a slaughter. Like, talk about the duelist of Lockable Moth and Toasted Beanie. This is insane talent from this side who have been able to be comfortable on the heroes they've chosen, and Fury Royal had to swap to different things. I definitely got to applaud Majlin and trying to bring out the Daredevil, the Psylocke, anything to throw at Suncoast to get them uncomfortable. But on defense, it's going to take a lot to make a defense uncomfortable, especially on Yggdrasil's path, and especially at this point B, where the cart takes up a lot of the space that you're trying to maneuver around, and Fury Royal just could not access those strategists at the end.
Yeah, great use of the cart for cover in many cases by Fury Royal, even with like the amount of space that was being very aggressively claimed by KOA and Hammerwagon as that duo. I wonder if we're ever going to see Hammerwagon's Angela make it through the ban phase. It seems like Fury Royal, while they are a little bit concerned about the Angela, SPHS may have more strings to their bow than just the singular one.
And with that, we have a tie series, 1-1. And we were just wondering where the power levels were of these schools. And they're undefeated in their regions for a reason. This has been a bloodbath. Even the first map of domination went to all 3 points. And I wasn't sure how this was going to go for Suncoast when they didn't fully cap. I thought Fury Royal were going to be able to go all the way, at least to the 3rd checkpoint. But it is a lot of push and pull when you're running a Venom into the mix. One that dives and another Vanguard that's more stationary. So it's just a lot more difficult of an execution with that Vanguard setup.
Yeah, going around those corners, especially when the peel was there, we saw the consistent BRBs from the Rocket Raccoon just giving over those resurrections when players were first picked. And it's going to be a slobber knocker. Neither of these teams is getting through the Eastern Conference perfectly. Everyone has dropped a map now, so everyone's locked in for the next map right after this break.
are trying to build the definitive amateur ecosystem for esports here in the United States and beyond.
I think esports and gaming are important for students. It's a way for them to build a community.
Goes wide open, and Swaz ties us up, clutching up at the last moment. This opportunity's got to be once in a lifetime for the kids.
We are here at the Pro Bowl for the Madden Youth Championship first finals from our fall season 2024. We have always had kids across the country playing the Madden game, representing their schools and our esports leagues, but to have the first officially sanctioned EA and NFL Madden Youth Championship makes the competition in Madden in our network extra special.
The NFL is excited to have partnered with Playversus, and there really wasn't anybody else that we wanted to partner with for this Madden Youth Championship.
The feeling in the building today is incredible.
To see what it's like to be on a stage, to see the professional athletes, the cheerleaders, the mascots, the esports players, just an awesome event for them, just to see what they could be one day.
It doesn't matter what you look like, what your favorite sport is. It brings in so many different kids, and it's pretty cool to see.
Cool opportunity for people who may not have the opportunity to play other sports. I'm really excited to get this going.
And he throws an interception. These guys are super good. I can tell they're excited, but they're definitely nervous too. And he's out of bounds! Oh my goodness! And our Madden Youth champion is Michael Murrin.
We brought in esports, and it just increases our population as far as attendance, GPA, and the atmosphere of our school just get uplifted.
As the leader in esports platforms in this country, there was no other choice but to work with Playversus.
Welcome back, everyone, to Playversus Upgrade Arena, featuring Marvel Rivals and featuring the best players from high schools around America. Starting off, of course, our map 3 with Symbiotic Surface after a pretty convincing Suncoast win on Yggdrasil's path.
Yeah, let's get straight into our ban phase here to see how Fury Royal are going to adapt to this one. Yet again, SPHS, they want to make sure that Emma is off the table. This is a little bit of an insurance policy for Hammerwagon, because Emma is a great counter to the Thor, can grab him with the Carbon Crush CC him and make sure that he's in a very dangerous position. Actually, Lockable Moth is getting a bunch of respect here. A first ban onto the Star-Lord.
Ooh, yeah, it's about time you deny Lockable Moth, who's been an easy MVP for me. 38 eliminations, the most in the lobby back on Yggdrasil's path. So annoying, because as soon as that Galactic Legend comes out, everyone has to scatter, run. It's like a deadly game of hide and seek.
It really is. And Fury Royal, they weren't happy with the Rocket versus Rocket either. It would appear that Pepperlock just put the fear of Rocket into them and means the Raccoon has to be banned. We're going to see our first Invisible Woman as well over the course of this series. Has usually been banned out. Maybe this is Nixius's preferred hero, as she is currently hovering it with the Lord icon. So a lot of expertise on this hero for Nixius.
And as an Invisible Woman joyer myself, there's a lot of playmaking, a lot of impact potential with the Invisible Woman, because she can push and also pull. So if you're worried about any dive, if you're worried about melee Vanguards running you down, wink, wink, KOA, or just anyone from the other side, you can really dictate the spacing. And when you want to also pull people in, it's not as strong of a pull as Bucky has, which Magellan is currently hovering, but it can create a lot of pick potential for Fury Royal.
Magellan and Nixius together, if they play the Invisible Woman and the Winter Soldier, are going to be very important in controlling Hammerwagon, who is going to have access to that Angela. Both the Invisible Woman and the Winter Soldier can ground the Angela and stop her flying, which leaves her incredibly vulnerable, as a huge amount of Hammerwagon's survivability is going to be in the evasiveness of a flying Vanguard like Angela.
Hammerwagon said, please let me play Angela. Please protect it. I'm tired of being targeted. So now Hammerwagon will get to create that chaos in the skies, which may be a little bit more difficult for the strategist to heal, but I would imagine the Luna Snowflake will be going to Angela to help support, while KOA will be the main space holder for Suncoast.
Yeah. KO is definitely going to be having to play a lot slower here. That's why we say we pivot over onto the Magneto. rather than playing their usual Hulk, where that's, as you said, more of a space claiming kind of Vanguard who's going to move in, get violent, buy the space for the remainder of SPHS to move into. Fury Royal are going to be starting off on the defense here, especially Shinotato is going to be moving over onto the Thor. There is a grounding effect to Thor's E, his lightning round bubble, so there's a lot of preemptive countering of the Angela here from Fury Royal. I think that Hammerwagon might be a touch of a known quantity. These teams might be scrimming each other in their spare time.
Hey, back on Hell's Heaven, Fury Royal won so many fights, which has at least had huge advantages because of their poke, because of these first picks. So keep an eye on what Silly Chicken can do as the clear best player on Fury Royal's side.
Yeah, and it's going to have a major tool to poke things down with the Hela. A long-range hit scan here who really can take over the battlefield of how... essentially, they can extend their hand anywhere and influence a fight.
And on this game type, as a reminder, you have to capture that first point before you unlock the cart, and then it's kind of like Convoy, where you did just see that on Yggdrasil's path. But hey, this Iron Fist is getting busy, but has to quickly fall back. D'Angela hasn't had that kidnap that Suncoast are hoping to create.
Oh, look at that absolute smorgasbord of utility there to shut down Hammerwagon, making sure there was no possibility for a kidnap with the Assassin's Charge. Great layering of utility there from Nixius and Shinotato.
Now you got the Invisible Woman ult, so if you want to section off this fight, usually you want to try and have the strategists, the enemy strategists on the outside of the ultimate, so they're forced to play more forward and maybe more easily accessible to your Angela, as Hammerwagon is still trying to confront these Vanguards.
Plenty of healing now available inside of the Invisible Boundary. Wants to try and drag someone inside for sure. Going to be matched here as well. In comes Toasted Beanie from the back lines. However, on the other side of the Invisible Boundary, the healing isn't available. Mason able to counter-strike onto their counterpart. Golden Smasher forced to use the Fate of Both Worlds now to sustain the remainder of the team. It's Hatsune Miku ready to smash it again. What a bubble coming through from KOA. The defensive play of the Magneto gets it done once again. And now it's down to Majlin with their own ultimate to maybe try and turn this one around. Could be a good time to save, though. Seems like this fight is already done.
Wow, I really thought Suncoast had it in the bag. Like you said, KOA had the bubble. You're able to have that Luna Snow ultimate last for as long as it did, but lacking in the firepower department when you start to lose those duelists. Suncoast now reliving the terror that Fury Royal experienced back on Yggdrasil's path on an attack that starts strong, but kind of gets stifled out.
Doesn't happen in this case. Shinotato with the God of Thunder in the back line as well. May decide to get a little bit more aggressive, and you can see they just don't want to give Hammerwagon any space to work. They're the #1 public enemy at the moment, knowing just what that Angela can achieve with an isolation. Shinotato goes too far. That's going to be an attempt to just try and rescue themselves now, using the God of Thunder. The damage is good, and the follow-up's better as Fury Royale tread the Fury Road.
Oh, I don't know if you want to bring Shinotato in. You just made the job so much easier. I wonder if Suncoast are going to have to swap up their comp. You're already seeing Mr. Moon Knight, and KOA will have at least a Meteor M. You don't want to swap away when you actually have an ultimate. Lockable Moth, Bucky trying to pull somebody in. The Angela's going to remain. Now you got a lot of displacement abilities from the Suncoast side, but who is going to be the prime target? You want to look at these duelists or strategists.
Yeah, and if you do manage to grab in Hatsune Miku, who doesn't really have that much in the way of, like, escapability, they can still use their ultimate to become CC immune. Out comes the Hela ultimate. Golden Smash has already fallen. Hatsune Miku yet again is getting it done. Holding their fire here to make sure they don't charge up the Meteor M. Great selfless play from Silly Chicken. And now SPHS, they are going to be in dire straits. They're almost out of time.
I can't believe it. Talk about a response from Fury Royal to go and lose Yggdrasil's path to maybe even full hold Suncoast, which then they would only have to capture that first tick. We could still end it a draw, but looks like Suncoast are going to accelerate things, pick a different position. They teleport right at the front side to try and section Fury Royal, but they walk into the Invisible Woman ult.
Oh, Golden Smasher down once again. Silly Chicken 28 is racking up the kills. Just going to be reset after reset here for Majlin. Taking their time, looking for a victim, moving in towards the back lines. Would love to get that Moon Knight. A little bit of a miss off a Trooper's Fist, but falls a Rota Stern. And now Majlin is just an absolute overlord. God of War on the point and just picking up every last frag that's needed. What a defense.
Oh, I thought that Moon Knight ult would have been the start of something special for Suncoast. The way it was placed so deep into enemy territory that they were going to be forced to play forward or to play out of sight, out of mind. But Suncoast were able to be resilient through everything thrown at them, only experiencing one death. Are these stats real? Like, oh my god.
Goodness. I mean, that's just credit to what Nixius and Zas are doing, right? Like, Nixius and Zas only letting one player fall through the cracks over the course of 4 minutes of hard-fought defense. That is some great heads-up play, resource management, and crisis management from that backline. What a duo.
And Suncoast just... there's really good strategists on the side of Fury Royal, but focus fire is everything in this game with how strong healing is. So Suncoast have tried a lot of different push and pull mechanics, but you're gonna need someone to actually execute on those targets that are isolated. Unfortunately, a lot of those targets have been towards a Thor, which is one of the most difficult heroes to kill in this game. But you also gotta applaud Fury Royal's backline positioning to really recognize that win condition and to stay far away from it. Speaking of win conditions, you see where that yellow tick is? That's all Fury Royal need to cap to win the map. So job's gonna be easy. And we got another Doctor Strange portal to set up Silly Chicken.
Oh, was that Golden Smasher? Oh, Golden Smasher's going to pay for it. Shinotero was actually moving around to try and stop any stuns coming through. Golden Smasher did manage to get the fully accurate stun and shut down the portal, but can they get back in time?
Fury Royal just need a wave of ultimates. There could be a way to just conserve all 6 of them and then flood out Suncoast, but there's already Fury Royal getting aggressive. Shinotero is so low.
Oh, Golden Smasher's back, but not quite in time to save Hammerwagon. Tatsune Miku finds for business end of that one. Shinotero down, KOA now going to try and hold the front line. Great resilience here. Brings up the shield to make sure that the Winter Soldier can't grab anyone while keeping their own as safe as possible. Toasted Beanie's taking some aggressive angles, knowing you've got to get aggressive, take some risks and make some plays to try and hold this one when you're already down on your other Vanguard.
At least Fury Royal were able to generate a lot of strategist ult charge due to Shinotero being so low and never actually killed. Fury Royal still depending on Silly Chicken to maybe get a lucky first pick as to Hela, as a deadly hit scan, or to get that ultimate online where you can just watch over them and set up an island. And Magellan has first blood in this fight.
Oh, Silly Chicken and Magellan once again combining for a pair of entry frags. What does Shinotero want to do with the God of Thunder here? Only 150 HP to work with, and so goes for a disengage instead. Fury Royal playing it safe, allowing SPHS to use early resources in towards the back. Golden Smasher, can they survive this one? You better believe that they can. Shinotero's all in onto the back line, finds all the healing, and Silly Chicken's there as well. Fury Royal, they have crafted the perfect engagement for themselves, and while Toasted Beanie may have big dreams of glory, they're going to be met by the long travel of the Fury Road, and Fury Royal tread it perfectly.
And a perfect offense and a perfect Luna Snow play from Zas, who froze the Doctor Strange mid-ultimate, resulting in 0 effect for Suncoast. A big win condition they were relying on as one of the strongest ultimates in the game, stunning people for so long, and Zas put an end to that. And along with fellow strategists with the Invisible Woman ult, Fury Royal were set up for success due to the beautiful plays from the strategists of Zas and Nixie. And Fury Royal, they go and take another map. They're on series point, and it's just been so back and forth. The losers are picking the maps, and they're winning them.
It's Tatsune Miku sitting on 61% accuracy right now with the Magneto. That's incredibly impressive. It's going 20-0-0. It's Tatsune Miku is actually looking so good on the Magneto, and like has been so good with the projected bubbles as well, denying value from SPHS's ultimates, making sure that Zas is always safe to try and channel that Fate of Both Worlds and keep everyone healed up.
That is a very difficult point to attack into. So I don't envy Suncoast on having to attack first and to set where that finish line is going to be, because it is so long range, and Fury Royal have shown just how strong their ranged duelists have been and how they're able to easily vanquish this attack from getting a single tick on this first point that you have to capture. So now the ball is in Suncoast's court on which map they want to go to next and see if they can force a map 5.
Kind of crazy as well from Shinotato to go on to like Hammerwagon's signature Thor and play so well on it. Just doing an excellent job. Really utilizing Thor's kit to place people into positions that are quite uncomfortable. As we look at that initial stun coming through as well from Golden Smash, this was a really heads-up play. Even with the layers of protection, you can see the confused turning around of Silly Jig like, what do you mean they stunned you?
Someone had to eat that. Golden Smasher, just to even get that close to the spawn, is next level confidence.
Aura, absolute aura farming on the Lunar Snow. It's good. Look at how that one finished up in the end. Shinotato getting a double pick onto the strategist is just so instrumental. No heals equals no hope, and that was all manufactured by an audacious Thor.
I just love the upgrade arena, whether it's Marvel Rivals or any other game. We're helping our players get their first spotlight into esports sometimes. We've got incredible prizing, which is all about upgrading your setup. I'm wearing my JBL Quantums, obviously. And our posture, well, the players' postures, that's what's most important, okay? They're doing all the hard work, all thanks to Andaseed for literally supporting them through all of these endeavors. But we'll be Suncoast picking our next map, and we'll be locking that in shortly. But, you know, love to our partners, and I love also casting with you again, Leg Day. It's been a hot second.
Yeah, it's been a hot second. We cast together for like 4 years, and then suddenly like nothing for like 2 years, and now here we are back again doing some Marvel Rivals. It's echoing what we did before, but it feels just as good. I believe our 4th map is a prescribed type, although which map from that type will of course be the choice of SPHS. It's going to be Domination, just like Hell's Heaven as we began on. I believe the remaining options are probably going to be Krakoa or Bin into T'Challa. I wouldn't mind seeing Krakoa come up yet again, but that might require yet another Jeff ban. Celestial Husk has also been added to the pool, which is another map where Jeff can absolutely dominate. I'd love to see SPHS remember what the Jeffnado did previously on Hell's Heaven as we go into the bans here and once again ban out that Storm.
I'm looking at Hammerwagon. How can you enable the Thor? They protected the Angela, and I don't think the Angela really worked out just because the Thor from Shinotato was so front and center. It just looked so appetizing to kidnap him, but Thor, like we said before, is such a tanky Vanguard to go up against. So I'd love to see the return of the Thor from Hammerwagon and Domination. A lot of those maps are very close quarters where those melee Vanguards are going to do a lot of work. We even see saw KOA on Hulk and even something at the very end, but the Vanguards is, I think, the strongest part of Suncoast, so I think they could pull through, although the first domination was taken by Fury Royal.
Yeah, that first domination, it was very much dominated by the Jeffnados, and like, even if they weren't getting all of the final blows, like the economic like saving that had to be done to make sure that you could weather that storm did mean that occasionally we saw, okay, we're going back to Hell's Heaven. You know what? I respect it. SPA just like, you know what? We may have let stuff through the cracks the first time, but we can run this one back. And if they tidy up their ban phase, don't have to go up against the Jeffnado. I don't think this is a terrible decision from SPHS.
Hey, it really just was that close, and we were entertained the whole way through. Like, the very first round had me on the edge of my seat, the way that it was taken by Suncoast, but not in regular fashion. Fury Royal were up 99%, and then Suncoast came back and did the 0 to 100. But then Fury Royal mini reverse swept them, so it was a lot about the ult coordinations from Fury Royal that I think took it in the end, but it could be still anyone's game.
Yeah, this is a map where Angela can get a little bit of value, even though like Angela didn't see that much value on Symbiotic Surface. I think that attacking first point is particularly difficult because it's just like a single lane. Your flanking capacity on Angela to set up those knock-ins, very limited. Although, big credit to the side of Fury Royal. They saw that protect on the Angela. They bought out the Invisible Woman. They bought out the Winter Soldier. They bought out the Thor. They're like, you know what? We're not taking any risks. Angela is getting 0 value against this comp. We're just going to dot all of our I's, cross all of our T's. And that planning and problem solving really had some value when it came to making sure that Hammerwagon couldn't get anything done on the Angela.
I think there's just been a lot of expertise from the strategists of ZOS and Nixie. Like, speaking of that Invisible Woman, the placement of that ultimate is trickier than it looks, because it's about understanding who you want to section out of the fight, where you want the fight to take place. Are you countering an ultimate, or are you really just trying to solidify the real estate that you have? As we advance into Hell's Heaven, we'll see if we'll get a repeat of the ban protect phase from that map 1, which was about protecting the Venom for Fury Royal, or protecting the Jeff and the Psylocke from Suncoast. So it was a lot more focused around the strategists at the time.
Okay, yet another change in the first ban. Fury Royal going to go... Oh, they're going for Storm First Protect. They might try and force SPHS into a Jeff ban here. It's going to be once again the Protector of Star-Lord, knowing that Lockable Moth was the first ban last time, having copped a lot of respect for what that Star-Lord could do. And SPHS... Now do you ban the Jeff? Knowing that, yep, they're not going to allow that Jeff Nendo to happen again. Absolutely not.
Wonder if the Bucky is going to be affected at all. That was the special of Toasted Beanie before, although this player has shown how flexible they have been through all the heroes. But making sure Lockable Moth is set up for success has been critical for Suncoast. On the other side, we're going to get rid of the Rocket that did have some appearance on Yggdrasil's path, which created just fights that literally never ended. So I understand that both teams just want to get a lot more value out of their duelist ultimates.
I'd love to see a Magneto ban here, just to try and shut down Hatsune Miku, who has been absolutely lights out on the mag. Also, the Meteor Ram is great for shutting down the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, which was just protected. Meteor Ram is kind of your classic counter to the Eternal Bond when it comes on out. It's going to be the Hella ban, though. So this is a little bit of a risk actually taken by SPHS. They are going to maybe see Hatsune Miku once again dominate with the Magneto.
Yeah, Silly Chicken, I think, had a good run on the Hela or even the Punisher previously, getting the most amount of eliminations for Fury Royal on that defense. And a lot of your duelists have to do the heavy lifting, especially on Symbiotic Path. When you have these long-range fights, the Vanguards kind of sit there and look pretty, and it's the duelists that try to have to dictate the fight before it begins, as the Bucky and Hela now gets banned out, which is going to affect Toasted Beanie. So I think this is a pretty solid ban phase for Fury Royal.
Yeah, very happy with what Fury Royal have gone after here. Like, it's a great map for Angela, and also having Angela off the table does mean that there's a lot more freedom to move away from the Winter Soldier. You can ban that one out knowing that Toasted Beanie wants to play it, but you don't need it to try and control the Angela. Instead, you can put Magellan on something like the Daredevil. They have been they've been showing off quite a bit before, as it gives perfect information over to Shin Otero and try and sort out those dives.
And this game type, domination, is going to be a lot more chaotic, so decisions on the fly and confidence for individuals is going to be really, really key. And this is why high school esports is so important, because that team play, the coordination, the communication, having confidence within yourself, trust in your teammates, this is what makes a great Marvel Rivals team, and why both of these schools have been undefeated in their own sections of the world. So I'm looking forward to seeing, Suncoast did pick this map. They believe they could take it. They already struck early at Fury Royal on that first point, but they think they've ironed out all the kinks, and they're going to roll out with the same Vanguard duo as before.
I mean, we've been thoroughly impressed by KOA thus far on the Hulk. It's a very run-forward duo here from SPHS. They're going to look to claim the space as quickly as possible, but the thing for SPHS here is how exposed their backline going to be, already forcing out the teleport from the Cloak and Dagger, but Toasted Beanie doing a great job of guarding the flanks here.
It's a tricky decision to decide whether you want to really commit to killing the Venom, or you kind of have to ignore them. As a strategist, you don't want to let up on any healing, especially in very hectic moments.
Hammerwagon rolling forward. Oh, went too far though. Shin Oteto's there on the follow-up. There must have been a distraction in the back coming through from Shin Oteto to make sure the healers weren't looking at that Thor. It's all about timing and coordination. Communication could be everything, Lemon.
Fury Royal, decide that first fight, getting to defend it even better, because you have to push through different choke points. Sometimes the walls move, and this map can be a little complicated in that regard. But Suncoast have been perfect on their rotations thus far. No real big ultimates that have been earned. The closest one is Toasted Beanie, who's been able to farm up 70% of the Psylocke ult, just kind of hitting these Vanguards, but that is going to allow the strategists to build up theirs as they're healing all of that damage up. So Fury Royal really stepping up, though, and getting aggressive.
Great angle coming through straight away from Shin Otero, has forced out multiple pieces of utility from the side of SPHS, including that Terror Cape. Now there's not much means of enticing vulnerability in Fury Royal for their second phase of dive. Oh, and they've already struck gold.
Just to punish the banner, to get Toasted Beanie, who has been such a carry for Suncoast before. And that Punisher needs a bit of setup. You'd get the most amount of DPS if you're able to set up in that turret form. And Fury Royal recognize that and are constantly pressuring that Punisher. Already 60% earned, by the way, from Fury Royal. And they haven't really needed to use an ultimate. And now they got almost 6 of them.
Omega Hurricane ready to go. No Jeff Nato to move after it. And so it's going to be an attempt at survival here off the back of that Eternal Bond. Laying down by Pepperlock. Shinotero brings up his cellular corrosion. Big damage in towards. Nice right click on the Cloak and Dagger. But what about the second phase of damage? Is Lockable Moth on the backside. Shinotero's already been taken down. It's going to be the shotgun from the Punisher that gets that one done. And now a third phase of battle. Toasted Beanie brings out the final judgment, carves through even the healing ultimate that Nixius put down, managing to get through that one. Daredevil towards the back, the Storm's there as well. Toasted Beanie needs to connect the shot, but Silly Chicken's got the move.
Oh, no.
Unbelievable schmoves. The motion from Silly Chicken's off the charts.
The big difference maker, Toasted Beanie, of course, with the ultimate, and just the trades of strategist ultimates made that a fight that never ended. But wait, the Doctor Strange ultimate from Hatsune Miku is giving them another fight.
KOA ready to try and slam down with the meter run, unable to try and make this one happen. Fury Royal can't be allowed to get the point flipped back into their favor, given that it's already so low. But Toasted Beanie, he's just playing so audaciously. The bravery they have with their supports behind them is not to be underestimated. Silly Chicken has moved over to a Punisher in their own right, though, and is showing how the shotgun works, turning this one around, forcing Shinotero to move away.
And even while the duelists were down, Hammerwagon just says, everyone, hop in the bus. We're going to go and give them some pain. And Suncoast can always rely on those Vanguards to be huge threats on the front line. But just like before, Suncoast have to make the 0 to 100 comeback. And can they do it again? Judgment's about to be served.
Silly Chicken needs to be protected here. You can see that that's Hatsune Miku's job. KOA's already down. It's time for the hammer to strike the ground, and Hammerwagon gets Silly Chicken, the most valuable pick they could have been looking for. But Nixie is still making sure that the remainder of the team is going to be in a good position to try and play this one out. Maybe a little bit too far here for Hammerwagon. Moving forward now with the Lunar Snow ultimate. Zas is the hero that was needed for Fury Royal, making sure everyone can survive the onslaught of Lockable Moth. KOA might be TPing back, but it's always going to be damage in the backline coming through from Shinotero. Magelin's there as well, chasing them down together. A brand new portal, a brand new fight, and it's still in favor of SPHS, who are in control. But with KOA surrounded, Zas there on the finish, I think that this one's cooked in favor of Fury.
These strategists on Fury Royal are next level. Zas and Nixie to live through a Thor pushing them. Duelist ultimates their way, and they stop Suncoast from touching. Zas and Nixie living for that long is the whole reason Fury Royal were able to take map number 1, despite really having to change up their duelist choices to get Magelin into a situation where they can be the carry as well. Fury Royal really pull through. Zas and Nixie needing to push, to pull, to freeze the Thor, and ultimately rely on Silly Chicken to go in with that Galactic Legend to create a threat in their own. So fantastic work from Fury Royal as a team.
Really utilizing each of their members' strengths to the maximum capacity and planning out their fights so well, knowing how to respond to various stimuli, how to solve all the problems that were being shown by SPHS. But SPHS, this is their map pick. Knowing that Fury Royal were on match point, knowing that Fury Royal had already won on Hell's Heaven, and they thought they could solve it by getting rid of that Jeff. But it would seem that Fury Royal, they have managed to have Nixius move over from the Jeff onto the Invisible Woman and still provide so much value.
Yeah, when you have to get this Thor off your back, you need every ounce of displacement you need to push that Thor out of your face. And it's maybe just about delaying the inevitable, but look how aggressive Fury Royal are. Shinotero has the ult. He's trying to get them low.
Piece of the Abyss in the back. Oh, and that's forced Golden Smasher to use the invisible boundary simply for survival. But there's not going to be much coverage of the point here. Now you've got to try and push out of the ultimate to try and contest it towards the back. Once again, Shinotero making things a little bit more complicated and letting the devil out. There's even more. Magelin in towards the back. Silly Chicken gives the damage boost as well as the finishing blows. And the batons are flying thick and fast for Magelin as they manage to just tear through the back line of SPHS.
He makes the magic happen. And so sad for Suncoast because Pepperlock was like 4% off of the ultimate, which could have laid down a healing path to maybe allow Suncoast to actually retaliate. But for now, it's Fury Royal with that first fight win. And they get to bring the Hurricane. Silly Chicken, this is one of his best traits. So Fury Royal already ready to unleash.
Maybe a setup coming through. Oh, already 3 are down. Unreal coordination from Silly Chicken and Shinotedo to make sure that even with a strategist ultimate, the healing wasn't there to deal with the burst. And now in a 3 versus 6, I think that this one is just going to be celebrations in favor of Fury Royal.
This could be the end of Suncoast, halfway to that grand finals for Fury Royal. And they got the Invisible Woman ult, which could put the strategist in peril to step up into danger. And Hatsune Miku has been so good at getting picks early. Usually you don't even need ultimates if you're Fury Royal. They are just in charge, confident, and leading the way.
Nixius ready with the Invisible Boundary, just healing up their co-strategist for a while, telling the remainder of the team to play a little bit more safe for now. Mason and Shinotedo didn't get the memo, though. They just collapsed upon by SPHS. Must have been some great knockbacks to stop this engagement. Zaz still believes it's winnable, and so the fate of both worlds is declared to answer Lockable Moth's aggression. All of this time, Fury Royal are still building up percentage on the point, getting that control. Nixius unable to be shut down by KOA. What evasion that she's shown here to make sure that this one can still come through. Wagon up close and personal, but Bubble's good as well. It's Hatsune Miku is so on top of things right now, and while Toasted Beanie lays down so much fire, the disengagement is strong from Fury. Zaz can't get away, can't outspeed the bullets, and finally, by just leveraging the ultimate advantage that they had, SPHS can get it tooth and nail done.
I think Fury Royal, the initial objective is let's get to 99% and draw out as many ultimates as they can. But then Fury Royal invested more and more. And I still think despite being left with almost nothing, it's Suncoast that are under the most amount of pressure right now. They have to go 0 to 100 or their tournament lives are over. Fury Royal in the driver's seat. And Magelin's going to give them all the information. And now it's time to go.
Letting the devil out, going in with Shinotedo. You can see already the Thor's trying to make moves towards the back. Pepperlock's down, even more so. Mason just tearing through them. And while it may be an attempted escape here for the Star-Lord, the chase down is going to be brutal, and it's going to be immediate. SPHS are wiped off the map. Fury Royal are back in control, and they will claim the series and the Eastern Seaboard 3-1.
The Royalty advanced to the grand finals of the Play versus Upgrade Arena to await the winners of our next match. Lemoore High School and Science Academy Esports coming up next. Magelin, what a map out of this guy. I wasn't sure about the Daredevil, but holy cow, did he pull through and kill so many people in that last fight. And this is a hero that's been released fairly recently too, and he's already showing mastery of it. And Suncoast chose this map again, and it's Fury Royal that almost perfected their approach to it.
Innovation coming through from Magelin. 27 and 3, 11 final hits, 13k damage as well. Look at how that compares to Silly Chicken, who did 24k, but still doing more eliminating. Magelin was so efficient, and that's all about finding the right timings to your engagements to make sure that the healers can't react in time to the damage you're laying down.
The team effort has been so good. And gaming teaches you so much. It teaches you so much about communication, confidence, mechanics, thinking on the fly, thinking quickly, and making the best decisions and weighing out those pros and cons. But Marvel Rivals gets so chaotic that you have to do all of that times 200. And it's Fury Royal that were able to master through all of the chaos that is domination. And you guys all saw how difficult it was to maneuver some of these fights. And when to pick those fights is also crucial. We saw Fury Royal be so aggressive. Look at where the fight is now. And it's throwing out the ultimates too. Silly Chicken picking the perfect time.
Unbelievable coordination between 3 of them there. I should say, these are the kind of skill sets that gaming does teach, especially in a coordinated team environment. Being able to react to all of these stimuli in record time, as well as know as the correct way to solve these problems and really manufacture the fight that you are intending to win. These are skills that can serve you anywhere you go in life. Magelin being an innovator here, picking up the new thing, grabbing it as soon as possible, and really leveraging what having something innovative and disruptive can do to either industry or esports.
And this has been an amazing opportunity because high school leads into maybe collegiate esports. Imagine getting paid to do your degree while playing esports. You're already seeing this next generation of talent here. And speaking of talent, we have Fury Royal locked in for our grand finals of our Play versus Upgrade Arena. And up next, we have the Pacific Regional Finals between LHS and Science Academy. And the same best of 5 and the same close matchup that we're expecting like that.
Yeah, we are expecting absolute excellence out of all of our teams who have made it this far. Commiserations to SPHS, but Fury Royal, they have crowned themselves the best team of the East. But now we must look westward towards the setting sun. It's going to be LHS versus Science Academy Esports, as you pointed out. And I'm hoping that we get to see more innovation. I wouldn't mind seeing some more Daredevil. The coordination of these dives has really been a huge playmaking potential for a team like Fury Royal.
And this tournament would not be possible without, well, all the upgrades that we get to our setup. So, you know, I'm always going to take the time to show off my brand new headset. It is still shiny, like it's straight out of the box. And I don't have the RGB on because I'm trying to save on battery. But JBL Quantum, shout out to them providing the headsets, allowing great communication. And it's got all the pretty lights, surround sound, everything you need to play the best Marvel Rivals possible. And there's a ton of great prize, including Anda seats, the headsets, the high ground keyboards, and y'all too can grab your high ground keyboards because we have a special and limited time access to a discount code, and you can go and find out about that in the chat. But I'm gonna be listening to some music on my JBL Quantums for now. We have to throw you guys to a break so we can get our other teams set up, so we'll see you on the other side. Hey everyone, welcome to the Play versus Cup Finals presented by Zenny.
Close, and that's gonna be an instant pick with a triple Terra Surge, and the blade combo still works wonders.
Like, look at this. Am I watching EVO Grand Finals? What is going on here?
Get off as well, or just slow down Goldheart. Dude, what are they feeding this kid?
Shout out Play versus. Y'all doing a good thing.
Over $400,000 in scholarships.
Oh!
Play versus is cool. I hope they do more stuff.
Yes, I hope they bring us back for next year.
You are officially our Play versus 2025 Coach of the Year.
Oh my God. Our goal is to impact as many kids and just provide those opportunities for students.
So thank you so much, Vandy.com, for supporting Play versus all these high school students. Welcome back, everyone, to Play versus Upgrade Arena, featuring Marvel Rivals. The best high schools in America are clashing, and you have the two best people for the job, a Canadian and a European. So I like how I just like generally refer to you as the European.
The European has arrived, everybody. And let's have a look at how our teams arrived at these Pacific Finals by jumping into our bracket. The four teams we're seeing today, Lemon, all had pretty much unblemished records moving in. Both Lemoore High School Rivals and Science Academy Esports 3-0'd their quarterfinals, and they've been absolutely blasting their way through the bracket.
Only one of these teams will get the opportunity, the honor to face Fury Royal as they fight to keep Royal in the name, because you can't be second place and also Royal, right? But we'll decide that later. Lemoore High School, Science Academy. Let's look at these rosters, because I've been really especially excited to cast my guy, my dude bro, literally dude guy bro, as our duelist specialist for Lemoore.
An absolutely legendary name. And of course, on the side of Science Academy Esports, we also have their coordinated names, which is quite cute. All of them are different types of dragons.
I love all the types of dragons. Blue Banana Boy has been an incredible strategist on the side of Lemur. They show everyone why they should be on a big stage, why they should be part of Lemur High School. And every round, I think someone like J-Mac finds a way to be relevant, just holding down the space as a Vanguard. So difficult to do in this meta where you guys just saw it. Venoms are flying all over the place. Thors are bashing people's heads in. J-Mac's got to handle all of that.
Yeah, like there's so much to keep track of here. If you are a strategist or a Vanguard, you don't have to just focus on hitting your shots if you're dude guy, bro. And that's where like the overall like higher cognitive processing that like these hectic games demand really can be a huge asset to the players. And that's why a lot of players who take part in esports clubs score higher in math and science. They have that cognitive throughput.
Oh yeah, Science Academy has had really good synergy throughout all the matches they've shown, and I like someone like Ivy Dragon on a team. That's someone you need on really any roster, and I think will be a hot commodity if collegiate scouts are ever out there, because to be flexible in Marvel Rivals when there's so many heroes to master, it is really what coaches are looking for. Someone who can play a lot of things, be a master at a lot of things, and be selfless to provide for the team.
Yep. Selflessness can be the name of the game. And Science Academy Esports do also have a shout out for us to give, as the team are dedicating their run to a dear Science Academy Esports player, Colin Feltus, who unfortunately passed away recently. He represented the team in Smash, in Splatoon, and in Street Fighter 6, and the team will be thinking about him a lot as they push for the grand final. And I'm really excited to see how far this team can go with Colin in their hearts.
Yeah, and our thoughts are with Colin's family and Science Academy during this time. And I think it's really awesome that the team has this extra fire in them to win. And we're looking forward to making this a fun day for everyone. And with how good Lemur High School has been throughout their journey, I think they're looking to make this a close series too. Like our previous series was actually just a 3-1 where I was expecting a 5-mapper. I could easily see this one be a 5-mapper as well. It's hard to call who's going to win.
Yeah, like when you have so many teams coming in these like almost unblemished brackets with 3-0s, it can be really difficult to make any predictions apart from this should be a banger matchup, right? Like everyone on these teams is what I'd call aggressively competent. Like these players all earn their spots on the rosters. These usually quite popular clubs as well, especially in like popular esports like Marvel Rivals, which has had like a huge player count recently. Like a lot of people are going to be trying out for these slots and trying to be the one who gets picked up for the team. We've got some depth of substitute rosters for these teams as well. So I'm expecting some very good plays from everyone on these.
And it just takes a really good leader to bring people together for a team like this. So we got to shout out the coaches, the faculty that have taken time out of their day to make these students feel supported, because this is, you know, for a lot of cases, their first exposure to high-level competition, depending on if you did sports at all. But, you know, gamers can also be athletes too, but we're esports athletes, which you could still call yourself an athlete. But to also balance school, homework, chores, question mark, and also to do scrims 24/7 is next level dedication. And both these teams have put in the amount of work, and they've also put in their first choice of map. So we have Hell's Heaven as another domination map we're going to see.
Yeah, returning to Hell's Heaven, very popular. Just it can be quite deathmatchy. Hell's Heaven has a lot of open spaces, and the map gimmick is mostly that the map moves at generally around 50%. So you can plan your fights around that a little bit more effectively. And as you said, like, time management is definitely a huge part of the skill set that these players are developing, just having so many responsibilities to juggle, as well as staying on top of their game academically and in the game itself, because they're probably playing in their own time, learning heroes like we saw the Daredevil Magellan in the previous matchup. This evidently putting a lot of time into making sure that they're on the cutting edge of innovation in the game.
Excited to get into our second semifinal very soon. Let us know in the chat who you're cheering for. Who do you think is gonna win? Is there like a secret GOAT that, not like the animal, like the greatest of all time? Is there a carry on these teams? You let us know. I'm thinking Science Academy have this. If everyone's gonna call themselves a dragon, they got the coordinated player names. I don't know. That's next level chemistry.
I mean, we also have like crazy chemistry on Science Academy as well. From apparently their healer duo are twins, which like when the strategists are twins, that's like so much familiarity with each other and how you communicate. It's great to be able to like go into an activity as a pair of siblings, and like that means that like you can share out your chores as well, so that your parents, like, everything gets done at home, and then we've got time to, Mom, we've got to go scrim now, so we've done the dishes, the washing machine's been loaded, it's time for the siblings to lock in and get healing.
Yep. And none other than Dude Guy Bro to be the ultimate Vanguard that you can rely on and to trust. I love that name. Along with a Blue Banana Boy, a lot of the Lemoore High School students are listed as multiple roles. So I just think that's really solid to be learning so many different heroes, not only within the own realm or the scope of just Duelist or just Vanguard, but to be able to flex to so many different comps. I'm wondering if Lemoore High School is going to be able to show us some triple Vanguard, some triple Strategist, or some unconventional things.
Yeah, coming out with a brand new strategy that maybe your opponents have seen a little bit less, scrimmed against a little bit less, can force that in-match adaptation, which can give you a really big advantage when you're playing something that you're a lot more comfortable with. Let's talk quickly about like the pricing as well. Our pricing here is distributed for schools and their esports programs. It's given over by our partners. And this is really good for so many of our schools and their programs to make sure that their athletes can perform at the highest level. There's JBL Quantum headsets, meaning that you can hear every single threat that's coming, every smallest footstep, the loudest explosion, as well as the comms and clarity through it all. And the seat, making sure that you're going to have the best posture and the greatest support and comfort while you are playing. And of course, High Ground Summit, making sure that you do not miss a single input with their keyboards.
That keyboard is so pretty too, but only champions will have the honor to put their fingers on those keys. But pretty much everyone in this bracket is going to get JBL Quantums, which I love because you can also use them in a wired fashion or in a wireless fashion, which I'm currently using them wired because, Legday, you and I know how many players have had to pause games because some kind of wireless product goes uncharged. But yeah, JBL Quantums don't have that problem.
Or once in the days of yore, when Lemon and I were casting a previous product together, 4 players had their vice batteries run out at the same time, calling for a long pause midway through a map. It was like, yeah, the player with the remaining mouse, the designated survivor, had to call for a pause. Let's dig into Hell's Heaven as we get stuck into our ban phase. If you've just joined us in Marvel Rivals Esports, we have a ban and protect phase between the teams where you try and lay out what you want to have played and what you want to have taken off the table as a tactical option. You can play this either towards your own tastes or removing strengths from your opponents if you know what they're best at.
And that's where the coaches, the back room, really got to step in to help identify, look through the tapes, and who are the biggest threats on the other side, or what do you just not like to play against? Everyone hovering the Black Widow just to keep their cards close to their chest, but more conventional bans usually come out first. The things that you find really strong in the meta, like your Emmas, your Rockets, anything that you just don't want to see, regardless of who your opponent is.
Okay, Hela taking off straight away, not willing to see that Hela Namor team up. And it has been the Mantis now. This might force out a Groot or potentially a Loki ban from Science Academy as they're trying to shut down any team-ups that you can get off the back of the Mantis. But it's kind of an evergreen pick. The damage boost that Mantis can provide is really good at making sure that your like hyper carries really can become unparalleled in that dueling arena.
Interesting to protect the Invisible Woman and Mantis because it's just not something that you would target with a ban, I would think. It seems like a more of like Loki's or Rockets or really problematic Duelist would be the target of bans. Angela and Psylocke are following, so a lot of the strategists being targeted early, like your Mantis, Rock, Invisible Woman, who's group protect from Lemoore.
Ooh, okay, yeah, no group ban came through, so the group protect is going to be there. He's going to have access to an additional wall that's given over by Mantis with a team up, and that wall can send out healing spores, which means that you can get some like passive backline protection while playing forward as Groot, which is a very interesting dynamic which might come forth. It's going to be Luna brought out as well, which is going to at least mean that Science Academy are able to potentially out heal LHS if they're playing a double strategist backline with a Mantis.
I love playing Groot. The way you're able to section off fights, maybe to stop a Vanguard from escaping, to break the line of sight between the Vanguard and the strategist, to, well, one of the most strong ultimates in the game of that Strangling Prison, which CCs and groups everybody up, and it's great to combine with other ultimates, probably more from the Duelist department, as our final bans come in of Emma and Bucky. And we've seen a lot of Bucky in our previous series, so the Duelists are going to have to scratch their heads on what's going to be the alternative.
So when you see these shiny icons like Zanby, JMac, Dude Guy Bro, and Plushie, Slushy, and Victorcel are currently showing, those are called Lord icons if you're not as familiar with Marvel Rivals. And that means that a player has put a lot of time onto a character and fulfilled certain criteria again and again to show their expertise. So this is definitely a character where a player has a lot of experience.
I worry about the Iron Fist pick from Ivy there, because if we're going to have a Groot who can wall people off, we'll see if the Iron Fist gets caught. We'll hope to just climb over it, around it, but it doesn't necessarily always have the health to escape, even if delayed just slightly. So Science Academy obviously know what Lemore have up their sleeve, considering their protects made it very obvious. So Science Academy got to download what the counter is going to be.
Okay, Ivy Dragon playing on the Iron Fist here. Really good against the Groot. Groot's health pool is enormous. And Ivy Dragon's going to be doing percentage of health damage, which means it's going to scale up well to trying to carve through that tree. And as you mentioned earlier, with the Groot team-ups, or like Groot combining the ultimate of Strangling Prison with something else, Namor's Giganto, like the Horn of Proteus, very good combo.
Okay, both teams have the same idea. Fight for the high ground, and now it's about dropping as a team as well. You want to be grouped up around your strategist. Make sure you protect them. It looks like Lemore are a little bit more coordinated on that front.
Yeah, Plushie Slushy managing to find a lower health member right there. Oh, look at that. The healing coming through from the Iron Fist. Ivy Dragon is punished for such an audacious meditation. There was an attempt to try and keep the point contested there, but LHS Rivals just working out well. Oh, they're going to try and stagger Valuna as well. Oh, it's so cruel. It's mean.
Oh, God. Hey, that is some advanced strategy from Lemore. Only the pros stagger, okay? So we know that every second matters. Science Academy swapping to the Wolverine. They got the Hulk online, and they're hoping to create a more protective base, but that's a crucial Groot wall right there.
Yeah, Jarvis, don't clip that one. Jarvis Dragon taken down. JMac. Wow, JMac is so accurate with his daggers of the Narc. Sometimes you look at your Vanguard players, you don't expect the most mechanical excellence, but right now, mechanical excellence is exactly what JMac is showing.
Slushy knows he could just get away with all of this. This is such an aggressive Star-Lord for someone who could be so squishy, so close to that Galactic Legend, which could dictate this first fight.
Well, they didn't want to answer it. Drifter quite close to their own Fate of Both Worlds. Zanby needs some healing here. You can see that constant healing coming through from the Groot Wolf that was laying down before. Jarvis Dragon doesn't have a shield to try and save themselves. And Plushie Slushy has plenty of targets over here. Can the Fate of Both Worlds rejoin those who are on the point, though? No. Pine Dragon and Jarvis Dragon both fall down. And as the Fate of Both Worlds is over, Plushie Slushy is more than ready to go back for a second course. Lemore are looking absolutely fantastic right now.
It's so economical to only really use the two ultimates, and Plushie Slushy picking that moment carefully, but this wouldn't be possible without Zanby hitting a critical sleep on just the divers from Science Academy that came their way, which is a big win condition, how they could collapse on that Mantis, but now Lemore can set the tone with how early their ultimates are earned.
Oh, that's going to be an early usage there of the Strangling Prison coming through from Dot Dragon. It gets multiple players, but here comes Dude Guy Bro with the counter punch. Oh, what a clutch save coming through as well. Dude Guy Bro was so low, but Zanby got the burst steal coming out from the Soul Resurgent, now eating from above. Jarvis Dragon needs to try and shut down the Jeff, but is unable to connect. Victorcel, though, can't escape all of the angles managed here by the side of Science Academy. And LHS, seems like with Plushie Slushy being the final note in this song, they might be able to get it done. Floating above it all with the Galactic Legend. The Guardian Shield is brought on up. The cross heal is solid, but that means that maybe the Magneto's going to fall through the cracks. Dude Guy Bro manages to find it. Jarvis Dragon falls, and that Groot reigns supreme when it comes to controlling space.
Lemore High School, they gotta be smurfing this tournament 100-0. That's not just a statement, that's domination. That's also the game type. We have another point though, so there's a chance for Science Academy to have a response. They've been one of the hardest grinders in the scene, and they can be composed under pressure. And they had the same ideas, the same rollout as Lemoore High School with that initial Doctor Strange teleport on the high ground. But to answer the aggression from Lemoore High School, Science Academy haven't been able to punish that over-aggression. And look at the focus fire too. Lemoore High School have only experienced 2 deaths. That's insane.
And as you pointed out in the pregame, they're playing a non-standard composition here. They're playing triple strategist, with Zombie playing on the Mantis. I expect that maybe Zombie usually is another one of their duelist players. But having 3 strategists means there's a lot of healing, a lot of sustainability, and it gives a lot more room for JMac and Dude Guy Bro to play very aggressively so they can make more audacious Vanguard plays, knowing that they've got the healing to back up a more aggressive position.
Oh, this Doctor Strange TP, that is the special of Lemoore High School and Science Academy are split off because of the placement of that portal. This strategy is insane, and JMac is ready to deliver a very sneaky ultimate, and Science Academy push it away.
Yeah, great shielding playing coming through. Science Academy saw that one coming, but now in a tight corridor. The Dark Maelstrom just tears through all of them. Plushy Slushy sees the opportunity and spins to win inside a tight space. Jarvis Dragon going to change things around. It's over to the Iron Man.
JMac with the play of all time to kick off that first fight. To control this choke point is such an advantage, and why that first fight is so critical. Jarvis, well, you know the name, you know who he's gonna play, and that extra poke alone is gonna let Lemoore High School get out of the choke point.
Yeah, and an opening pick round to Zambi. Dot Dragon, good mechanics coming through. Jarvis Dragon just softens from on up, but already Lucky Dragon is down. They have to move on forward now, but it's into the strangling prison. 3 players caught within an attempt to eat them all from the Jeff. And Drifter Dragon becoming CC immune is everything, so Ivy Dragon can get the rescue up close and personal. The Invincible Pulse Cannon can't get anything done, though. Plushy Slushy got 1 target to try and play with until the wall's brought down by Dude Guy Bro, and the chase is good. 43% now for Lemoore.
Will Lemoore High School ever lose a fight? They look untouchable. They look unbeatable. And JMac has the ult again. So Science Academy better have Dot Dragon ready to block it once again. And Pine Dragon, the invisible boundary, is going to be critical to try and keep everyone sustained if that stun comes out.
Dot Dragon survives for now, doesn't get too far isolated, but has to use their self-bubble. Out comes the Mad Cannon, falling low, has to bring up the shield, and that's where your secondary Vanguard comes in, the Thor, just to try and buy some of that space. Lucky Dragon already taken down by their counterpart. Plushy Slushy gets it done again. It's JMac in the back, a double stun. Maybe a res coming through there from Ivy Dragon. Great value off the Adam Warlock. Still Zombie wants to roll on forward. Soul Resurgence gives over extra speed and survivability. Pine Dragon, though, looking forward, has the healing. Jarvis taken too far, gone. Yet another strangling prison. Dude Guy Bro just gets it done again and again. And Lucky Dragon feeling lucky enough in towards the back. Blue Banana Boy's too far away, though. Great evasion from even the auto aim, and it has to be a desperate portal.
Desperate portal for one final fight. 100 to give 200% to Lemoore High School, and it's a Galactic Legend to end things. There's always something up Lemoore High School's sleeve in Science Academy. They just can't seem to crack this plot armor.
Oh, Plushy Slushy still looking out towards the enemy's spawn. Victursal waiting for their moment to go for a big old eat. Gets 3 of their allies and 2 of the enemies, and they'll be taking a hot bath down in the lava flows. A momentary escape for Dot Dragon, but all they found themselves is a 6 versus 1. And LHS, they swarm around their foes and take Hell's Heaven 200-0.
The devil's in the details, and the kind of details that Lemoore High School is showing separates contenders from champions. I've never seen that level of domination in this tournament before. Science Academy, I got to applaud the work that the strategists were able to do. When you had JMac get that double kill with the ultimate, you had the Adam, the 3rd strategist from Science Academy, come in and res everybody. But Science Academy were just always on the back foot. Good plays just to get them stabilized, but never to actually kick back against Lemoore High School. I mean, look at the stats. It's such a one-sided map, and it wasn't even just the Vanguards that carried. I can't really pick a weakness out of Lemoore High School. They got value out of all of their ultimates.
I mean, Blue Banana Boy truly living up to the duplicity of Loki, putting out some massive stats while also not falling once. They could never pin him down. Just so much evasiveness. And JMac, what a player. 37-0, 14k damage on the Doctor Strange. Homie did not get the message that he was going to be playing this Vanguard role to hold space. Like, no, I'm taking space through raw mechanics. 56% accuracy. Absolutely excellent.
Science Academy will have the choice of map coming up next, where their focus has been protecting the strategists to make sure their backline are as confident as ever. But even when you have 3 strategies in the mix, there just wasn't enough damage from Science Academy to confirm some crucial eliminations on Lemoore High School to ever swing the point in Science Academy's favor. 200-0 is pretty unheard of. I mean, at this level or at this deep into a tournament.
Yeah, especially when neither team had even really dropped a map before. But then you've got Lemoore High School. They have had an esports program for about 3 years now. So very experienced coach and faculty over there, making sure that their players are always in the best possible condition for a match day. You know, when it comes to any kind of athletic competition, any athletes as well, that you need to be in the right mindset to compete. You need to be 100% on the ball. And well, it seems like Lemoore High School, they are on the ball right now and then some.
Science Academy will lock in their next map, and Lemoore High School get to kind of get horizontal on their Anda seats and kind of wait to see what the play is going to be. But wow, I'm just really impressed by Lemoore High School, especially JMac. Timing has been immaculate. They've showed just how much work they've done to really master the Doctor Strange, from portaling off the rip, what positions on the high ground they want to take, and how they're able to dictate the rest of the game once they got that first fight win. So I think that's going to be really key of how this first fight is going to go. But now we're not on domination anymore, so maybe it'll just be about more coordinated play as the convoys come out.
Yeah, we're going to have to look at how the ban phase adapts here as well. We saw so much value come out of that triple team up between Loki, Groot, and Mantis, after Mantis was the first save for Zambi there. So maybe if Zambi picks up the Mantis again as that first save, you got to ban the Groot, and maybe you got to ban the Loki as well. I don't know if you want to use both your bans thereafter on like the Mantis team up, but at least getting rid of one of them so they can't get all of that free value from playing 3 heroes who are in pretty strong positions at the moment.
Well, Science Academy got to start cooking. We got to use our science brains and just kind of look at the preferences, the strengths of these players, and hone in a strategy around that. Because sometimes at the high school level, the hero pools aren't as developed. This is just like the potential that you're really trying to maximize. So sometimes going to the player's best strength, and regardless of the meta, is what Science Academy are going to be looking to doing, along with also honing in that focus, which Marvel Rivals is so difficult to navigate around with when you have 12 people clashing all at once. So Science Academy, I think they can refine that going forward.
Yeah, there's a lot of room for refinement here, as well as like min-maxing of performance. For any parents watching at the moment, there are quite a few colleges at the moment that are also trying to recruit for their collegiate Marvel Rivals teams. So if your child is doing well here in high school, there's a world where they could have some significant scholarships offered to them off the back of their gaming performance in tournaments like these. So that's a huge opportunity for them moving forward into the future.
And Science Academy just have such a healthy roster of like, they have so much talent to choose from that they also have 3 substitutes to choose from. So if you have a specialist, you want to throw somebody in there, but also would that make it obvious? You start substituting Zen, Daikon, or Lucky in, or actually Lucky was just playing, but if you substitute anybody in, is that going to give a tell to Lemoore High School on what to ban against them? So there's some deep mind games that could be going on.
Yeah, like there's always those mind games, and like it depends on what map you want to go to as well. Maybe as we go to Convoy, you want to go to a map that doesn't serve the group quite so well, given what Dude Guy Bro was playing over there. Not sure which of our Convoy maps would be best to go against Groot. Groot's pretty good in general, to be honest. Like, there are a few things as powerful in a game as access to a map editor. And Groot has pretty thorough access to a map editor. I want them to avoid Midtown, to be honest. That's the main thing that I'd like to see, avoiding Midtown, where we often see 3 strategist, 3 Vanguard attempts at protecting the spawn. And if they do go to Midtown, I'd like to see them break up that Mantis combo. Maybe ban out the Groot, even though they were playing the Groot themselves.
Ooh, I'd like Yggdrasil's path, since we saw in our last series, and it's such a narrow map that you can really maximize the potential and the impact of the Groot walls, if that were to be the choice of hero, but at least that's the choice of map. So that's where Science Academy want to send this to.
Okay, Yggdrasil path being off the table, or on the table rather. I think that makes a lot of sense. I would like to see the Groot ban here still coming through from the side of Science Academy. We haven't seen any Emma yet. Emma's been essentially permaban throughout all of our series so far, but maybe you can let that through and get rid of the Groot first. You probably have someone who can pivot over onto the Emma. Not the most complicated character. Very, very hard to min-max when it comes to the mechanical demands of Emma. But the baseline efficacy is still pretty good in terms of scaring other Vanguards from trying to get forward onto you. And also, there's a world where Lemore just ban it first because it's so good at shutting down Doctor Strange. And J-Mac has looked great on the Doctor Strange so far.
Even getting rid of the Loki from Blue Banana Boy, because if you just have this untouchable backline of triple strategists from Lemoore High School and you have to deal with a Loki, because then it's this whole separate mini game of killing all the Loki clones and trying to find the real one, and he's invisible all the time. So there's obviously a lot of objectives that Science Academy are going to be targeting, and trying to ban out one strength from Lemore when it's kind of like a dragon. You cut its head off and like 10 more are going to grow out or something like that. That's kind of what it feels like to face Lemore High School.
Well, if anyone knows dragons, it will be Science Academy with their cute collective names. I want to see Daikon Dragon come in. I find the combination of a root vegetable with a mythical creature to be very Dungeons and Dragons build, you know? It's like, oh, we'll face the mythical Daikon Dragon. I want to fight the Daikon Dragon.
Now, both our teams are just waiting to ready up and to converse with their coaches and really refine the ban and protect phase, because that is such a crucial part on really obviously dictating how the whole map is going to go and identifying what were the biggest threats on the other side. And Science Academy also, I think, got to mentally get back into it, thinking about just how one-sided that first map was and trying to shake off the nerves of being on such an important match of a tournament.
Yeah, being at this precipice of glory, being so close towards the finish. This is where the coaches really show their stuff when it comes to leading these teams, making sure that the mental was always in the right place and that the players aren't discouraged by one map falling away. There is still so much room in this series to come back if you are Science Academy. And on your own map pick, that's the best place to start it.
And we're kind of repeating the maps from our last series, so everyone is going to feel real comfortable with this very soon. Science Academy always keeping their cards close to their chest, but the usual bans, at least the Rocket one is usual. Hela out of contention, which is such a strong hit scan when it comes to taking different alternative angles, especially on Yggdrasil's path. You need to find any chance you can get to poke down the supports.
Maybe a protect on the Emma here. Oh, okay, no protect. Actually, not the worst thing if you're not looking to try and give away too much of your strategy. Maybe there's something in the back of Science Academy's mind here as to what they'd like to do. They're just going to counter protect the Angela here, which is going to give some pivot options for their Vanguard. And the Invisible Woman's taken off the field. We saw earlier on Symbolic Surface in our Eastern Finals that Invisible Woman is very good at shutting down Angela, so this is a little bit of a nipping in the bud of that counter.
There's a lot of anti-dive options being taken off the table. We saw how important it was for the Mantis, for example, to hit a sleep when there's someone diving towards them, or an Invisible Woman to push people away if there's a Thor swinging around in their face. So it's going to be tough. I think a lot will ride on the Luna Snow as an obvious pick for me to just get freezes off. But those are slightly more difficult to hit than a Mantis sleep.
Mantis off the table as well. Doesn't mean that you don't necessarily have to ban the Groot, but the Groot is still going to be powerful in their own right. The Venom Protect is interesting here from Science Academy. This may force out LHS to go for a Jeff ban if they aren't planning on using it for themselves. The Ultron Protect is a little bit of a rarer one these days. Ultron's kind of fallen out of favor in the most recent patch. His healing output has been nerfed slightly, but is still a very dominant aerial threat, and his ultimate is really good at hunting down Jeff. So this could be like a preemptive counter on the Jeff if they don't want to ban it, and indeed they get rid of the Lunar Snow instead.
And Science Academy not opting to ban the Star-Lord, which Plushy Slushy was insane at. So really trusting that Lucky Dragon, when he can have the space to operate, that he is going to be the better Star-Lord than Plushy Slushy. But we'll decide. Oh, finally it's taken off the table there by Science Academy. Okay. And it's Plushy Slushy of all things that is going to ban it. So we're looking to duel off on a different duelist.
Different duelist. Is Tickle Dragon subbed in potentially? Let's have a look. Oh, Tickle Dragon was subbed in for Lucky Dragon here, which explains why they're getting rid of the Star-Lord. They don't want to deal with the Plushy Slushy Star-Lord, even though Plushy Slushy is going to be pre-pivoting over onto the Ultron. Tickle Dragon may be more of a Winter Soldier specialist, which is a great hero to be a specialist on. One of the more universally valuable heroes, no matter the situation. You can always count on the Winter Soldier to get something done.
Yeah, that win condition in the neutral is so important, especially on the defense when the attack may want to hang back and wait for the dive to be set up by dude guy on the bro is what I was gonna say. Dude guy on the Venom. Who's hoping to be a real bro for the team, but Venoms, you live and you die by the Venom in terms of they can int or they could be a huge part of your success.
Team up available. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna give a team up to Zombie just yet. Science Academy Esports aren't also not going to be having the team up for the Jeff. Instead, they're going to be opting to go for a triple strategist to get 3 lots of heals out on the field. For the more high school here, though, I'm really focusing in on Blue Banana Boy. Previously, the Loki player in onto a Magic has already been caught by the Winter Soldier. What a rescue here from J-Max. So on it.
Gotta be careful. Not as much CC from the side of Science Academy except a hook, and Blue Banana Boy gonna have a lot of targets that are grouped up together, which is fantastic for healing and also good to deal with the whole mini game of killing the Loki clones. But Blue Banana Boy playing very close to the team. I like that, and now going to execute on a strategist.
Great combo sent on out, and the Chains of Cyteract to slow down those who would try and flee. Tickle Dragon, make sure the dude Guybro is punished for having chased after him, but already the opening is given over, and J-Mac finds even more wounded players. Looking down this corridor is fantastic for the Magic. The piercing of the right click means great generation of the ultimate, already 85% of the way towards that Dark Child.
Well, Lemoore High School just so close to that first capture, and Magic has the Dark Child ultimate, and this could be really crucial. That's why Science Academy supports. Their strategists are playing so far away from the fight, and, well, this Magic smells blood in the water.
Oh, Dark Child Unleashed, but already grabbed into the iframes. Managing to try and escape the clutches of the Winter Soldier here. Building up extra HP off the back of damage. Plushy Slushy unleashes the Rage of Ultron here to try and counter out Drifter Dragon's It's Jeff. What a great response from Plushy Slushy, and Blue Banana Boy just creating such havoc in the back.
And Science Academy were just 5% away from a lot of crucial ultimates, and Ivy Dragon just swapped to the Atom, sacrificing a lot of that ult charge. Remains at 50% because they know how important it is to try and resurrect everyone to have a fight that lasts as long as they can, because the defense will have respawn advantage the closer you get to the end of the checkpoint.
Smart pivot here from Jarvis Dragon onto the thing as well. Really good at grounding the Angela as well as stopping the Magic in her tracks. That's a long cast time on the clobbering time. I believe knocked up temporarily. And Dot Dragon going to try and find themselves a victim, but great patience coming through from Zombie here to avoid the incoming danger. Heaven ready to fall and retribute upon Science Academy as they're tied to a pole. And it's going to require the healing of Pine Dragon to come on through in the other side as well. The Eternal Bond declared. Drifter Dragon falls through the cracks, and it's going to be Dude Guybro in towards the back, trying to hunt players down with the axes of Icors. It seems like there's going to be enough disruption to try and mess with this one, though. A demon from Nimbo is summoned and cuts through Ivy Dragon, who has to resummon themselves using the Cocoon Revival. Thinks about using their own ultimate to bring the team back, but it's not going to be available because they've got no space.
Just the Science Academy Vanguards weren't on the same page just in the initial part of the fight, which forced them to have to restabilize and to fall further and further back, which it was, you had the Thing ultimate, and then the rest of the team didn't follow through. The Meteor M didn't get enough damage soaked in, so it's not going to do as much damage back to Lemoore High School, who are wasting no time getting another fight going.
Yeah, Lemoore High School, they just have such great tempo here. They're all about rolling for initiative and getting that nat 20. Ivy Dragon going to be the one to watch in this next fight, having access to that resurrection if players do start to go down.
Science Academy, they have to stabilize here. This time bank is outrageous, and so is this Adam.
Oh, Ivy Dragon, 2 frags while having the ultimate in the back pocket as well. Great mechanics and excellent positioning.
Now Science Academy, they're in the driver's seat. This is such a good corner for the defense to hold, to be able to fall back, be out of line of sight of Lemoore High School, who are hoping to project J-Mac forward to get a powerful stun going with the ultimate.
All right, Heaven's Retribution, once again, good to go in towards the back. J-Mac stuns 5! Oh, the Drifter Dragon's eating them up! Unbelievable stuff here. Zombies grabbed 5 enemies in the midst of all of this. Unreal value. Isolates them elsewhere, and now the cart's going to be rolling in favor of Lemoore as Science Academy have to try and catch up. And now it's got to be the engagement from Pine Dragon moving forward with the Eternal Bond. Yeah, they'll keep this one contested. Just about manages to dodge the incoming Assassin's charge from Dude Guy Bro. Science Academy staying alive and kicking for now, but Drifter Dragon's already fallen. The Dark Child from the Black Blue Banana Boy from the back is getting so much burst onto this back line. Ivy Dragon has no options for resurrection nor any recourse. Finally comes on back, resurrects himself. 4 players brought back. Ivy Dragon, the perfect play from the Adam.
This is just the unkillable team of Science Academy who try to lay down one final defense, and Dot Dragon has plans in mind. Meteor M does not get the execution. Lemoore High School, though, they're out of ultimates, out of options. Now you gotta brawl through, and Magic, that's what she's best at.
Tickle Dragon needs a quick heal. If they can get back up to 4, they can really deploy the ultimate, the Hydra Strike, but no, taken down. Plushy Slushy knows exactly who to focus in this scenario. Drifter Dragon comes back at the end, but in a 1 versus 4, cannot get it done. No miracle defense this time. Lemoore High School complete with 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Holy, Science Academy, though, were really good at wasting their time. What was a 4.5 minute time bank that Lemoore High School had to push point C, Science Academy took away half of that. And you got to applaud the triple strategist, mainly that Adam Rez that brought everybody back up, and especially the Jeff ultimate that misplaced Lemoore High School away, and it was just insane. Science Academy certainly back on their high horse, but now they have to attack next.
Yeah, that was crazy stuff from Zombie in conjunction with J-Mac. We saw a 5-person stun off the back of the Eye of Agamotto, and then Zombie managed to eat all of them up and just displace the entire team. Flip the map so at Lemoore High School, they had all of the defenders' advantage while being the attackers. Unbelievable value.
30 seconds before you attack.
Now a 2 minute and 44 full capture. Science Academy have to try and match that pace. They were good at defending, making the time bank smaller. You still have to go all the way, or Lemoore High School will be on series point if they can try and defend against this. And Science Academy, not going to operate around the Groot. It's a lot around Dot Dragon and this Thor, enabling them for success. You got only 3 strategists to try and make sure these Vanguards stand up nice and tall. Ivy Dragon's on the Moon Knight, hoping for a nice group up, so easy damage coming out.
Well, Thor's going to have a little spotted team up between Thor and Angelo, where he does get a little bit of additional Thor force off the back of a spear throw. Jarvis Dragon waiting for attention to be grabbed, and I can wrap around the back. Would love to grab this Groot in. Instead, is going to go for the Emma. Not sure if he managed to go in too far as Dot Dragon was disengaging at the same time. The follow-up wasn't quite there.
And Emma is scary, and why she's always a must ban is she scales dangerously in a fight and can be immune to that CC and that diamond form, but unfortunately out of cooldowns and out of hope, as Lemoore High School now quite weak with 1 Vanguard missing.
Dot Dragon has to disengage. Slushy's there, identifying the weak Thor, who didn't have the HP to survive that one. And now Dude Guy Bro's just posted up on business on the cart. Vic going to be very difficult to move through with only a singular Vanguard. Oh, wait, hello. It's been dragged in by the Angela. This requires a bunch of healing, and Slushy is there to provide. Great triage, great responsibility taken upon themselves by the duelist.
And quick improvements to the coordination of Science Academy's side, but have yet to make quick progress around this corner. And it's a lot riding on this Angela of Jarvis to set them up.
Zanbi looking for an eat here. 2 players would be great. Indeed, they will grab them. The Moon Knight and the Thor being chomped away here from Zanbi's perspective. There is a little bit of a chase down coming. There should be great capacity for self-peel here. Everyone's going to be able to get out of the environmental danger. What an ultimate from the Angela now. Tickle Dragon going to try and follow this one up with the Rage of Ultron from above. Jarvis Dragon there as well with the Axe of Ichor. J-Mac becomes invincible in the face of CC, but not in the face of damage. The diamond form still burned on through by Tickle Dragon above. Blue Banana Boy sets up on the point, channels for Dance Off the Butterflies. Anyone caught within this AoE is now in major danger, and there's going to be no punish coming through from the Moon Knight as Blue Banana Boy manages to slip away after getting their one.
It's a fantastic moment to push, so if you're Science Academy Esports, because Lemoore High School are staggered from each other, and Jarvis is already ahead of the game, but you have the Doctor Strange teleport. Lemoore High School are grouped up once again.
Grouped up under the Thor. The God of Thunder manages to strike on down, and now it's down to Victursel, giving over all the healing off the back of the Eternal Bond. Tickle Dragon's down in the sky. Jarvis Dragon strikes back, though. Ivy Dragon looking towards the back. Halfway towards the hand of Khonshu, but able to do so much damage nonetheless. Takes to the sky. A good ideal. High ground from above, but doesn't really have sustainability here. Jarvis Dragon, though, has different options. Coming on forward with Ultron can be difficult to try and sustain. But once again, Plushy Slushy with the Rage of Ultron just has so much healing.
That should have been a one fight from Science Academy, but Blue Banana Boy and Plushy Slushy are too stubborn, but in the best way possible. They swung the fight in their favor, and you have a strategist that also frags like a duelist. Plushy Slushy can do it all.
Unreal play thus far from Plushy Slushy. Dude Guy Bro ready to go with the Strangling Prison. Just needs to see an opening. Is knocked on forward by the Thor and might take that as an invitation to try and use their ultimate instead playing a little bit more sustained. A big eat comes through from Zanbi. Saves 3 of their players from the hand of Khonshu, but is blown up under it after all. Ivy Dragon. Unreal plays from the Moon Knight. Khonshu was on their side, as was the raw skill.
That costed a lot of time out of Science Academy Esports. I hate to be all doom and gloom, but they really have to perfect this next push, or this is going to be over very soon. At least they got Tickle Dragon, who has that ultimate going. Drifter, also on the Jeff ultimate, can throw a lot of people from Lemoore High School off the map. But wait a minute, this group's in trouble.
Great isolation coming through from the Angela. Dugai Bro going to try and turn it around right here. And now up close and personal, Dance of the Butterflies is declared. And that's going to give a little bit of peeling space over from that Drifter Dragon Eat, making sure players aren't caught within it. Plushy Slushy going to come through with the follow-up. Angela tries to intercede on behalf of the team, but it is going to be evasive maneuvers now. Survivability was the name of the game here for Science Academy, and they managed to make it work in the face of multiple ultimates.
Just a small reset for Science Academy, and then it has to be pedal to the metal. There's the flyers that you have to worry about from Lemoore High School, and Science Academy, all they care about is playing from front to back, but losing Jarvis, a big setup player for Science Academy, is quite impactful. Science Academy just have to make do, and it's Dot Dragon that's going to carry them to success.
God of Thunder strikes the ground, stuns the group, but the follow-up's there. Dude Guybro manages to take their own revenge, and now J-Mac has access to the Eye of Agamotto. We've seen it time and time again, how much value he gets off of this ultimate, but knowing that this is essentially already a cooked fight for Science Academy, doesn't want to overinvest. He's setting up from above.
Oh, Lemoore High School, they're up to shenanigans, floating down like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. Science Academy have to think of something quick. There's only a minute left to push.
Ivy Dragon does their best to dodge away. The hand of Khonshu in the back pocket of the Moon Knight, with Pine Dragon already grabbing one, Dodge Dragon grabbing another. They managed to turn this one around somehow. J-Mac may have overextended to try and get those 3 stuns, and while the follow-up was there, Science Academy, they just utilized their raw talent to mechanically outduel.
What a wall from Dude Guy, bro. At least you got the stagger on Jarvis. You're going to need everyone involved in this final push for Point B, because these fights are going to get extended. Science Academy need a nice group up, but Lemoore High School are not going to let that happen.
Not gonna let it happen. 4% away from a Strangling Prison here. This could be everything for Dude Guy Bro. Tickle Dragon already taken down. Plushy Slushy takes up their counterparts. And now the Dance of the Butterflies is a dance macabre for the backline. The strategists are torn apart and 15 seconds remain. It's going to be a mad dash for Science Academy to try and get back to the point.
And Dot Dragon's already got the Doctor Strange portal, and it needs to be perfect. But wait, J-Mac is trying to deny it at the last second. Science Academy with their last hurrah. Somebody's got to touch the car, and they can't. Leamore High School take map 2.
On the map pick of Science Academy as well, Leamore High School seem ready for everything. What a great response. We already saw J-Mac already trying to put a counter portal in front of the attempt to try and touch the spawn. We saw a mad movement of the Angela from Jarvis to try and touch the cart as well and get that overtime going, but was interceded upon by LHS Rivals. Great screening of the flanks. What a heads-up play from Leamore High School.
MVP plays from Dude Guy Bro, who just made the Angela so miserable with those isolation walls, soaking up the most amount of damage too. Can't ask for more than what Dude Guy Bro and J-Mac have been doing. So it allows, I mean, when you have triple strategists, you hope that the Vanguards are going to be unkillable in that case, and Blue Banana Boy can go and finish everybody off on the Psylocke, which is what exactly the ultimate is good for, the executions on low HP targets. So it seems like Leamore High School came in with the best game plan to deal with Science Academy.
Yeah, great game plan, and the adaptability all the way through it as well. Rolling out with Blue Banana Boy to start off with on the Magic, knowing they might go up against multiple Vanguards, and just recognizing the best places to utilize the tools they had in their arsenal, and dealing well with what Jarvis was bringing to the table on the Angela as well. That's a very complicated hero to try and interact with, the permanently flying Vanguards. Ivory Dragon had their moment in the sun here, trying to shut down Zombie and not allowing for another miracle off the back of a Jeff, and Zombie definitely showing off a lot of versatility in their own hero pool as well. Was kind of the most important factor on Hell's Heaven, on that Mantis being the linchpin of the entire composition, and now pivoting over onto the Jeff, still getting a lot of value.
I love to give love to strategists, especially Pine Dragon, because on the Cloak and Dagger, a lot of the kits seem simple, but it's actually quite complex in terms of the placement of the ultimate, that healing path, the way that they were able to avoid getting stunned by J-Mac, to place that healing path, the ultimate forward, to allow multiple fights to be happening. You gotta applaud the strategists once again for Science Academy, but it's actually finishing off kills, it's the duelists, it's the damage overall that Science Academy need to refine. And guess what? They're gonna have a break to figure all of that out, along with potentially their final map pick. We'll see what else is up Science Academy's sleeve after this break. Leemore High School are on match point against Science Academy and are one step closer to getting to the grand final. And Science Academy, they got another choice of map leg day. They want to go to Central Park.
This can be a map where, like, Drifter Dragon could definitely get a lot of value off for Jeff, and, like, flyers are very important here. I wouldn't mind seeing an Ultron ban, actually. Slushy Plushy, while they did cop the respect ban of a Star-Lord, the Ultron seems to have been remarkably problematic for Drifter Dragon on the Jeff to try and encounter. The Rage of Ultron comes up super fast, and also because it's like all area of effect damage rather than direct, it's very good at hitting Jeff when he's in that tiny hitbox state of trying to float around underwater. And
the Angela Protect came out of the team that was countering it, which was funny because it was Leemore High School that protected the Angela, but then it was Science Academy that played it, who opted to not protect anything initially to try and keep, well, their strategies hidden as far out as possible. But it was Leemore High School that had the ultimate counter to the Angela, whether it was the Groot wall-offs or just straight damaging the Angela and sealing off any exit she was trying to get to.
Yeah, just the ability to go for a mid-air chase on the Angela as well from the Ultron, very valuable. This is going to be the biggest test for Science Academy, being down 2-0, including losing their own map pick. It's going to be huge from their coach to try and figure out how they're going to adapt their bans and how they can try and get a leg up on Leemore.
So the usual Hela and Rocket bans, what else is new? But the Protects is what's really going to tell you a lot about what they're going to run, which sometimes if you're pretty flexible, then you just stick to protecting strategist. And this Invisible Woman has been crucial for Science Academy for that push and pull to get those early win cons. But now the Star-Lord gets protected, and that's probably going to be for Blue Banana Boy or Plushy Slushy.
Yeah, Plushy Slushy definitely felt good for that one. It seems like Tickle Dragon is remaining in place of Lucky Dragon. Don't know if Tickle Dragon's going to be as keen to meet in a Star-Lord versus Star-Lord, given what happened in Hell's Heaven. And the Luna's off the table now as well, which means that there's not going to be that capacity to, like, put a Snowflake on a flanker and allow them to operate pretty independently while you're healing your Vanguards up.
No Mantis, so are we protecting the Venom again for Science Academy? Although didn't get to see it as much. See where Science Academy want to go, because then if there's a lot of the Mantis being banned, means it's a little bit harder to deal with the Venom. But Science Academy have really relied on this Angela, the Doctor Strange, and now bringing back the Emma.
Okay, keeping that Emma on deck I think is pretty valuable, just knowing that you're, oh, this is dangerous. the Jeff is back. And given that it wasn't protected by Science Academy, I don't know if this is a huge part of their overall game plan. The ban of the Moon Knight is actually pretty important. Ivy Dragon was using their Hand of Conchu ultimate a lot to try and shut down Zombie's own It's Jeff, knowing that they could just put it down exactly where the Jeff spawns and kind of insta-destroy that shark when they emerge. So I love the preemptive ban. Oh, that's great. Like, J-Mac's just been so lights out on the Doctor Strange. I think a target ban here, knowing that you're not playing much Strange yourself, is all value for Science Academy.
So Emma, Thor, Groot, Thing, like there's so many Vanguard choices coming up, and I think Emma can slot in almost anywhere to deal with flyers, to be a solo Vanguard if someone needs to go dive or anything like that. And she's so versatile in that way and so strong in close quarters, at range, everything. And that's why Emma is one of the strongest Vanguards in the game. And just the Moon Knight ban is so disrespectful for Ivy, who dropped 20,000 damage, the most amount on Science Academy's side, and Leemore High School wanted to strike at the best player.
I mean, why not? Just getting rid of all of those power players, definitely going to be one of the best ways to try and hamstring your opponent. Ivy Dragon's going to do their best Plushy Slushy cosplay here and pivot over from their duelist role onto the Ultron. Ultron's a strategist who kind of like AFK heals, like isn't as invested in all of that healing mumbo jumbo. Very mechanics focused. It's all about getting the beam in the right place at the right time to try and find those finishing blows from an aerial perspective.
I was gonna say we may need to pause because Jarvis is not in the lobby. Jarvis, connect to this lobby, please.
please connect.
And it's the defense. So this first fight matters a lot, especially when there's no Doctor Strange that can teleport the defense back into a lost fight to stall things out, maybe even overthrow Leemore High School if they get the ball rolling early. So we'll see. We'll hope Jarvis is okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking about what Jarvis could potentially slot in to this composition. We did see a lot of value come off of the Angela previously. Looking at what Leemore High School have on the other side, we don't have great options to try and shut down an airborne threat like an Angela, but we may see like a whole team pivot towards yet another Ultron comp if Jarvis is seen on that. Other major option would probably be to play the Magneto, who's got the team up with the Emma Frost, allowing him to like duplicate himself and get more value out of his shields and projected bubbles. And I wouldn't mind that one, to be honest, if Science Academy want to play more of like a insular, static, sit in the choke and don't let LHS move past kind of defense. Jarvis could definitely get a lot of value out of the Magneto there.
I think the Groot would be really strong on that at least initial fight because the defense can wall people off as they come in. Although Jarvis showed a lot more Angela previously, Dude Guy Bro's on the Penny Parker, which is just to kind of hide what they're actually going to be playing because that would be Hyper Troll. But Dude Guy Bro was my favorite player to watch on the Leemore High School side. Just, I think, one of the best players. It's hard to pick between him and J-Mac, but the Groot was insane last map.
Yeah, like, and it's very important when we highlight these Vanguard players as well, that, like, it's not all about their mechanics. Like, getting huge value off of these Vanguard, like, big, bulky frontliners requires a lot of good planning and execution on your plans, being able to, like, set up your walls correctly, being able to choose the right time to use your ultimate, especially if you're J-Mac, where you're very vulnerable to getting CC during the channel of the Eye of Agamotto, and J-Mac was always picking the right times, as well as being able to set up set plays as well. These are plays that probably have been worked on in scrims. We saw J-Mac dropping down on the team from above on Idris Path second.
That was so cool.
And that's the kind of thing that, like, you've gone through with your coach, you've gone through with your team. Like, I'm going to make this play. It has inherent risk, but the reward is huge. So you guys need to be in a position to try and capitalize off it if we can make it work.
Well, Jarvis is not listening right now, not able to connect to the lobby. Not his fault. Jarvis, the computer, his computer's not working, but we're going to throw to a break to make sure that he's not too stressed, not pressured. We're going to listen to some nice music, get a word from our sponsors, and we'll see you guys all for Game 3.
We are trying to build the definitive amateur ecosystem for esports here in the United States and beyond.
I think esports and gaming are important for students. It's a way for them to build a community.
Goes wide open, and Swaz ties us up, clutching up at the last moment.
This opportunity's got to be once in a lifetime for the kids.
We are here at the Pro Bowl for the Madden Youth Championship first finals from our fall season 2024. We have always had kids across the country playing the Madden game, representing their schools in our esports leagues, but to have the first officially sanctioned EA and NFL Madden Youth Championship makes the competition in Madden in our network extra special.
The NFL is excited to have partnered with Playversus, and there really wasn't anybody else that we wanted to partner with for this Madden Youth Championship.
The feeling in the building today is incredible.
To see what it's like to be on the stage, to see the professional athletes, the cheerleaders, the mascots, the esports players, just an awesome event for them, just to see what they could be one day.
It doesn't matter what you look like, what your favorite sport is. It brings in so many different kids, and you know, it's pretty cool to see.
Cool opportunity for people who may not have the opportunity to play other sports. I'm really excited to get this going.
And he throws an interception.
These guys are super good. I can tell they're excited, but they're definitely nervous too.
And he's out of bounds. Oh my goodness.
And our Madden Youth champion is Michael Murrin.
We brought in esports, and it just increases our population as far as attendance, GPA, and the atmosphere of our school just get uplifted.
As the leader in esports platforms in this country, there was no other choice but to work with PlayVersus.
Today we actually were invited to play an exhibition game at the Colorado State Championship for Unified Esports, and we're super excited. We were honored to play here. Some of my players don't talk to people in school, they're super shy, and when they play esports, it's the first time I've seen them like smile, laugh, talk to each other, have sportsmanship. So they're on cloud nine right now. It's been amazing.
It's kind of crazy. It actually looks exactly like the things I see on YouTube. It's actually pretty fun. In school to be saying the craziest things just so like they be laughing and stuff.
Yeah, I want other students to be more confident and be nice, and want you all to join esports again. I love all my friends and I love all my teammates too.
This is a culmination of a lot of years of hard work in helping us at the CHSAA office really close the gap on belonging in high schools. So this is an opportunity for us to connect with kids who play video games and now have the opportunity to represent their school.
I would definitely say, like most of my experience with Unified, just do it. You do not have to be an expert. There's so much support from PlayVersus. Do it and you will learn along the way. Even the kids can teach you, and it's been amazing. We really want to thank Special Olympics Colorado for this opportunity. It's been so much fun and we're really grateful.
So today we brought two founders, Ari Pirani and Stephen Lim, to speak at Linwood High School.
What is the thing you're bringing to the team? You know, if you're a designer, then great. What makes you a great designer? If you're an artist, what makes you a great artist?
I think they really learned it's possible to go into a career in gaming.
It's an amazing opportunity to bring really top executives in front of high school students.
If you work really hard at it and you're thoughtful about what you do, there's really no limit to how much you can build a career.
I've seen a lot of these kids, you know, they're kind of shy and, you know, they put their headphones on and they're at their keyboard, they become a totally different person.
They were able to come in with PlayVersus and started competing. It was just something that helped nourish their teamwork skills.
And just being able to give them an opportunity to be part of something bigger.
I think the fact that you're in a program is super helpful because you were here, you're making those connections.
It's positive for the students, it teaches them team building skills, you know, kind of life skills. And for us to be able to participate and kind of support PlayVersus and building out that platform is something that we're super excited to do.
I will never forget at the end of our very first season, whenever one of our coaches called me up and she said, "You'll never believe this. Our kids are actually sitting together in the hallway. We're actually friends outside of the team." So to be able to see that impact that PlayVersus provided to our students was unbelievably huge. We've been very excited to announce that we've had two different students that each got over $90,000 in scholarship offers just by playing on their team through PlayVersus.
Some of the skills I've seen develop are definitely resiliency, communication. A lot of these kids aren't used to being expected to communicate with coaches, with other teachers, with teammates. So a lot of these like interpersonal skills as well, massive growth.
And then just the community. I mean, these kids, none of them play football and none of them play those big sports. And just to see them build a really positive, supportive community that is their place, like they're comfortable. And to watch them grow into that has been really cool.
This player in particular was a bit introverted, a bit shy, and for whatever reason, the grades were not looking good. Straight D's, straight F's, and so it just looked like this player just wasn't set up for a really good path. When they found out that we have an opportunity, it totally changed this kid's life around, at least from my perspective. his grades got up to straight B's and A's, and seeing him come alive and really socialize with everyone else in the team, it's really been heartwarming.
I can't think of a reason not to have esports, and you can attract a wider range of students to do extracurricular activities, which is very important. I don't think it's a matter of having to chase them down or try to get someone to play a sport that's different. They're going to jump right in.
Things that it has affected me mentally would be the community that I've been introduced to that I've never seen before. A lot of the time, I feel very disconnected from the people around me, and getting into video games has helped me in finding a place within it all.
With like how much like esports is integrated into like my school life, it's always kept me involved and like wanting to do other things with school. So I'm like, okay, I'm doing esports, I might as well participate.
Nice numbers.
Welcome back, everyone, to Play versus Upgrade Arena. We're ready for Game 3. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. And we got Jarvis in the lobby, which glad we connected here. We're still on Central Park, same bands, same thing, and Science Academy still on defense.
And same city, Central Park sitting in the middle of it. This can be a very interesting point to see the Angela fly around on, as there are some very viable flank routes that can give you great access to behind the vanguards. So there's going to have to be a lot of heads up play here from Dot Dragon to make sure they're keeping that diamond form, that CC immunity, for when potentially Dude Guybro manages to wrap around behind and try and stab him into the LHS team.
Very honest Marvel Rivals from Science Academy to stick to the same defensive comp that they were showing originally. We were wondering where Jarvis was going to fit in, and it's the same win condition as the previous map. But Jarvis gets punished yet again. Fantastic first blood from J-Mac. Now Leemore High School set sail towards the point.
If you're solo vanguarding on Dot Dragon, you're feeling very vulnerable right now, but J-Mac's looking towards the back, trying to get those strategists with the iron volleys, just protecting their own sentience, seized by the Emma. What a great stab off coming through from Dude Guybro, but still evasion on the cards here for the Ultron in towards the back. Blue Banana Boy, but unable to disengage. Pine Dragon's there with the punish, and now the Ultron drone drags everybody forward. You can get back so quickly if you fall as Angela, because she just flies so fast. And Dude Guybro is going to have to do the exact same thing. Not even a singular tick given over here. Science Academy, they bend, but they don't break.
And that's just the adaptations on the fly. They bend, but they do not break. Science Academy being able to still thrive and punish the opposition, Angela. And now Leemore High School, they could set the path of healing off of that Cloak and Dagger ultimate. But wait, Ivy Dragon has had enough of this.
Ivy Dragon looking towards a potential victim, wants to shut down that Jeff, but the timing's great from Zanbi here, knowing exactly when the ult was going to finish, and the follow-up is good as well. Pine Dragon taken off the map. Zanbi makes the ultimate sacrifice for the ultimate play, and this is surely going to be the first tick, and perhaps even more, because guess what? No portal's going to come on back. That was the final ban from Science Academy. They wanted to shut down J-Mac, but they may have also shut down their own capacity to recontest.
And Leemore High School just earned the Galactic Legend for Plushy Slushy that has slipped through the cracks, unbanned, and now uncontested. That was the best hero we saw at a Plushy Slushy as a clear MVP from map 1. But wait, Blue Banana Boy races to a first kill.
Gonna be Plushy Slushy now over the top of it, trying to get some value here. Great duel in midair from Ivy Dragon inside of the invisible boundary. Science Academy Esports, they deployed 2 ultimates to try and defend themselves, but get great value off the top of it. And now it's down to Jarvis Dragon, just doing their best in terms of survivability to keep this cart from moving forward. Heaven's Retribution in the back from Dude Guybro. J-Mac gonna try and lay down the damage on top of it here with the Meteor M, but great midair block. Jarvis Dragon is so heads up with it. Tickle Dragon finds the opening, looking towards the back. All of these players dragged on in. They're unable to escape the cannons being let loose from Tickle Dragon, and Tickling is far from on the docket as Plushy Slushy does a bunch of damage to that Jeff and sends Drifter Dragon back to spawn.
Science Academy are just permanently flanking, and Lemoore High School are just surrounded by threats, able to still thrive on, but now having to reset, return to spawn after warding away Jarvis on this Angela. Like you said, the good block, but now Lemoore High School have their own Jeff ultimate, and not as impactful, but maybe could get a good toss back to reset the fight in their favor.
Rage of Ultron seen. Going to be trying to prioritize like Jeff, surely, but it seems like Jeff has managed to slip through this. It's just all about survivability. Zombie just plays inside of her own healing pool to survive all the incoming damage, and Drifter Dragon's been found on the other side. J-Max there with the great sword of Magneto to cut through with Jeff and turn them into sushi. The disengage comes on through. Dragon rejoins on the Thor for that greater brawling power, but finds himself isolated early.
The Thor is going to be strong to protect in close quarters like the end of this checkpoint is looking like, but Victor could really carry this fight with a good cloak and dagger ultimate and try and set the path of where you want this fight to take place. But Science Academy are the ones pulling the trigger on the initiative in this fight.
Dragon moving forward, moving quickly, and it's going to be Tickle Dragon in towards the back. Plushy Slushy now tries to counter strike. Great play with the invisible boundary here from Pine Dragon, forcing out all of those resources. J-Mac with another double. Jarvis and Drifter, Tickle Dragon next. J-Mac on an absolute mechanical masterclass as an attempt to turn this round comes from Dragon. The God of Thunder hits the ground but doesn't hit Payda in this case. What a masterclass.
And even after the rough start, Lemoore High School recalibrated, just knew when to counter and when to punish Science Academy, who went forward and not even needing to use the strategist ultimate I had pointed out. It's just Plushy Slushy all day and night. Lemoore High School have a pretty healthy time bank too, over 3 minutes to get to the end of the map, but now it's Tickle Dragon's turn to carry.
Oh, Tickle Dragon needs all the help they can get. The mid-air heals were good, and the hit onto Zanby's even better. Victursul down into a pit. That cancels the ultimate. Great value from Jarvis Dragon. The resurrections are going to be ready, coming through from Blue Banana Boy, and the deaths are going to be surely coming thick and fast inside of his Heaven's Retribution, laying down by Jarvis Dragon. But the healing's good as well. And there's good Pierce coming through. Zanby just making sure that everyone's staying on top of their game, on top of their HP pools. Moving up through this zone is very dangerous as Drifter Dragon grabs a pair of allies but can't escape with them in their mouth. Simply drops them off before falling in their own right, and this is an opening for LHS. Zombie going to be looking for a place to lay down the It's Jeff surely and send everyone down into those very dangerous pits inside of the invisible boundary. There are plenty of victims. It seems like there's only a singular Loki clone inside. What a bait and switch.
Both Jeff ultimates can't get any value because there's such good attention from both sides to kill that damn shark. Lemoore High School, they had the right answer. Even Blue Banana Boy, who flexed from Duelist to his third strategist to get that resurrect, to bring back two crucial strategists so that Lemoore High School could even extend the fight to this point. But now they're limited on time. Less than 2 minutes to go. But Plushy Slushy could help propel them to a victory. He just needs some low HP targets, and that's when he's going to strike.
Ideally, a force onto Pine Dragon as well would be great. Oh my goodness. Down into the pit. Jarvis Dragon getting the rarest of environmental kills. Knows the Angela versus Angela matchup so well. And Science Academy, they're likely just going to be able to chase Plushy Slushy out of here in this sort of like 4 versus 1 scenario. Plushy Slushy is doing a good job of demanding all of this attention, coming in close and personal. Could they win the 1 versus 1? Oh, Plushy Slushy thinks it's winnable. This is quite brave, and at this range, just have an advantage. Jarvis Dragon's fallen off the map. Tickle Dragon gonna face their own couple of errors here, as it is going to be the Thor taking off the map. Zombie making sure there's no chance of survival. Tickle Dragon takes out their counterpart, but when the dust settles, Lemoore, they appear to have control of the cart.
Talk about backs against the wall. We weren't sure about Plushy Slushy, but Zanby also kidnapped everyone with the Jeff ultimate in the middle of the invisible boundary. Science Academy lost their Angela early. Lemoore High School, this is the time to go all the way.
Blue Banana Boy looking to try and play around the outside, set up a res once many of their players have fallen on down. Victursul, the first one to go. Ball right back. Blue Banana Boy, great supportive play here with the resurrection. Heaven's Retribution in the back. Dude, Guybrush is going to cut through them all. And now it's time for Drifter Dragon to try and turn this one around. Drags a couple of players into freedom. Ivy Dragon brings up the invisible boundary after copying it away from their counterparts. Moving over, bringing up the Guardian Shield. It's so difficult for the Angela to get anything done when faced with this much slowing pressure. Blue Banana Boy ends up in the pit down below. Ivy Dragon sets up the herd of doppelgangers, and it's all great support for Jarvis Dragon, who lays down Heaven's Retribution, grabs them into the most vulnerable positions, and has to force out Victursal's Eternal Bond for even more healing for Limor to try and finish this one off.
Oh, did Lemoore High School, do they still have gas in the tank? Every kill matters for the Science Academy Esports side, but Lemoore High School are done playing around. They even have a kidnap. The Jeff Ultimate is taking away crucial members from Science Academy, and they will fall. Lemoore High School are just about to hit that finish line, and so they do with no time remaining.
No time remaining, but a full finish nonetheless. Lemoore High School, they really had to run up against it on that third and final point. Science Academy Esports did a great job of leveraging the geographic and the topographic advantages you get at the top of that staircase, knowing that there's a death drop on one of those sides. And that's exactly what both of those Angelas were playing for. And it's reflected in Jarvis Dragon currently holding the ace for Science Academy at 6 final hits and a huge amount of damage. This is actually an uncannily high amount of damage for an Angela.
It's kind of a big game of chess of how you can counter the other Angela and go forward when that kill does ring true. Lemoore High School, just a lot of resiliency to just keep pushing, especially identifying those moments where, okay, Plushy Slushy is in the enemy base with an ultimate. We gotta push it. We gotta believe. And Lemoore High School have that next level trust in each other to go for what seems so crazy on paper, but ends up working out in the end. And Lemoore High School, with that finish, have set the potential final win condition. Science Academy have to complete the map and send us into extra rounds, extra innings, or Lemoore High School will go to the grand final.
And Lemoore may well go there with an unblemished record, because some would say that a full completion on Central Park is more than you could possibly ask for. It's a quite defensively favored map. And now Science Academy are going to have to go into a hardened zone. Jarvis Dragon gets a great opening here for Tickle Dragon to try and finish off on. Can they get the Groot? What an opener!
So far, so good. You got the kill confirmed too. You always got to follow up with what your Bucky is setting up. Science Academy need to help their Thor, though. Dot Dragon dangerously low, but the strategists are on top of it.
They are, but Tickle Dragon might be on top of them. Rotter Stern just fires bullet after bullet into that narrow corridor, and it's managing to hit multiple players at once. Venom isolated, a follow-up could be there, just coming up close. Tickle Dragon is just absolutely brutal. He's so brave over here. It's audacious, yes. The punishment should be there, coming through from the side of the Emma Frost, and now Zambi's going to relieve the pressure. Out comes the It's Jeffy, lays down a puddle of healing on the floor as well for all of those who contest the point to try and use to their pleasure. But Dot Dragon's got ideas, has the God of Thunder ready to drop down on the back line. The stuns aren't quite there. It must have been right-clicked by Victurso before using their Eternal Bond. Heads up play from a Cloak and Dagger. The extra 4 force is good, but Pine Dragon falling is no good for Science Academy. Drifter Dragon looks on from afar. Another fantastic right-click. Victurso is so on top of things right now.
Details are important. Lemoore High School using 2 strategist ultimates. Science Academy only having 1, and Ivy Dragon earned that Loki ultimate at the very end and was hesitant on whether to invest it or not. So smart for Science Academy to just hold on to those ultimates and go for a more guaranteed opportunity when Lemoore High School are exhausted of options. So Science Academy did get that point or did not get the point going, and are now getting pushed by Lemoore High School so aggressively.
Oh, Plushy Slushy. What can this guy not play? Like the Ultron for a strategist, for Star-Lord, for a duelist, now the Venom as well, getting so much value. Plushy Slushy might be one of the most valuable players we have, just in terms of versatility.
Yeah, just playing all 3 roles. This is a must-sign player if you're a collegiate scout, but Science Academy, do they know? Plushy Slushy is right behind them. Science Academy at least have 3 strategists, so they can try to divvy up their attention, but somebody has to deal with this Venom.
God Dragon in the back, lays down the God of Thunder damage. Not quite there. Good shielding from the Magneto. and Zunbi still has the opportunity to escape if they want, utilizing that. It's Jeff, but instead decides to take the other way out. Jarvis has grabbed a Venom in the back. Dot Dragon mind controlled here by the Sonic Seduction of the Emma Frost, moving in close and personal. J-Mac takes to the skies. It's going to be the Meteor M yet again. They want to try and shut down Tickle Dragon, but can't quite connect, and Tickle Dragon starts to chain together again and again. The kill after kill. The frags are piling up, and a re-engagement might be a little bit more difficult for LHS.
And Science Academy are showing why they belong in this semi-final. Just being able to stay coordinated through Lemoore High School, flanking, surrounding them, throwing every ultimate at them, and for Tickle Dragon to stand up on his own 2 feet, throw in the Bucky ultimate to finish off this fight in good fashion. Science Academy didn't have to expend too much of their time bank to get this done, and now they even have a Jeff ultimate to try and rally through, but Tickle Dragon got pulled.
Great counter Bucky play here from Plushy Slushy. Once again, moving on to yet another new hero. Not the Venom now, instead going to be the Bucky. Utilizing the overall value that the Winter Soldier brings to the table. And Zanbi takes out their counterpart. Drifted Dragon drowns under the deluge-driven fourth. Oh, Plushy Slushy sees an opportunity. Is grabbed in their own right. Dot Dragon taken out on the other side. No reset for the ultimates. And so it is going to be a momentary pause for LHS.
And you can't teach that kind of clutch mentality from Lemoore High School. Now they're spawn camping. They're throwing ults at Science Academy before they even know what's going on. This could be a point where Lemoore High School take a lot of time out of this bank and maybe even full hold. But Science Academy, they have different plans. They're rotating around this push.
Great right clicks here from Zanbi, just making sure there's no easy flight in for Jarvis Dragon. Got a Thunder Strikes yet again, and this is going to be Zanbi escaping the incoming danger. 4 allies grabbed, they're going to be easily healed on up. The question is, does Zanbi want to go off the map here with the Angela? Indeed, makes the ultimate sacrifice to make sure that Jarvis cannot follow up on the ultimate invested before that. Ivy Dragon uses the God of Mischief. Should have access to yet another invisible boundary, and there it is, drawn on up to try and stop Plushy Slushy's movement forward. Continually slowed as you cross the boundary, yes, but even with that, Vic Tursler's given over so much space with the Eternal Bond. Huge value from the Cloak and Dagger.
Lemoore High School just coming together when it matters the most. And wait, Plushy Slushy's ulting their spawn again. This is disrespectful. This is a team that thrives when the stakes are at its highest. And J-Mac has something else on the menu. The Meteor M. Dude, Guybro can draw them all into it with the Emma Frost ultimate. There's so many good options from this defense. Science Academy gotta lock in. There's only a minute left, or Lemoore High School are going to the finals.
Science Academy need a hero, and that hero has to be Tickle Dragon. With access to the ultimate, looking in towards the back, Sonic Seduction is very dangerous. Tickle Dragon's drawn on in, and well, that might well be everything. Plushy Slushy takes down their counterpart, J-Mac. I think that for Science Academy, we just have to call this fight curtains. Go for one final one later.
You gotta try and escape while you can, and try to rotate out towards the left side. Science Academy have shown that understanding of the map. Drifter have a good opportunity to just grab some Lemoore High School's players and just separate them away from the flock. Science Academy do try to break through out of spawn.
Jarvis grabs a player. The follow-up could be good here. Over onto that Emma Frost, but uses the Diamond Form for the CC immunity and the damage reduction. J-Mac just holds the front line. Up goes the invisible boundary. Dot Dragon moves on in with the Meteor M. Once the back line finds nothing, the healing's just too good, and they can rebuff all the damage that comes on in. It's J-Mac's turn now, and Drifter Dragon's taken down in record time. Zanbi combines the damage with the Magneto to make sure that survivability is going to be on the table. Ivy Dragon's down. Zombie round the back, and it's Chef Eat to remember as they take one of the Vanguards off of the point. Plushy Slushy can return to a fight, but there will be no such mercy for Magneto. Science Academy are running low on friends, low on time, and low on hope as Lemoore High School, with a flawless record 3-0, should be able to get themselves into the winner's position and the inter-regional finals. There is a potential for Jarvis Dragon to do something here. Up on the backhand side, has plenty of weapon charge, grabbed out by the Carbon Crush. Plushy Slush is here as well. Tickle Dragon has an ult going up against the Horde. Can they do it all alone? Someone needs to be on the point at all times as all of his squishy members are ready to take on down for the Galactic Legend. Next up is going to be the Cloak and Dagger, but on 1 HP. The final hit is there from J-Mac as the Vanguard once again stands strong, and Lemoore take it away.
I just can't believe Lemoore High School got away with that when Science Academy had such close respawns. Lemoore High School never let go of their stranglehold on this team. They may have slipped up and given up the point, but Lemoore High School full held it afterwards. And like you said, a flawless run through the bracket, a flawless execution of their semifinal. And we say goodbye to Science Academy in this bracket, but this says a lot to the skill that Lemoore High School are going to be bringing against Fury Royal in that grand final.
Yeah, that is going to be an absolute banger as our Pacific bracket is concluded with Lemoore High School winning out on that one, but still inter-conference, inter-regional competition remains to be seen. And with both of our teams winning fairly cleanly in 3-0 and 3-1 fashions, it's going to be an absolute giga banger in our last best of four. Best of five even.
Yeah, I hope we get like at least 4 games though. Like, especially at like a team like Lemoore High School, it's hard to pick your favorite player. I mean, Plushy Slushy dominated in the skies when it was Star-Lord, or pulled people in on the Winter Soldier, to such incredible supportive plays from the strategist of Victor and Zambi, or even Blue Banana Boy, depending on which role he felt like playing that day, whether it's duelist, strategist, vanguards. Blue Banana Boy did it all. J-Mac and Dude Guy Bro, from Groots to Doctor Stranges to Magnetos, the how flexible, how versatile they were in their Vanguard pool was so impressive. And you don't see this level of skill unless you're at least collegiate plus. So I'm so impressed by the potential these players have, and they're just in high school.
Yeah, there's a lot of room here to have these players picked up by top-level collegiate teams, as well as compete in their own rights. Java Dragon was so impressive in the Angela versus Angela, but in the end, it wasn't enough to go up against the consistent excellence of Lemoore High School. They just seem so well drilled. And we saw Plushy Slushy in particular with so many different roles, so much opportunity to swap around, always reacting to the state of the game and knowing the right way to try and solve it.
I think if I had to declare an MVP, I gotta agree with the MVP card that the game gave to J-Mac. Like 24,000 damage, 36 limbs, 18 final hits. Like, J-Mac feels like he's smurfing. Like, just even from map 1, like the Doctor Strange stuns that he was getting with the ults were insane. So I don't know how Fury Royal are gonna put up with this in our grand final coming up.
Yeah, let's have a look at our bracket to see how that grand final has shaped on up from our quarter-finals onwards here. A Play vs. Upgrade Arena featuring Marvel Rivals. Fury Royal is going to be meeting Lemoore High School, both of whom have had pretty flawless runs so far, with Fury Royal only dropping the singular map to SPHS.
This has been such a fantastic tournament, and I want to show some love to Play vs. 2, who has been a platform supporting high school esports in so many different games, now bringing Marvel Rivals to the table, which has been such an exciting game to watch. And this is, you know, the first stepping stone to a lot of players really blossoming and developing their esports careers, acquiring new skills, whether just obviously in the game, but also as young players, whether it's kind of mental composure, leadership, communication amongst their peers, and the balance of the workloads of scrimming as a professional team while also balancing good grades and all the other endeavors. So excited for our grand finals, y'all. We got Fury Royal versus Lemoore High School. Let us know in the chat if you think Lemoore High School could be perfect throughout. Can they take the final in a sweep? I don't think Fury Royal are going to let that happen though, but we're going to have to recline our seats because we're having a break to make sure our other team is ready to go. So go and get cozy, y'all, in your Anda seats or whatever lame chair you're having that's not an Anda seat, and we'll see you after the break.
Nice numbers. Hey
everyone. Welcome to the Play versus Cup Finals presented by Zenny.
Close, and that's going to be an instant pick with a triple Terra Surge, and the blade combo still works wonders.
Like, look at this. Am I watching EVO Grand Finals? What is going on here?
Get off as well, or just slow down Goldheart. Dude, what are they feeding this kid?
Shout out Play versus. Y'all doing a good thing.
Over $400,000 in scholarships.
Oh!
Play versus is cool. I hope they do more stuff.
Yes, I hope they bring us back for next year.
You are officially our Play versus 2025 Coach of the Year.
Oh my gosh!
Our goal is to impact as many kids and just provide those opportunities for students.
So thank you so much, Vandy.com, for supporting Play versus all these high school students.
We are trying to build the definitive amateur ecosystem for esports here in the United States and beyond.
I think esports and gaming are important for students. It's a way for them to build a community.
Goes wide open, and Swaz ties us up, clutching up at the last moment. This opportunity's got to be once in a lifetime for the kids.
We are here at the Pro Bowl for the Madden Youth Championship first finals from our fall season 2024. We have always had kids across the country playing the Madden game, representing their schools and our esports leagues, but to have the first officially sanctioned EA and NFL Madden Youth Championship makes the competition in Madden in our network extra special.
The NFL is excited to have partnered with Play versus, and there really wasn't anybody else that we wanted to partner with for this Madden Youth Championship.
The feeling in the building today is incredible.
To see what it's like to be on the stage, to see the professional athletes, the cheerleaders, the mascots, the esports players, just an awesome event for them. Just to see what they could be one day.
It doesn't matter what you look like, what your favorite sport is. It brings in so many different kids, and it's pretty cool to see.
Cool opportunity for people who may not have the opportunity to play other sports. I'm really excited to get this going.
And he throws an interception. These guys are super good. I can tell they're excited, but they're definitely nervous too. And he's out of bounds! Oh my goodness! And our Madden Youth champion is Michael Murrin.
We brought in esports, and it just increases our population as far as attendance, GPA, and the atmosphere of our school just get uplifted.
As the leader in esports platforms in this country, there was no other choice but to work with Play versus.
Today we actually were invited to play an exhibition game at the Colorado State Championship for Unified Esports, and we're super excited. We were honored to play here. Some of my players don't talk to people in school, they're super shy, and when they play esports, it's the first time I've seen them like smile, laugh, talk to each other, have sportsmanship. So they're on cloud nine right now. It's been amazing.
It's kind of crazy. It actually looks exactly like the things I see on YouTube. This outright is actually pretty fun. In school to be saying the craziest things just so like they be laughing and stuff.
Yeah, I want other students to be more confident and be nice and want you all to join esports again. I love all my friends and I love all my teammates too.
This is a culmination of a lot of years of hard work in helping us at the CHSAA office really close the gap on belonging in high schools. So this is an opportunity for us to connect with kids who play video games and now have the opportunity to represent their school.
I would definitely say, like most of my experience with Unified, just do it. You do not have to be an expert. There's so much support from Play versus. Do it and you will learn along the way. Even the kids can teach you, and it's been amazing. We really want to thank Special Olympics Colorado for this opportunity. It's been so much fun and we're really grateful.
So today we brought two founders, Ari Pirani and Stephen Lim, to speak at Linwood High School.
What is the thing you're bringing to the team? You know, if you're a designer, then great. What makes you a great designer? If you're an artist, what makes you a great artist?
I think they really learned it's possible to go into a career in gaming.
It's an amazing opportunity to bring really top executives in front of high school students.
If you work really hard at it and you're thoughtful about what you do, there's really no limit to how much you can build a career.
I've seen a lot of these kids, you know, they're kind of shy and, you know, they put their headphones on and they're at their keyboard, they become a totally different person.
They were able to come in with Play Versus and started competing. It was just something that helped nourish their teamwork skills.
And just being able to give them an opportunity to be part of something bigger.
I think the fact that you're in a program is super helpful because you were here, you're making those connections.
It's positive for the students, it teaches them team building skills, you know, kind of life skills. And for us to be able to participate and kind of support Play Versus and building out that platform is something that we're super excited to do.
I will never forget at the end of our very first season, whenever one of our coaches called me up and she said, "You'll never believe this. Our kids are actually sitting together in the hallway. They're actually friends outside of the team." So to be able to see that impact that Play Versus provided to our students was unbelievably huge. We've been very, very excited to announce that we've had 2 different students that each got over $90,000 in scholarship offers just by playing on their team through Play Versus.
Some of the skills I've seen develop are definitely resiliency, communication. A lot of these kids aren't used to being expected to communicate with coaches, with other teachers, with teammates. So a lot of these like interpersonal skills as well, massive growth.
And then just the community. I mean, these kids, none of them play football and none of them play those big sports. And just to see them build a really positive, supportive community that is their place, like they're comfortable. And to watch them grow into that has been really cool.
This player in particular was a bit introverted, a bit shy, and for whatever reason, the grades were not looking good. Straight D's, straight F's, and so it just looked like this player just wasn't set up for a really good path. When they found out that we have an opportunity, it totally changed this kid's life around, at least from my perspective. His grades got up to straight B's and A's, and seeing him come alive and really socialize with everyone else on the team, it's really been heartwarming.
I can't think of a reason not to have esports, and you can attract a wider range of students to do extracurricular activities, which is very important. I don't think it's a matter of having to chase them down or try to get someone to play a sport that's different. They're going to jump right in.
Things that it has affected me mentally would be the community that I have been introduced to that I've never seen before. A lot of the time, I feel very disconnected from the people around me, and getting into video games has helped me in finding a place within it all.
With like how much like esports is integrated into like my school life, it's always kept me involved and like wanting to do other things with school. So I'm like, okay, I'm doing esports, I might as well participate in like academic level competitions. Esports has given me almost the confidence to feel like, you know what, I can do this too. I'll give it a shot. So it's really pushed me to like do better and just be more involved.
My advice to new coaches or coaches that are thinking about jumping on esports is just do it. You don't know anything about gaming, or can you like what does an esports program even look like? But everything really it becomes what it's supposed to become when you get the kids involved in the things that they enjoy. Like the kids will explain the games to you. The kids will tell you like, hey, I think it'd be really great if we could do this. So like more people in your community are going to be willing to support you than you would think.
Watching our kids get connected to an activity to where there's community building, to where they have scholarship opportunities, to where they're really learning how to work together as a team is something that I just can't replicate in a lot of different ways.
There are not a lot of players in Colorado that can take a stock.
at all from Jonathan.
Setup is actually not that great. You get launched too high with any of the throws. That's what we're kind of watching for there. That's trying to get into the space of the square a little bit. He's Jonathan playing kind of on borrowed time, but
my character Wario, he says a lot of things like wah, and one of his moves he does the raise the roof. Everyone in the crowd started chanting it as I was doing the move. I found it pretty funny and memorable.
Now, of course, coming out for Grandview is Jonathan, and Jonathan was the one that really did impress me.
If we did our research correctly, producer could have definitely, or is going to stand by on the mountain that they could be top 10 in Colorado. Jonathan to be one of the best to be in the top 10, there's a reason why Jonathan impresses, is what I'm getting at here.
I really like the opportunity of getting to come compete for Grandview High School. People grab these new opportunities for things like esports and things that might be more less known around the world, and get to show your skills in them. I've been playing ever since I was 9 years old. As a kid, I played Super Smash Bros. Brawl a lot with my parents, my uncle, my sister. It's always been fun for me. And then during the Smash 4 for Wii U, I've gotten more into the competitive side, and saw the content creators and streamers that I've watched throughout the years. It really inspired me to compete in this game.
Right now, Jonathan looking to close out with another JV3.
And it's been very similar too. Just being able to send out Wario so much more in the capacity of being able to send you sky high off the top. And now basically, if you're Jonathan, you want to be hyping up the team with the second one coming in after RJ was able, as you saw Pin kind of take it to RJ a little bit early. Now you see Jonathan with a chance to respond and be able to come out here, and so it would be a big spark to Grandview High and the Super Smash Wolves if they're able to get this perfect, 3-stock advantage in both games. But that's what Avery's here to do, is definitely play spoilers, but it will not happen. The 3-0 both times, Orbital. Jonathan showing up, showing out, and the Super Smash Wolves able to get one back on the board.
Yeah, I've never lost a match. Gets my ego up a little bit, yeah. If anyone does come to take down my winning streak, then it'll probably get me a little bit more serious into this. I'd say throughout the years, I've learned to get my fundamentals down, and the learning curve has been exponential from like the start of my high school career to now. Positively, I feel like playing Smash for high school is definitely helped me make more friends in the community, as well as help people and learn what it is to be a part of a team.
This is getting out of control. Jonathan showing why he's in the top echelon of the power rankings. And I love it every single moment. Wandering around 201. It's the final stock out. We have seen the likes of Penn be able to grab a stock back in awkward but awesome fashion. Is this how it all ends? Shield is up. You know it's coming, and you are waiting for it to happen. You're going to play the ledge as best as you can. Can you bait it out? Shield is ready to go. In goes that air bubble. A little bit of that fishbowl. And there's the waft that we wanted. The down smash read will finish it off. What a glorious victory we had, as that is Grandview High School to take the championship.
In that final, I felt pretty good. It felt really nice winning and seeing the entire team glow up like that. Yeah. My goals are generally to keep doing what I'm doing and keep winning, but I also strive to be a better coach for my teammates and to see how we could work together as a team, maybe build up more character synergy. It was great to see the entire team come together and win. Everyone's grown so much.
It's time for the grand finals of the Play vs. Upgrade Arena featuring Marvel Rivals and none other than our two best teams that have made it here through thick and thin. It's Lemoore High School versus Fury Royal, and I can't think of two better teams to put here. This is going to be a banger leg day.
Yeah, both these teams managed to dominate their region. Fury Royal in the east and in the west. Lemoore High School getting a clean 3-0 in their regional finals. And now, as we have our interregional competition heating up, we have seen exactly how powerful both of these teams can be. But let's not forget what they are playing for as well, because there could be some serious upgrades available for these schools' esports programs, courtesy of our wonderful partners here at Play Versus. We've got Elgato Keylights, we've got JBL Quantum Wireless headsets to hear all the action, and a Seat Special Edition premium gaming chairs for the gaming labs. And of course, if you happen to be the champions, the High Ground Summit keyboard is going to be available.
I love my JBL Quantums because I'm able to like customize all the colors of the RGB, which I exhausted the battery of. But thankfully, you can also use this headset in a wired fashion, and it's not just wireless, which makes it just such a versatile piece of equipment, which we all know players, aka also myself, really suck at charging wireless headsets. So it will never stop you from reaching the top of your game. And you can also stand up straight thanks to Andeseat, but that big prize of the high ground keyboard, which y'all can also grab as well and at a discounted price using code PLAYVERSUS. And this is a limited time, so use !high ground in the chat to know what website to go to and how that all works.
Yeah, those keycaps look absolutely fantastic. I love a nice artisanal keyboard, and High Ground certainly are there to make sure that every single key is willing to respond to your commands and make sure that what you see is what you get when you're heading into the game. Thank you so much, High Ground, for the support and for allowing our audience to get their hands on artisanal keyboards as well with 15% off. Remember to use that code PLAYVERSUS and get yourself an advantage in the lobby.
And our teams are going to need all the advantages they can get, but they're going to have to decide what their fate is going to look like based on the ban and protect system that we have before each map is selected. And I believe we have Hell's Heaven as our map number 1. And you just saw Lemoore High School come off of a very dominant sweep. So I'm wondering if Fury Royal will be more on their level, or Lemoore High School going to go all the way?
I mean, Fury Royal, they dropped a singular map to SPHS beforehand. So coming in, I'd say that Lemoore High School are de facto the preferred team. But then again, we don't know how SPHS was in terms of power level compared to Science Academy. Maybe that was a little bit of a tougher matchup, but Fury Royal had to face. Both of these teams are the undisputed kings of their regions.
Someone I'm looking forward to watching play more, a very unique Vanguard, Shino Tato, who is pretty much been permanently locking Venom or flexing around to Thor, Doctor Strange, and I love me a good Venom player. Here's how the rosters are looking like going into this map, and maybe Shino Tato won't be playing. There's substitutes on a lot of these rosters, so we'll see heading into the game, but speaking of highlight Vanguards too, there's none other than J-Mac making a return from Lemoore High School, who was a very strong Doctor Strange last game.
Yeah, J-Mac versus Itatsune Miku is going to be a great matchup here on the Vanguard side, as both of them seem to prefer the slower-paced, shield-wielding Vanguards like the Magneto, like the Doctor Strange, who really do embody the frontline clashes where, as you said, they've got players like Shino Tato, like Plushy Slushy in some cases, or Dude Guy Bro, going around on the Angela, who like to play those more off-angling Vanguards like the Venom and the Angela, able to try and create these opportunities for the remainder of their teams. Let's jump into the highlights here to remind you what happened in our first match with Fury Royal.
Yeah, they starting off on this domination, which they did win, they dropped that first round to a 0-100 comeback from Suncoast, and we went all the way to the third point where Fury Royal locked in, and then they had this insane defense where it was quite literally impenetrable. They just full held Suncoast on that second map, and then we entered another Hell's Heaven later on. So Fury Royal may have slipped up on one map, but Magellan was flexing to all types of different stuff, showing what our only appearance of Daredevil in our whole tournament so far. So really impressed by Fury Royal's versatility in the heroes.
Yeah, showing some great chops on the Daredevil. Both of these teams feel very confident. It feels like on the Hell's Heaven, as it was a additional pick, played it twice from the side of Fury Royal, and of course the Lemoore were able to just kind of decimate here. They were 200-0 on the Hell's Heaven. Here's Idrisil Path. This was the one map, it's worth noting, but Fury Royal did lose in their matchup. So this might be a great pivot pick for Lemoore if they find themselves at a disadvantage.
Yeah, because it's so much about riding the momentum on that map, and if you're stalled out at all on your attack, especially on that second point of Idrisil's path, that was the real killer for Fury Royal on that side, which I'm sure they're ready to iron out. You got that first series as a warm-up, and it's been quite a journey, and these have been such hard-working students, and I still can't imagine the balance of the workload of between scrims to schoolwork and kind of using your weekend to go and win some amazing prizes so you don't have to ask Santa for, a new headset or a new keyboard. Like you're ready to go.
Yeah, big shout out to the faculty as well, giving up some of their weekend to help these students achieve what we know that they can at the top level of this of a esport competition. The support has been great. Playversus really has been helping these schools transform these into real programs of practice schedules, coaching, the equipment to help these players thrive, and the community, which really helps them feel like they can really belong somewhere, where they have some real friends, and where they can really like care about something and give it their all without having to feel any reservations about committing so much.
And two players that I know that are going to give it their all, Plushy Slushy versus Silly Chicken, the two Star-Lord MVPs from the semifinals. Silly Chicken, I think, could also flex to the Storm. They had that Jeff Nato win condition a lot for Fury Royal at the beginning, so that has to be a target ban for Limor to consider. And I don't know really the weaknesses of Limor, who have been able to flex from the Star-Lord to the Bucky to the Psylocke to any Vanguard that's demanded of them. So a lot more complicated to try and target ban Limor, I think.
Yeah, like Plushy Slushy, as you pointed out, being such a versatile player, playing all three roles does mean that they can pivot into triple tank, triple strategist. They do the regular triple strategist with Plushy Slushy on the Ultron, or they can just go for classic 2-2-2 by utilizing something like Star-Lord or a Winter Soldier, both of which are pretty good for Plushy Slushy. We know that Silly Chicken, on the other side, has shown a pretty great Star-Lord thus far. As we can jump into our map here, it's going to be Hell's Heaven, as we've all come to expect. Definitely seems to be the favorite amongst the domination matchups.
And for Limor's side, they seem to rely more on the Doctor Strange as their main anchor and Dude Guy Bro around the Groot, which is so strong on this very map of just two Vanguards that can play really in tandem and close together. And off of the walls that Dude Guy Bro can put up on the Groot, that was really pivotal for that team as a win condition. On the other side, Hatsune Miku and Shinotato were the main Vanguards, and they flexed anything from like a hybrid dive brawl with the not the Meteor M guy, but with the Magneto with Venom from Shinotato, which we brought up. But they've also been able to flex to the Thor, and already the Groot's off the table for that.
Of course, both these teams, they have been watching the others play. I would not be surprised to see LHS potentially go for a Magneto ban later, especially with that Angela Protect coming out early. We know that Fury Royal had actually made a bit of a habit of banning out the Angela pretty early, seeing the opening here. It's a great riposte coming through from LHS to make sure the Angela is available.
And what's going to be the play for Fury Royal? Now they've gotten the Groot out of the picture. They're going to protect the Storm, so quite confident that Shinotato can flex around if the Venom gets banned, if the Magneto gets banned, which I don't expect, but the Storm, so important for Fury Royal's win con around Nixie on the Jeff.
Yeah, might well see the Jeff get banned out here. Yeah, that's an instant answer. We do not want to see Jeff Nato say LHS, despite Zanbi being quite proficient in that hero, in their own right. Thus far, Mantis has actually dodged the bans, but is going to have slightly lesser impact off the back of Groot already having been banned, but that is a pivot option for Zanbi.
Fury Royal got to dig deep in the strategy book to iron out their final piece, and it's going to be the Emma to be that ultimate anchor on the front line. So good to be able to play solo if you want to do a hybrid dive, sort of more stationary Vanguard, and Emma can kind of do well against anybody. Close range, long range, scales up the more support that she has and the longer the fight goes. So now Limor have to consider, how are they going to deal with that Emma?
Wouldn't mind seeing either a Venom or a Magneto ban here. And there it is. The Venom's going to be taken off the table here for Shinotato. And that might force more of a ground-born composition from Fury Royal. And Shinotato and Hatsune Miku certainly are hovering that right now as Dude Guy Bro pivoting away from the group. Got the respect ban. Still very happy to play on the Angela.
And Silly Chicken has been able to flex away from the Storm, whether it's the Punisher, the Hela, the Star-Lord. So without the Jeff buff, I wonder if Silly Chicken is still going to be happy to roll through this, or it could just be like the initial speed to get set up for that first fight. But still a little bit of time to figure out what the final comp is going to be. Strategist-wise, we're looking at Luna and Invisible Woman, just the 2 for now, to kind of have that push and pull and a more stable and consistent healing line.
Zombie going to be handing out health packs to begin with here. Likely going to pivot over onto a Luna Snow in their own right, having a look at what we've got active on the other side. I quite like Fury Royal and their initial comp here. It'll be all about how Silly Chicken can help them get around with a speed boost aura, as well as for damage boost in the midst of those fights. The auras are incredibly valuable, but Silly Chicken will be kind of vulnerable in the air to being assaulted by Dude Guy Bro and maybe being placed in a position where they are far less comfortable.
A good Magic player is an absolute raid boss, though. Blue Banana Boy, you're scaring me. Oh, and these Doctor Strange portals, they're trying to set up their pawns in the right position to try and strike at the Queen in Lemoore High School. Good juggling of the shield already for J-Mac. And there's somehow a Luna kill already brought back into action. Lemoore High School were aggressive and they're falling early.
Yeah, Dude Guy Bro falls down as well. J-Mac definitely feeling their shields start to eviscerate before their eyes. You talked about how well earlier the Emma scales in these fights. The longer it goes on, the more energy she's got for her beam, and the far fewer people can stand before Emma and really present a threat towards them. Big drop in, large damage coming through from Dark Maelstrom. But look at this, Shinotedo has to try and escape. Bit off more than they could chew. Slushy's there on the chase. And despite Fury Royal's early advantages, they appear to have been unable to secure the points.
And despite the Emma being able to charge off the shields of the Doctor Strange, J-Mac has had really great shield management to always maintain that, to try and force difficult decisions from Fury Royal on do they focus on this Doctor Strange play front to back or get around it, and Fury Royal have to bring out the strategist ultimates.
Invisible boundary. Met here by the Eye of Agamotto. Victurso can't quite get away from the AoE. Quick teleport out there from the Star-Lord, disappearing, relying on Dude Guy Bro to keep this one contested. And with the central pylon to try and use for cover, there are still options to work with. Silly Chicken plays from afar, sending out those wind blades, really wants Slushy and will indeed find them. But now you have to deal with the final boss of evasiveness. Dude Guy Bro finally goes down to Hatsune Miku.
When you're just going to be playing grouped up like this, the Storm can benefit the whole team. The speed, the damage, Fury Royal in the driver's seat and having to bring out that Hurricane early. Zombie has to be ready.
Change of sight track used, as well as Heaven's Retribution. This is going to stop follow-up onto that Omega Hurricane a little bit more easily. Slushy given extra damage from both the Luna Snow damage boost and the Cosmic Yard Amplifier. 4 players stunned from J-Mac. Can the follow-up be there? No. All saved by Zas. Great usage of the Luna Snow, but Blue Banana Boy has the longest-lasting ultimates. The Dark Child seen, and the Dark Child slays, cutting through Fury Royal's defense.
This Magic just brings so much stability to go and finish off these kills. That was something Lemoore High School needed to be perfect on, and they already displayed that in the semi-final. And on close quarters like this, the Magic is such a solid choice, while Slushy can take angles around it. Now Lemoore High School will be in the lead and hope to keep it as Blue Banana Boy is going to take the next stop to the backline of Fury Royal.
Michelin looking for their opening, has to be very cautious about the Carbon Crush from the Emma Frost. Not going to be available now, though, as they are already channeling through the use of a Sonic Seduction. It's Hatsune Miku taken off the edge, was trying to defend the Emma Frost, but got taken off the edge by the wayward Angela, and Dude Guy Bro just absolutely tearing through them. The Axes of Icors, 99 woodcutting and a skill cape achieved.
Dude Guy Bro, I was hyping up his group, but he shows us he can play anything you ask. And to separate Fury Royal when they were trying to get organized, Doctor Strange teleport will give Fury Royal another chance at life. And that's a pretty important kill on Dude Guy Bro. Oh, he's brought back, though.
Yeah. BRB from Victurso. Great play as well as the evasion here. The Rocket Raccoon doing everything, but Blue Banana Boy can't stand up to the dark energies found above. The solo stun. What a play here from Hatsune Miku to try and turn it around. There's a stun coming through from the other side. J-Mac getting it done. And Zombie needs the peel. The Vanguards have brought up the shields around them, but Silly Chickens managed to run past the blockade and find those innards. Maybe an attempt to knock them down here. Silly Chicken still manages to survive. Dude Guy Bro just fell past and ended up in the pit themselves. Fury Royal live to fight another day.
The resurrects mean Lemoore High School will be on their way soon. Fury Royal clutching through thick and thin. Resilience is key. And Silly Chicken could unlock the win here, but they'd have to go all the way. They still trail in terms of the score, and a hurricane has to be answered by Zombie. Fate of both worlds. Lemoore High School got to put fate in their own hands, and JMac will try to lead them towards the point.
JMac makes an audacious move to begin with. There's the Omega Hurricane coming on through. Gonna try and carve through the sea instead, just prioritizing getting rid of that Rocket Ultimate, knowing it can't be healed up here by Valuna Snow. Rocket strikes multiple members. Oh, and that's gonna be a huge Heaven's Retribution coming through from Dude Guybro, but easily broken down by all of that focused fire. Nyxia, she guides everyone forward. Her healing is so reliable. And now the backline, they're gonna have to deal with Magellan. Big stuns coming through. The headshots, they're defended by JMac, but still, there's so much damage. You can't deal with all of it. Zombie, Victursul, and Plushy Slushy all fall by the wayside. Fury Royal may have lost control of a point, but they have not lost control of the fight.
Oh, I gotta give credit to Nixie. The freeze onto Dude Guybro and the Angela was what tilted the scales in favor of Fury Royal, then popping the heals. All the ultimates go the way of Fury Royal, and they're making the ultimate comeback. Lemoore High School gotta get this Doctor Strange portal. A last-second touch, and Fury Royal couldn't push them back.
Victursul moving over towards the back, needs to set up the BRB for a resurrection should someone fall down too early here. Can't afford to be taken down, but Nyxius, she's taking matters into her own hands. The Ice Arts hitbox utilized well. The Sonic Seduction, in it comes. JMac tries to get in the way, utilizing the shield here to stop their other players from getting seduced towards the sky. Look up, it's Plushy Slushy raining above. There's good shielding there. JMac gets CC'd out of their ultimates. Tato can't quite connect either when it comes to the Carbon Crush, but still, when all is said and done, Nyxius are still alive and kicking at the back with the Ice Arts, picking up one for themselves, and Fury Royal turned the point over in their favor.
Fury Royal are a team that just thrives so well in chaos like that, but crucially taking out the Invisible Woman of Lemoore High School so early in that fight. And this game is a lot about the sustain and sometimes partying in spawn with one of them swapping ultimates, right guys? Yeah, you gotta make it look intentional. You gotta make it look intentional.
For real.
Anyway, that was not intended, so we'll see if that hurts Fury Royal in the end, but at least they got Magellan with the Bucky ult. That could be really explosive once they get the ball rolling.
Yeah, the Bucky ult can be everything. We saw JMac doing their best to try and defend players who got stunned out last time and in the face of that culling aura. For those of you who are unaware of how the Winter Soldier works out, if you're maybe a newer viewer to Marvel Rivals, he afflicts players with a debuff called the Culling Aura, and if they get below a certain percentage of HP, they're instantly executed. Should such happen, he can cast the ultimate again, making it a fantastic snowball tool and a hyper carry.
That's what Magellan needs to be. He's been so flexible before to swap to anything the team needs. Now Lemoore High School, they don't have any ultimates to kick things off. It's all eyes on Magellan. And also this initial poke war. Looking for a hook though, and no one really in sight. Looks like Tato's gonna hope to scale up and get Hatsune Miku the ultimate. And already resurrects need to be used for Lemoore.
Dude Guybro has moved everyone to the Lunar Snowball things. A little bit of a weird pivot here for an Angela player, but Zombie seems more than capable of making something happen here. 4 stuns from its Hatsune Miku, but already the sea had come out, and the Overhealth is more than capable of keeping everyone sustained through the initial onslaught. Still, Zas contributes in their own right. Fury Royal just utilizing the damage boost here from Silly Chicken. Overrun Lemoore.
And the damage boost from Nixie, who had the fate of both worlds, and Fury Royal are so healthy that she makes the call that we're just going to use this to attack them even harder. Fury Royal now sit on their throne and are already on map point with ultimates to spare. Still Magellan needing to pop the Winter Soldier ultimate, which not even needed, but Lemoore High School can try to draw them into a good fight. Victor, who's usually a strategist player, has the Emma ultimate to try and bring them in, but it's the Storm that comes out first.
Omega Hurricane about to drop out, and of course it has to be answered here by Dude Guybro. You can see an attempt to try and partition that healing away, utilizing the shields. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier giving so much damage over to Fury Royal, but it's already broken on down in towards the back. 4 stuns this time from its Hatsune Miku. What amazing Doctor Strange play we've seen from both sides. Blue Banana Boy gets multiple reses here, returning multiple members back to his mortal coil, but still they're not in control. They're going to try and turn it somehow, utilizing the Emma ultimate for Sonic Seduction over on the other side. It's all about Plushy Slushy trying to get some value off the Galactic Legend. The players that dare to reveal themselves to Plushy Slushy are instantly cut through, and that's going to be LHS able to turn it around.
What a combo. The Emma Frost ultimate. Draw everyone in, deny their cooldowns just for Plushy Slushy to knock them all down with the Galactic Legend. And this fight wouldn't even be possible without the Adam Resurrects from Blue Banana Boy, who just, again, fills all the roles that the team needs. He could play anything and delivers a crucial fight win. Now, Lemoore High School get to sit now on this high ground with a Meteor M from J-Mac, and he's been one of the best Vanguards we have in the lobby. And if things get hectic, you already have Zombie on top of it.
Cosmic Yarn Amplifier used here. Going to make it very dangerous to move on forward as Magellan has found out to their peril. What a counterpunch here from Lemoore High School, despite Fury Royal pulling the trigger first.
Yeah, Zombie, just as soon as they even see an enemy, pop the rocket. Raccoon ultimate, give the extra health. Now, this is an aggressive push for Lemoore High School just to generate as much ult charge as possible and also track to see if there's going to be any swaps. Now Shinotato swaps to the Thor. They want to brawl close range and maybe you try to flip the point in their favor just through zoning.
Yeah, it can be very dangerous against someone like Adam who can't really escape from a Thor DPS very easily. But Victorso definitely does have a new target to try and bully out here. The Emma plays pretty well into the Thor. J-Mac at the moment isolated as the Omega Hurricane moves towards the back. Potentially it could be shut down by the Meteor M. The shared out damage of the Soul Link. It does nothing when everyone's taking damage from the singular storm that was brought down on top of them. Silly Chicken combines well with it, Hatsune Miku. And with no res on the table here for Blue Banana Boy, I think this one might be over.
Yeah, big investment. The stuns from Hatsune Miku with Silly Chicken, which silly names, but great plays. That's all that matters. And with that fight win, Fury Royal will be taking the lead, but Lemoore High School have something up their sleeve, and her name is Emma. Victor will have a very crucial ultimate. Hatsune Miku is going to have to try and block it with the Doctor Strange shield. We'll see how Lemoore High School hopes to support this Emma, because they got a lot of strategist ultimates.
Yeah, it's all about how Hatsune Miku manages their shield in the pre-fight here. Can it get out of the way? You can see speed boost coming through from Silly Chicken. Is going to be the instant target of that seduction. J-Mac gives a personal delivery over onto Zas. No more resurrections, no more second chances, and they're able to be on Lemoore High School for now. Plushy Slushy wrapping around the outside, wants Silly Chicken gone as soon as possible. And LHS, they get back in control.
Fury Royal haven't found a good opportunity to unleash the Winter Soldier ultimate to get those executes because the strategists have been cycling so well for Lemoore High School, but this is the final fight. Will Fury Royal take map number 1? They'll have to attack and try to crack down the structure of Lemoore High School. We're trying to get ahead of the game, but someone has to touch. The Doctor Strange ultimate comes out, and there it is. We have a fight.
Oh, Zas laid down the seer, but instantly falls already. Magellan towards the back. He wanted a hero. Magellan's here to try and be one. Wants the rocket. Raccoon comes in close. The evasion's good, though. And it gives a moment for Victor Soul to try and turn it around. Blue Banana Boy. Oh, dude, guy, bro. What a play from Hatsune Miku. A brand new hit that tops the charts, or at least tops the kill feed for now. Fury Royal absolutely decimating in this fight so far, but they need to stay in contention for the point. Hatsune Miku has to move back over on towards this one, and now rolling through with the Omega Hurricane. Fury Royal have victory in their sights, and Slushy Plushy just about manages to survive this one before returning to the fray. A brand new portal, a brand new chance, and a brand new fight erupts on the point as LHS are still in control. They're playing for survival, and Shinotato is able to do so much damage here on the Thor in close range. Lemoore High School, though, I think Fury Royal just C9'd.
I think so too. How did Fury Royal lose this? How? It was the nail in the coffin. It was Hatsune Miku dominating the Doctor Strange duel. 22,000 damage. The ultimate. He was just the walking hammer. It had a 4K and everything. Lemoore High School just won the mental game, I guess.
Just the intimidation was so far. Like, maybe there was a world where Fury Royal thought, we've won this fight so convincingly, we must be in control of the point. But honestly, for Lemoore High School, that was just great crisis management. They were losing the fight pretty heavily, but they always had someone on the point at all times, keeping it contested, so it was still in their favor. Plushy Slushy was a huge part of that, utilizing the Rocket Beacon TP to just always be on a little corner, unable to be shut down. And in the end, Fury Royal, they just could not get it done.
Ooh, no initial Doctor Strange portal. because it's on cooldown, of course. So that was something used at the end to recontest that allowed Lemoore High School to even force a third point. Fury Royal, though, already ahead of the game and established on the point. Shino Tato on the Thor knows how important it is to brawl and to try and break down these Vanguards, but Victor still has the ult. That's going to be the win condition for this fight.
JMac can see an opening here. Looking towards the back, you can see Shinoteto's trying to keep JMac at a safe distance, knowing that Eye of Agamotto is likely to be ready soon. Victor Ursel, while JMac was up in the air, was having to solo tank down on the point. Shinoteto, this is where the Thor really excels, going up against their other Vanguards, just absolutely burrowing through them using the Mjolnir.
This Zanby and Slushy, everyone was getting ran down by the Thor, that there was no healing left for the Vanguards of Lemoore High School, who had, like you said, crucial ultimates to win that initially. Now they'll have to go for the guaranteed one, or will it? Fury Royal, so aggressive. The Thor has to fall back, but it's all a ruse. You're walking into a Fury Royal trap.
Giving Ever a touch more space, and now it's time to spring the trap. Silly Chicken with the Omega Hurricane in towards the back. Oh, the healing's not there in time. Dude, Guybro's already fallen on down. Silly Chicken gets there one and trades out for the Lunar ult here. If it can be survived here by Fury Royal, this is going to be a great trade, but Plush is going to make it even more hard to survive. Comes in with the Galactic Legend, big stun potentially. Oh, Zanby, they never stood a chance. A Blue Banana Boy, exactly the same. What a counter strike from Hatsune Miku.
And the ult economy is so strong from Fury Royal still. All it took was Silly Chicken popping the Omega Hurricane, killing the Rocket, leaving Zanby to be the solo healer for the journey, and that just simply wasn't enough. The wires get crossed. Lemoore High School get crossed up. Fury Royal, they win this fight. They could go all the way to win the map.
Yeah, this is going to be a great bit of momentum here. JMac trying to find a way to get value off of this ultimate, moving towards the back. Oh, I think it was a shutdown somehow. JMac down to 50%. The stun is good. Trying to shut it down with the Phoenix here. Great follow through onto Silly Chicken. Manages to get that one done, as well as getting rid of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Zanby is going to be in an unenviable position. And while Guybro comes in for a hug, unfortunately, it is not a great position to be stomping together. Fury Royal are meters away, minutes away, moments away from claiming the map.
One last touch from Lemoore High School. A good Doctor Strange teleport from JMac, and it's the Storm that settles down for Fury Royal to end this once and for all.
Oh, the danger's just too much to try and deal with here. JMac's already down. Victos is going to try and turn it around. The Sonic Seduction, he's just got so much shielding in front of it. Just holding it aloft. Hatsune Miku says absolutely not. No more second chances. No more mercy. And no more reinforcements. Blue Banana Boy can't make it back to the point, and Fury Royal take away Hell's Heaven.
And in flawless fashion, like the 100-0, like Fury Royal are next level. The way that through all the re-teleports that came in from Lemoore High School that even robbed them of a 0.2 win. Fury Royal stand tall. Hatsune Miku, your MVP of map 1, dropping 22,000 damage on the Doctor Strange, or even getting up to 26k at the end of the map. They were leading the way in damage. Silly Chicken, though, on the Storm. Of course, the Duelist is going to be doing so much work when they're able to group everybody up. The Storms to go after Zanby and Dude Guybro. Those strategists on the Lemoore High School side were under fire always.
Yeah, you can see it reflected in the damage taken here as well. Zombie with 12k damage taken, just constantly assaulted. Fury Royal never took their foot off the gas. 48-6 is disgusting, honestly, for a Doctor Strange. That is so many frags found, and honestly, both of our Doctor Stranges were incredibly impressive, but in the end, I think Hatsune Miku did a great job of managing their shielding to continually have these isolatory moments where maybe a Vanguard was a little bit further in and just couldn't get the healing delivered.
And you saw that Lemoore High School seem to have a system where they can bail each other out, and weaknesses in the hero pool. We were kind of already alluding to Victor, who's usually at least previously played strategist, step up as the Emma. Dude Guybro, who was a Groot, fell back towards the Rocket Raccoon. So Lemoore High School are switching up a lot of their roles and their compositions, and Fury Royal got to play their game the whole time.
All right. Not sure where we're going to be heading for the next fight. I imagine for Lemoore High School, might well be an Idrisil path choice, given that Fury Royal did drop that one to SPHC, and Lemoore, of course, took it off of their opponents in the Pacific Finals. Have to see what they do decide to pick, though, knowing that if they go up against this, maybe they aren't so confident going to Idrisol, knowing that, hey, we might have to take this Doctor Strange versus Doctor Strange again, and it's Asune Miku's looking pretty strong on that.
I think the Jeff ban was nice to nerf some of the power of Storm from Silly Chicken, but I think you're gonna have to target ban the Storm unless she gets protected. But Midtown Convoy will be chosen now by Lemoore High School, hoping to change up the situation of this series. Fury Royal started to really peak there at the end.
Yeah, like while Lemoore High School were not the team that chose to go to Idrisol Path in their matchup, I'm surprised that they didn't go to Idrisol Path, knowing that Fury previously dropped it, but maybe they had a look at what Fury were doing on Idrisol Path, like, you know what, we don't feel quite as confident countering that one. They seem pretty proficient here. This might be their preferred convoy map. You'd have to assume so, given that it's the pick. Midtown is known for quite aggressive holds. In terms of the spawn holds on first. Usually you can see like a triple strategist, triple vanguard kind of setup, and it will be down to both teams to try and do some innovation to try and break that one. Usually you see something like a Storm Punisher or even a Moon Knight come out to punish teams that are too tightly grouped.
And there's I love the ban and protect phase for Marvel Rivals because you're always just going to get something new and your flexibility is truly being tested. And that's why the difference between a good player and a champion is just how you can adapt on the fly, how you can communicate with your team. And this is what's so great about esports. It's not just like dwelling in a basement and just playing video games. It's strategy, it's mechanics, it's communication, it's leadership, it's confidence. It all envelops on what makes a great player and how you can rise to the occasion. You saw Lemoore High School already needing to adapt and change things up of who was playing Vanguard, who was playing Strategist. But now what are you going to ban first? Will be Fury Royal deciding to take out the Cloak and Dagger.
Okay, Cloak and Dagger off the
immediate Storm ban.
Yeah, that was a very quick Storm ban. That was like, never again. Silly Chicken does not get to play Storm this series ever again.
I wouldn't allow it either, but dude, Guybro, I'd be excited to see the Groot return. That was something they played previously. That is what they're protecting. That's what's on the menu. Shinotato wants to dive again. He protects the Venom, and that was the bread and butter of Fury Royal in the past.
Yeah, that really was where they got a lot of value off for Shinotato dives. Really was a massive disrupting force, and also you can get so much value off of that as a Luna as well, being able to heal up a Venom who's just taking so much damage. And yeah, Magellan is also catching some target bans here. Still the Daredevil is going to be off the table. They saw Magellan pop off on it once, like, brother can't pop off once on Daredevil and not catch a ban for the rest of the tournament.
And we just got a big raid. Thank you so much, J3. Hope you enjoyed the tournament, and please go and check out one of the best content creators in Rivals. But we got to settle the score here in our grand final. The Loki is going to be banned. The Mantis gets protected for Lemoore High School, so it's just to try and get that Groot going.
Yeah, having that Groot in these positions can be an amazing asset with the ability to build those walls. We haven't seen quite as much group play come through from the side of Fury Royal, but LHS, definitely, this is where Dude Guybro gets a lot of value. Can really try and partition an enemy team quite a bit. We're seeing the rocket taken away to make sure that there's no option to res a Groot, which can be a particular pain point for a Groot who's incredibly slow. If he is the first to fall, will take a long time to return to the fight.
Silly Chicken versus Plushie Slushy on the Star-Lord. At least that's what I was expecting. Plushie Slushy also brought out the Ultron on Yggdrasil's path of strategist now becomes duelist mode of, so when you need a little bit extra heals, but you also want to frag, go Ultron. That's my advice, kids.
Pretty much. It's just that shrimple, really. Like, I'm healing, like, you know, it's the bare minimum. Like, I'm doing some healing, boss. Like, I do my photocopy for the day. I'm a productive worker, but also I'm fragging out, you know? Magellan, I love the pick of the Iron Fist here. We saw a little bit of this at the Ignite World Championships, particularly from Chinese teams. Going up against 3-3, the percentage damage that Iron Fist has can really tear through them.
It just needs so much support, though, because you just
does.
never know if the Groot's gonna wall you off and everyone looks towards the Iron Fist. There's only so much he can do. So Fury Royal, if that will be the rollout strategy, that's what they have to consider. But we can at least focus on the defense, because at least they're cemented on what they want to play, which is the triple strategist. Of course, they protected the Groot and the Mantis for a reason. Dude, Guybro already having the setups. Look towards these walls to kind of isolate, but he's more using it to get ult charge and that poke through the side, because that's where the fight's going to be taking place.
Yeah, trying to work these margins can be super important, especially when you're trying to deny the Venom from getting too much value here. Zombie, we have seen a lot of value out of their Mantis play previously, and damage boosting the Ultron does make him quite a tricky customer to try and duel up against.
Just one Star-Lord in this lobby, but a great Groot wall from Dude Guybro just pins Hatsune Miku against the wall, and Fury Royal are left and sent packing.
Yeah, I think that Magellan was a little bit late with the overall crunch there. Fury Royal, they kind of just lost the initiative role, and Victorzel just ran into them. And sometimes Emma runs into you, and you don't get a choice in the matter.
This is a scary Vanguard lineup. The walls plus the pin down from Emma. I don't know how Fury Royal are going to break out of this so far. Just almost no progress, and the ultimates are going to come into play. Strangling Prison is the first one. That's probably going to be earned from Dude Guybro, but Victor is way too aggressive.
Shinotero just slowly floated in from top left over there. In comes the Strangling Prison in towards the back. Good free to try and shut down the group, but the damage boost onto Dude Guybro just makes him such a difficult customer. And while this difficult customer is demanding a refund on all of the distance gained so far by Fury Royal.
And he's just passively putting up these walls, not to block a path, but to force Fury Royal in the midst of its grasp, and they're taking just passive damage as the fight goes on, which is tilting the scales in favor of Lemoore High School. We're building up towards all three strategist ultimates, and here comes Hatsune Miku.
Oh, Zombie could be taken down through this somehow. The focus fire isn't quite there. Soul Resurgence continues to roll on forward, but now it's down to Silly Chicken up above. Brings out the invisible boundary. Zas is shut down. J-Mac hits Pader with the Meteor M. Zombie just plays around the corners, knowing they can get easy headshots to refill their life spores off the back of farming that Venom. And with half the time bank gone, Fury Royal expended a significant amount of their ult bank.
When Lemoore High School get to win the Band Protect, they have their best players on their best heroes, and they're less than 2 minutes away from full holding Fury Royal at this point. And Shinotato to go dive here when you have so little space all rides on Hatsune Miku and their ability to sustain and to hold their spot, but now they're walled off from the rest. This is so much for Fury Royal to deal with.
Looking towards the back. Oh, that's a big potential grab in coming through from the Groot. It's Hatsune Miku doing a good job of surviving, though, and this is where the Iron Fist really gets it done. When everyone's grabbed in together and you can penetrate multiple members with those punches. Lemoore High School, they might go for a quick TP back here.
Fury Royal, they're dialed in, they're focused, they're locked in, and they have to make do for the time lost initially. So Zas has to be ready to react, pop the Luna ultimate almost early if needed, and Victor is gonna pull them in.
Magellan grabbed for a second, but the follow-up's not there. Manages to avoid all the incoming damage. Hatsune Miku's going to be doing so much damage to this invisible woman. Good push to try and give a little bit of additional safety. And it seems like no stuns are going to come through from Hatsune Miku here too. Up go with the shield and the CC immunity. Silly Chicken just around the back is seeing all of the potential angles to play from and work in every single one of them.
You can feel the heartbeat of this roster. Lemoore High School behind Dude Guybro, from the Strangling Prison MVP plays to the Doctor Strange portal that drew out a lot of seconds from the Fury Royal time bank. And now it's the final fight for Point A, and Lemoore High School didn't touch on time.
Oh, that was just all Nixie. She managed to push back Blue Banana Boy before he could touch, and in a minute there was no way to contest the point. Just got it all done with a singular E-click. Great efficient plays from Nixie. But Silly Chicken sees those who are fleeing away and thinks, you know what, I could get some free value here off the back of my ultimate. J-Mac going for a potential reset. They are having their struggle extended by Blue Banana Boy, and so we'll get away.
You either get silly chicken or serious chicken, and he had Lemoore High School exactly where he wanted them, cowering away. Now Fury Royal riding off this momentum halfway to already the second checkpoint, and we just started. But all three strategist ultimates remain on the Lemoore High School side, and they're gonna need it.
Living Chi unleashed here by Magellan. It's going to do huge damage to these Vanguards, but healing's good from Zombie as well, and that extra movement speed. In comes the big strangling prison. So many members pushed into one place, and Plushy Slushy can't help but frag through them. The AoE is fantastic, and it's unbearable for LHS. As LHS, they will be able to hold strong Fury Royal. They are scuppered.
And it took 2 strategist ultimates to sustain through it, and Blue Banana Boy, I like that they were able to stay patient, hold on to theirs, because you don't want to exhaust all your options. Decent enough economy. Fury Royal, though, have the option to go to the high ground, try to sneak behind this backline. Lemoore High School got to be ready to fall back if needed, and those Vanguards already sensing danger.
Yeah, gonna sense that danger. Give up a little bit of space. Hatsune Miku is drawing towards that Magneto a little bit far forward for my liking. We are Venom declared, but I think Shinotere may well have actually been CC'd out of that one. In towards the back. 4 stuns? For real? Surely not. It's Hatsune Miku, though. Is shut down by JMac. The follow-up was eaten up by the Meteor M. What a read from JMac. And then the punish in the aftermath as well. Unbelievable stuff.
The counter was insane from Lemoore High School. The Meteor M, the invisible boundary. Lemoore High School read this like a book. And they'll try to stand tall for another 30 seconds because that's all Fury Royal have left.
Shinotere ready to go once again for a Feast of the Abyss. Magellan just making sure it's not comfortable right now to be a plushy slushy. Zombie's down already, but Silly Chickens returned down on the other side. Rage of Ultron declared, and the damage is going to be a little bit difficult to deal with here. Nixie is going to be the primary target. Can the healing come on through from their counterpart? Oh, the long-range play by the Groots, and now Plushy Slushy has to move away. Silly Chicken's got a great off angle, but Shinotato has to stay alive on the card to keep this one contested. The Living Chi combined with the Galactic Legend just tears through this Vanguard line. No matter the amount of HP, there's enough damage to cut through.
Magellan, Silly Chicken, the pain sandwich, just pinching Lemoore High School from all sides. Is there gonna be a Doctor Strange portal? Doesn't look like it, because they're getting pushed in by Shinotato. And this could be a good spawn camp moment for Fury Royal. Wait, Lemoore High School were allowed to teleport in.
They pour out of a portal. They've already lost with Blue Banana Boy, though. Now they're all relying. Ultron is fallen down to Shinotato. While it was a good coordinated push, it was met with absolute violent speed and momentum by Fury Royal.
Fury Royal. There is no stops on this train. Hatsune Miku, so consistent at hitting the majority of Lemoore High School when it comes to these big stuns, and Lemoore High School have to adjust accordingly. The Winter Soldier, the Invisible Woman, to try and push back Hatsune Miku. Blue Banana Boy has to answer that call.
Last time it was JMac who dealt with Hatsune Miku's stuns alongside, and Blue Banana Boy with that invisible boundary. Hatsune Miku's cooking once again. Zombie's already answered it though. 4, 5 stuns. Zombie cut on through. Even with their own healing from the ultimate, could not sustain it. Great target focus from Fury Royal here as Magellan's able to safely disengage.
That's a veteran response from Fury Royal to actually follow up with the almost full team stun from Hatsune Miku. Silly Chicken now thrown into the mix. Galactic Legend emerges.
The Galactic Legend inside of the invisible boundary. The damage is hard to find, but Magellan's already fallen on down. Ixius for same. Oh, JMac so accurate in mid-air. Plushy Slushy descends from the heavens with violence in his heart, and Zas falls on down as well. 17 seconds remain. Hatsune Miku, they stagger him out so that he can't go back with a TP.
This is still healthy enough of a push for Fury Royal. It took layers and layers to get to this point.
Shinotato going to have a Feast of the Abyss ready to work with here. The question is, who's going to be their primary target? Seems like the Winter Soldier's already fallen on down. Hatsune Miku looking for something. 4 stuns again. He can't keep getting away with it. But where is the follow-up? I don't think there's really enough members of Fury Royal here to try and make this one work. Victorcel doing their best to keep LHS topped up, using the Joyful Stream, the splashes, the AoE healing to make sure their team stay on cart no matter what. A living Chi declared here by the side of Magellan, but they can't stay on the cart, and Lemoore High School holds strong on third.
The composure for Lemoore High School to stem the bleeding that Fury Royal were putting them through. And it looked like a hemorrhage, something that was turning into an avalanche. But Fury Royal, I think they have a good enough push to win the map. But Lemoore High School, they held up a spawn camp that I didn't think was ever going to be broken. So we'll see if that potential can translate through on their attack and what Plushy Slushy as their MVP is going to pick next. I was expecting more Star-Lord, but the win condition in the neutral of the Winter Soldier poles have been so crucial, especially if you can grab Hatsune Miku or anyone that goes unprotected while Shinotato is diving in is going to be key.
Definitely feels like Dude Guybro is very much worth the first protect here from LHS, you know? Like, getting a lot of value on the group. We see this constant segmenting of the Fury Royal formation to make sure that, like, Zas and Nixius are having much more trouble delivering the healing onto Hatsune Miku in these more exposed frontline positions that you need to get into to get value from the Eye of Agamotto.
This is such a tough point to attack into, very defenders favored, so it's a choke point. Your spawn room doors that can be looked at just from the defending team, so there's so much spam that can come through early. But this is a high ground hold from Fury Royal initially, so a little bit harder for Lemoore High School to access. Already a pull too, as Fury Royal dive in, they get slept, and Lemoore High School are the ones paying the price.
Yeah, JMac doing their best to just rotate in place and lay out the iron volleys to make sure Shinotato is never comfortable to stay in the backline on those strategists. But JMac can't really move that far forward without leaving their backline exposed. A lot of it's going to be on the wall play here from Dude Guybro, and Shinotato gets cut off from the strategist. So yeah, no healing available for them. A little bit of a turnaround. And finally, JMac is unleashed, can roll forward. Big pull to bring Hatsune Miku in even further.
Lemoore High School were successful on map 1, not winning it, but really sending us to the very limits of it because of this Groot and Mantis combo. Dude Guybro's a whole reason that Venom was able to be punished, plus the Plushy Slushy trying to create some threat levels with these pulls. Fury Royal, though, gotta step up and try and prevent some of this progress.
Long-range healing from Magellan here. Going to be very difficult to try and get past, but when the walls are erected, that's when those Vanguards are in the most trouble. Magellan has ideas here, though, trying to go for a little bit of a cheesy TP off the other side. Oh, this could be so easily counted. Yeah, JMax there with the Meteor M, and it's an easy setup. Multiple players dragged on in. 3 stuns yet again from Hatsune Miku. He can't keep getting away with it. Sunbee's down, but it is the dragging up of the invisible boundary. Big stuns coming through from the side. Oh my goodness, 4 allies grabbed by Victorcel. Just tries to extricate their team and give LHS an easy out, but unfortunately falling down leaves the rest of the team exposed. And that's going to be a good hold here for Fury Royal.
6 ultimates later for Fury Royal, and they finally sent Lemoore High School packing. Half the time left, and Lemoore High School will at least have the Mantis ultimate to try and sing their way to a victory, to that first point at the very least. And Fury Royal, though, they're building up towards another Doctor Strange stun, and Hatsune Miku has been incredible at winning fights off of those.
Yeah, Hatsune Miku has kind of been the go on those, but with Fury Royal, they've just disintegrated. All 3 of their strategists gone. All my apes gone. And where did they go? The poke was just too good from LHS. Can Fury Royal even get back in time?
And that's what's scary about overextending if you're Fury Royal. That Dude Guybro will separate and even seal off the exit of the entire team. Last second touch, and the teleport gets there on time.
0.4 of a meter. Hatsune Miku, even while knocked down, stuns 3 somehow. There's not really much healing to play with, though. Shinotato's down. Hatsune Miku on just a sliver of HP. Judge, jury, executioner, all declared by Silly Chicken, but doesn't exit the portal. And finally, when they do, the portal closes behind them. So too does the door slam on a first point defense.
I can't believe Lemoore High School pulled that off when Fury Royal set up the teleport with the Punisher turret spraying through. That was like unlimited DPS, but just no space to work with. Lemoore High School able to break that line of sight and build up towards 4 more ultimates. Strangling Prison. Dude, Guybro has to be proactive with this.
So much free space gained here as well off the back of that late fight coming through from Fury Royal. Shido Tato already down. Plushy Slushy. The raw mechanics in the neutral have been absolutely sublime so far. And now might see an opening in towards the back. Kraken Impact good to go. Here's the Dinkov, a headshot. And this could be where you try and get those resets. Follow the stream, they say. Find the Jeff, find Magellan. Finish them off before it can start. And I believe Dude Guybro laid down a Strangling Prison in the back. So this is an absolute speed run of second.
4 minutes to go to the finish line, to the very end of the map, and you got these late staggers, so there's going to be free progress. If Fury Royal, though, step up in the wrong direction, Dude Guybro can seal off the exit. So Fury Royal have to be smart. Any mistake here could cost them the map, and Lemoore High School have good advantages in terms of the ult economy. Plushy Slushy, if he gets low enough targets, wait for him to unleash the ultimate. There's some heavy executes. Nixie almost needs to use this invisible boundary early if needed.
Plushy Slushy loaded for bear when it comes to that damage boost. Isolation here, and you can see the attempt to try and turn this one around already from Shido Tato. Great answer here from Zas, utilizing the Lunar Ultimate. Everyone's going to have plenty of survivability off the back of all of these strategists. Plushy Slushy's not going to find any resets, but might well find the backliners to try it. Oh, what a push coming through! Dragging multiple players out of the invisible boundary. Zombie's already fallen down. Blue Banana Boy, exactly the same. Fury Royal. They isolate those strategists and they stop LHS before Lemoore High School can get too much further forward.
Lemoore High School playing chess, but Fury Royal able to keep their pawns in position, to keep falling back, to give up the space, but know when to anchor forward. Now Lemoore High School still have a few ultimates to work with. The Meteor M's going to be crucial. So are these Jeffs. They're going to collide and try to dictate this fight.
Oh, it's so difficult for Majin to try and survive this one. Oh, the timing's not quite there, though. Majin's going to be able to take away 2 of the strategists and really get rid of so much of that healing, but already the damage has been done. Majin cannot survive through the Kraken Impact. You can see Silly Chicken hiding away in the top right now. Has a portal active. Oh, Plushy Slushy doesn't know they're there. Oh, Plushy Slushy gets pushed into the abyss. Oh, but no one's on the point. I don't know what was cooking with the portal, but LHS, they managed to get it done with 2 minutes to spare.
What a turnaround from the insane spawn camp that Lemoore High School had, taking so much time away from Fury Royal, eventually leading to an incomplete map, to Lemoore High School quite literally running a speed run in the end. And looking at your final stats, I mean, I kind of smelt the win condition around, of course, the Groot walls from Dude Guybro, but the MVP being Plushy Slushy, although he was maybe overcooking there at the end, it was Fury Royal that were left out in the cold.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see Fury Royal definitely go for the first ban on the Groot next time around. And maybe somewhere in the continuum of bans, the Winter Soldier needs to be taken off of the market because Plushy Slushy is absolutely dominating on that at the moment.
These two teams are so closely matched. Like, it comes down to like 12 ultimates to dictate a fight. And the micro plays of who's using their strategist ultimate the latest, who's able to push the enemy out of the invisible boundary, which Jeff can get the most valuable kidnap, if you will, which Lemoore High School taking away 2 strategists at the end was really crucial. But Lemoore High School had such an incredible spawn camp hold on their initial defense that Fury Royal were set up to fail almost from the beginning based on time alone.
Yeah, the value they got out of that initial spawn hold was just so difficult to try and deal with. And managing to survive through multiple, like, 4 or 5 person stuns from Hatsune Miku is so impressive in its own right. But also LHS, like, their fight management went crazy. Like, being able to complete essentially all of second point of Midtown in a singular fight is just such great time management, and that's why they had 2 minutes left when they got to the final goal.
What an insane grand final that we have, and it's surely entertaining to say the least. And I just want to give a shout out to Play Versus, which is giving these players a platform to play on, to compete, to earn amazing prizes, and to maybe try and impress some collegiate scouts. Because if they're not here, they are missing out on the next generation of talent. And we have ourselves a tie series. So Lemoore High School not going to be running away with the flawless win, but man, did they run away with Midtown there at the end.
Yeah, like I was wondering why they went to Midtown instead of Idris Park. Now I know. Now I'm very I'm very happy with the choice they made in terms of their map. However, Convergence is now going to be on the docket, and this is going to be Fury Royal's choice. I imagine maybe they go to Symbiotic Surface, but we'll find out what the decision is after this break.
Nice numbers.
everyone. Welcome to the Play versus Cup Finals presented by Zenny.
Close, and that's going to be an instant pick with a triple Terra Surge, and the blade combo still works wonders.
Like, look at this. Am I watching EVO Grand Finals? What is going on here?
Get off as well, or just slow down Goldheart. Dude, what are they feeding this kid?
Shout out Play versus. Y'all doing a good thing.
Over $400,000 in scholarships.
Oh!
Play versus is cool. I hope they do more stuff.
Yes, I hope they bring us back for next year.
You officially are Play versus 2025 Coach of the Year.
Oh my God!
Our goal is to impact as many kids and just provide those opportunities for students.
So thank you so much, Zenny.com, for supporting Play versus all these high school students. Welcome back, everyone, to the grand finals of our Play versus Upgrade Arena, featuring Marvel Rivals and featuring the best high schools from around America. Lemoore High School, though, did just equalize our series 1-1 against Fury Royal, so we got a series on our hands. I had to say it like that.
Yeah, Absolute Cinema ready to go. Lemoore High School showing just what their group can do. Dude Guybro has been absolutely lights out on the group, and honestly, I'm expecting the counterpunch here from Fury Royal to be that they got to first ban that group, especially since we're going to Symbiotic Surface next. This is going to be the map choice of Fury Royal, and it is a good group map. So I think that we've got to remove that option for Dude Guybro.
Such a funny name. It hurts me to say it every time. Yeah, because that group dropped the most amount of damage at 28,000 over Plushy Slushy, who's already the GOAT at Star-Lord. So that has to be a consideration going into Symbiotic Surface up next. And Shinotato from the Thor to the Venom. I wonder what the Vanguard choices are going to be from the other side here of Fury Royal, of what kind of win condition they want to set. Because on Symbiotic Surface, we saw the pain of this map previously, like there's that long corridor all the way to the first point.
Yeah, in that case, Shinotato was playing the Thor. Whether it was to preemptively counter the Angela or not is yet to be seen. And yep, there it is. The instant ban on the group, never happening again. Instant ban on the Storm, never letting Silly Chicken play that one again. These teams are really getting a feel for each other now.
I'm wondering if you're going to want to protect a certain duelist, where Plushy Slushy has shown anything from the Winter Soldier to Hela to Star-Lord. So maybe just critical to protect something your strategists really care about, which is the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, Victor Saul's been playing a good amount of that so far. And also, this probably indicates they probably aren't going to pivot into a Mantis composition, given that Groot's already off the table and Zombie does like to play that Mantis, but does have its value somewhat nerfed about the ability to team up with the Groot. I'm going to see the Venom Protect here. This might force out a Jeff ban from Lemoore High School, but this isn't the best map for Jeff. There aren't really that many environmental hazards to throw people into. A Penny ban, a bit of a rarity and competitive, but if there was a map where Penny was good, it's definitely this one.
Especially if you want to brawl at melee range or not have as much mobility, having a Penny mine just be the bane of your existence is the last thing you want to have to worry about. Which, now that there's no Doctor Strange, there's not going to be those extra teleports to help keep the fight rallied. And the Bucky, the Winter Soldier, is going to be the duelist of choice for Plushy Slushy going forward. Or maybe something Blue Banana Boy wants to flex to, who has been filling out every role. Now the Mantis gets banned, the Magneto gets protected. Final ban here for Lemoore.
Okay, gonna be the Daredevil taken away from Magellan, having shown that previously. I think Hatsune Miku here getting the Protect onto a Magneto, definitely valuable. Especially considering that the Doctor Strange was taken away. This is a great option against Victor Sal's Eternal Bond. We know just what the Meteorum can do. And it's Hatsune Miku has been getting a lot of value out of it thus far.
And for Lemoore High School to be defending first is such an advantage because they can kind of hang back, poke as much as they want. Dude Guybro, if he sticks to the Angela, can roam around, look for a good kidnap. And when you have the Rocket in the picture, you'll have one free Resurrect, which can keep the fight rallied. It's not an Atom and it's not a Doctor Strange teleport, but it may make the difference going forward.
All right, very excited to see how the Angela fares this time around. Fury Royal actually did a fantastic job of countering out the previous Angela. I believe that was Hammer on the other side, who was Hammer Wagon, who was always bringing out the Angela, getting it first banned multiple times. So Fury Royal, a team that is not necessarily afraid of this pick and are pretty adept at managing the engagements of the Angela.
See if Lemoore High School can pull off a fantastic defense, just like they did on Midtown, where they had Fury Royal spawn camped for minutes on end. But now that the Groot is not part of that win condition, Lemoore High School will have to just sit back and wait.
Chinatato just looking to creep around the backside here, maybe find access to that battle recall beacon from the rocket. It would be very valuable to try and grab that one early, but instead just going to move in directly towards Blue. Banana Boy would love to try and take out this Ultron, but great interceding on the behalf of the Angela. They're really trying to get on top of Shinotato here, but perfectly delivery of the bubble. Silly Chicken now able to put down a bunch of damage onto these Vanguards. A very aggressive push coming through from the Angela, but Silly Chicken is forced to give away for space. It's Tatsune Miku dragged in thus far. Good aim coming through from the Punisher. Going to make sure that these airborne enemies are in major danger. And well, J-Mac may have come to try and reclaim that space, but against the Punisher, that isn't exactly a safe activity when you're going up against the shotgun.
Vanguard's awareness on Lemoore High School has been superb to just deny the sight lines from this Punisher and even just try to wrestle him down to the ground. But Silly Chicken has support and now has an invisible boundary to work with.
Oh, 3 Vanguards in their way, but formation of that just means all the more beefy targets to farm the ult charge off of. Nixia, she was very smart there, bought up a very early usage of the invisible boundary to instead slow multiple members of LHS so they couldn't disengage from those duelists, and there was nowhere to go.
Now it's time to ride that momentum if you're Fury Royal. Silly Chicken, having one of the most powerful ultimates in the game, has to be well supported by Hatsune Miku with any bubbles that they can spare, as Lemoore High School have to think clearly of which strategist ultimate is going to come out when the pressure hits. You don't want to layer those back to back, but Lemoore High School have an advantage in terms of the map. Playing this back corner is going to be important.
Silly Chicken wants to try and avoid something like a J-Mac Meteor M when it comes to using this ultimate as well. J-Mac splits himself into 2, but one's all it takes. Will be respawning off the back of the BRB. Might instantly... oh, never mind. They're just in the corner, and there's no hope of survival. The damage is excellent. The control is there. The only real mitigator for Lemoore High School here is they didn't really use any ultimates.
Silly but deadly, and the progress is there for Fury Royal. The finish line for Point B in their sights, and Lemoore High School have to throw everything. The strategist ultimates first, no hesitation, but this turret is raining down hell on Lemoore High School, and now it's time to go.
Invisible boundary is good. Silly Chicken's going to be able to build up towards that rather fast Meteor M. Can it impact? Yes, it's down on top of Nixius. However, do Guybro on the other side. First time we've seen the Wolverine. That's going to get a little bit of value here. Plushy Slushy coming up close and personal. Quick reset onto the counterpart of Magellan, who you can see stands still and accepts it, knowing that Fury Royal won't be able to come back in this fight.
5 ultimates for Lemoore High School just to stabilize themselves, but where the cart lays is extremely deep into the map. It's going to be hard for Fury Royal to access, and Lemoore High School can waste a lot of time just poking and making sure that Fury Royal have to pay the price at every step that they take. But Magellan has something up his sleeve, and it's the Winter Soldier ultimate, but you need that initial damage. And now that all the strategist ultimates have been expended from Lemoore High School, this Winter Soldier can be lethal.
A pull here from Nixius could be everything potentially, but Silly Chicken already taken down, I believe, pulled on in and then given a bit of a ride by the Wolverine. That Feral Leap just dragging them around until their health bar hits 0. And Lemoore High School doing a good job here, staying measured and disciplined. They're claiming the space but not overextending.
Yeah, a little tricky with the Magneto, who doesn't have as flexible of a shield compared to a Doctor Strange, but Shinotato doesn't want to let Lemoore High School get comfortable, but it's Shinotato that already has to fall back, brought back to full health. It's the ultimate plus Silly Chicken in the mix.
Silly Chicken, plenty of damage coming around the outside. J-Max got almost unlimited shield, and he's trying to use up against this. And Invisible Boundary is a great response in favor. It's Hatsune Miku gets 2. Oh, there's always so much ultimate value to be found. Nyx is going to be able to potentially get a stagger here onto Victursel on the other side, which is going to make re-engagement even more difficult.
And Blue Banana Boy using the ult and dying so early in the fight is what really tilted the scales in Fury Royal's favor. I don't expect there to be a touch opportunity. This could be a mistake from Lemoore High School. They'll get another chance at life, but they're really not regrouped for this.
Oh, dude, Guybro doesn't quite get it done. Blue Banana Boy meets the business end of Silly Chicken shotgun. Adjudication is given. And Lemoore High School, they are sent scrambling. That was also with the investment, I believe, of 2 ultimates from LHS. So this could be a little bit economically ruinous.
And just to feed over more ult charge to Fury Royal to have less than 3 minutes to complete the map. Very doable, especially on the stagger against Victor that's trying to escape there on the right side. And I think the wall got brought up. Victor's in trouble, but here come the strategists to keep him up.
Yeah, forces to disengage here from Shinotedo. However, the cart's already made it so far, including through one of the hardest spaces in the game to try and push it through. Shinotedo could be kicked into the corner. However, all of that focus onto Victursel was too far away from their strategist. J-Mac now has to try and tank this one alone with the Meteor M, using it to try and shut down any follow-up onto the back line. The Guardian Shield is good there from Nixius to keep that back line protected. Extra HP here for Shinotedo off the back of the Feast of the Abyss, but it's going to be everything Fury Royal wanted and a touch more on top of that. Sass is just going to be the insurance policy on top of it all, dancing away and declaring that it's going to be a show in favor of Fury Royal.
That stall was crazy for Lemoore High School, though, and they have the respawn advantage. This Emma Frost ultimate won't last, but Fury Royal still need a few more meters to go, and Lemoore High School bringing out the desperate hero swaps, but Silly Chicken will be front and center to deny them.
Oh, the damage is just so much to deal with. Once more, Serious Chicken has made an appearance, waddling into the invisible boundary. But can you find anything with the Meteor M? Dude, Guybro gets 2 off the back of a last stand. Unbelievable. Finally, the value of the Wolverine that was promised. Hatsune Miku and Majula may have their own designs upon this fight, but I think the damage has already been done because both the strategists have fallen. There's no healing.
How did Lemoore High School clutch this? You thought it was the end. You thought Silly Chicken were burying them 6 feet under. And now only a minute remains and Fury Royal will get another fight, but they expended so much just to get to the end just now. And Zambi will be ready to pop the Rocket Raccoon ult to give the extra health to Lemoore High School. And that sustain and the respawn advantage could be what just kind of outlasts Fury Royal.
Such an attrition gradient as well, being so close to spawn, as well as having access to that resurrection from a battle recall beacon. It's going to be so hard to get LHS off of this. Is that? It's Hatsune Miku. How did they end up there? He must have been grabbed in by its dude Guybro. It's the only way. The Wolverine must have found their mark, and what a setup.
And then you have 2 brawlers, Emma Frost and J-Mac. You do not want to get up close and personal with them. Shinotedo, I don't even know who you try to dive here, because as soon as you get close, the Emma's going to grab you. And Lemoore High School have to play the hook game against Magellan. So Lemoore High School will wait and see what the choice is, and no one touches from Fury Royal.
Oh, they can't get onto the cart. J-Mac just running interference alongside Victor. And you can just be constantly kicked back by that Emma. Her space control is almost unparalleled in the 1 versus 1, so Hatsune Miku can't make their way up with the slow plod of the Magneto.
Checking in on our stats. Silly Chicken, 16k, 22 final hits. Insane stuff from the duelists. And on the other side, it's kind of a more shared effort. Plushy Slushy, maybe not the top frag in the whole lobby, but it's been consistent throughout this tournament. And this is to see who will take a lead in the series, get to series point, and that much closer to our grand prize.
Exactly so. Dude, Guybro, didn't know they had this Wolverine in them. Get their group banned out, and this is quite the interesting pivot, especially on the offense now. This is going to demand quite a bit more premeditation of dives from Shinotedo, knowing that if you go in as a Venom and you get caught by the Wolverine, you're pretty cooked. You're pretty cooked.
Yup. Lemoore High School, though, this is still a very tricky part of the map to try and advance through with how long range it can be. Now Fury Royal, know what you've got cooked up. This Wolverine has to be something they're aware of, and usually an Emma would be a good response to this, just that diamond form to deny any chance to be displaced. But that's what Victor is going to continue to play.
Yeah, Victor knows that the space control offered by the Emma here is not to be underestimated. Plushy Slushy. Oh, actually, we're going to be seeing the Namor team up come out for the first time in our tournament today. That's going to give extra healing reduction onto members who get hit by the massive dirge that gets pulled out of the ground.
Lemoore High School, you have their backs against the wall. Fury Royal just rely on Shinotato to set things up, but has to be careful as the Venom, and so does Plushy Slushy. You got a good setup from Lemoore High School, but J-Mac is dangerously low.
Yeah, J-Mac definitely needs to move back for healing here. Mason just continues to keep them very much pressured off the back of this healing reduction team. Plushy Slushy moving forward. We'd love to get a grab onto a Venom here. A follow-up is so good. Zombie even comes in to help this one. Yet another big grab onto a Vanguard. Magellan unable to disengage, and all three players have been hit by the Culling Aura. Is the follow-up going to be there? Seems like it might not be the case. They will manage to escape with their lives, but they surely have to see the point over now to LHS.
A strong hunter has found his prey, and Plushy Slushy is... There's no slowing down here. So now Shinotato has to go to the Emma to provide some shielding to deny some of these hooks, while Dude Guybrush sits on the high ground and looks for kidnaps. But Fury Royal are able to reestablish themselves defensively around this corner. Hatsune Miku, though, has to maybe back away from the invisible boundary that just got placed, but Blue Banana is on the edge of death.
Nixius just put down the invisible boundary on top of the opposing team. That was quite inventive, actually, just slowing down so many of the members so they couldn't escape the incoming danger. More of a playmaking than a team-saving ultimate there from Nixius, but she gets the value.
Now Fury Royal feel back in control after that first encounter, and if they seem to slip up, Silly Chicken can pop the Hella ultimate, which I think alone controls the space, will force the attention of Lemoore High School, and here comes Hatsune Miku, Meteor M, but this defense may have been over-aggressive.
Great Bubble now rolling back forward with the extra damage. However, this should be crushing onto Zast. The extra damage is everything. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier just makes it so easy to cut through the Luna's additional HP. It's going to be all about stall on the cart now as Plushy Slushy just screams again and again and again.
Lemoore High School, they overwhelm and overcome one of the toughest parts of the map to push through offensively. And now the end of the second checkpoint is within sight. Of course, you have Dude Guybrush, who saved Lemoore High School before and can do it again. Victor can try and draw them in. Hatsune Miku has to try and block as much as they can with the bubbles or the shield. Fury Royal on the way.
Shinotato deciding to get a little bit more down and dirty here on the Emma. 3 meters away from completion. Shinotato has to try and keep this one contested. Out comes the last stand from Dude Guybrush. Doesn't find any final hits to begin with and gets punished here by Hatsune Miku. Shinotato needs to get back onto a point ASAP as it's still Fury Royal who are missing out on members. Victursal and Blue Banana Boy, they just cleave through everybody, utilizing all of that cleave to a maximum of its ability. They find Fury Royal in a tight choke point and just tear them apart.
Just brilliant recognition of the map there from Lemoore High School, recognizing that rotation of Fury Royal and not allowing them to have any space to work with, which means their backline, their supports are going to be a lot more accessible, and Lemoore High School knows their win condition. Delete the healers, win the fight. Lemoore High School now have 4 minutes to go to that finish line that lays at the end of the map so that they can take a lead in the series.
Victursal keen to claim all of this space. They want to get that cart through the carapace easily, and indeed it has made it through without being stopped, which is a huge boon offensively. Victursal contemplates maybe playing around the outside here with the ultimate. The Sonic Seduction on enough angle can be quite the terror to try and deal with. A Sentient seized, and here it is. Sonic Seduction instantly countered out by the invisible boundary. It's layered out a Venn diagram of healing for both teams here. This is going to be a Carbon Crush grab onto Nixius. Can they get her into the corner? Trying to get the follow-up here, but the healing is going to be solid on the other side. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier already blown on up as Silly Chicken just adds their fuel to the symphony. Blue Banana Boy resurrected, taken to the sky with the Meteor M. J-Mag wants to try and take out the Luna, but the extra HP from a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is everything to help the Luna try and keep that one alive. Unbelievable timing from Agelin. Yet another just pivot over on the rolls that gets huge value.
I thought Victor had the right idea to try and Emma Frost charm Fury Royal out of their invisible boundary, but Fury Royal were able to trade backlines a lot faster. No more Emma from the Fury Royal side. It is pedal to the metal, and exhaust with a crucial Luna Snow ultimate to put the fate in the hands of Fury Royal.
Another grab here onto Shinotedo. They're just surrounded and eviscerated. Trade on the other side by Blue Banana Boy. Don't know if there's going to be a resurrection available for that one. So LHS Rivals now playing down on some healing, but up on some damage. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is going to drive Plushy Slushy forward, and Zas is ready to meet all of the aggression with their own ultimate as well. A fate of both worlds declared, but Plushy Slushy is getting it done with just raw mechanics alone. Trooper's Fist, in comes Dude Guybrush with the last stand, and Nix's last stand is far less glorious. Leamore High School have only now to deal with the Vanguard who remains, and that's going to be Shinotedo and Hatsune Miku, torn apart by adamantium claws. LHS put themselves on match point.
Dude, guy, bro, what can he not do? You try to ban his Groot, and he just claws your eyes out on the Wolverine. Crucial, like 3 or 4K at the end. The CC that wiped out half of Fury Royal, and just enough to tilt the scales in Leamore High School's favor to finally complete the map, to go all the way, and to take the lead in the series, one map away from being your Play versus Upgrade Arena champions. And that wouldn't even be possible without Plushy Slushy, who gets 27,000 damage on the Winter Soldier and provided so many crucial hooks in these neutral fights, which without ultimates, a lot rides on your Winter Soldier to give you those opportunities.
Yeah, Dude Guybrush and Plushy Slushy, they saw what Shinotedo and Hatsune Miku were achieving for the front line of Fury Royal and said, okay, their front line's really strong. What if we get some mispositioning tools on our side and we turn that front line into just a line? And we take a lot of a front out of it, and we make sure that Shinotedo, when they make these engagements, is thoroughly controlled. And this also, for Leamore High School, it's a little bit of a power spike for them because they've now won the map pick of Fury Royal. So now, if we go to a map number 5, it's going to be the pick of LHS.
Here are the replays of what you missed out on. If you are just tuning in, you're missing a banger of a grand final. I think the most entertaining final we've had here at Play Versus. The potential of these players is limitless. I hope the collegiate scouts are watching right now because there is so much talent on display. And not even just that, the versatility of how deep these hero pools are at such a young age. Plushy Slushy, I mean, we could do a whole montage, a whole YouTube video just featuring this guy, and he would fill us with enough content.
Yeah, someone's got to get me the replay code of this matchup. Plushy Slushy's mechanics were absolutely sublime. Look at Dude Guybrush there, going for a bit of a pivot as well after stunning 2 players off the back of the last stand. Thinks, you know what? No, I can't finish off the Magneto here, but what I can do is I can pivot and I can get rid of Nixie as she arrives from spawn to make sure that you never get the value out of that invisible woman that you were counting on in that like attrition gradient you had from being so close to your own spawn point.
And I think Dude Guybrush, the final shout out for him is the fact that he and another player from his team were able to stall the cart so much that Fury Royal weren't able to finally get that last completion, which would have sent us into extra innings most likely. So just these little micro things matter so much, and Leamore High School take a lead in our series 2-1, still a best of 5. And we have domination coming up, and yes, our teams can choose the same map, so why not settle this on Hell's Heaven?
I mean, Fury Royal, this is going to be what, their 4th Hell's Heaven today. I think they won both. I think they lost the first one potentially. I forget. They may have won both for Hell's Heavens in their first matchup. I know they lost. They might have lost one. But Hell's Heaven, this is going to be all about once again getting that instant ban onto Silly Chicken's Storm, like the Jeff Nado. It has been the flavor of the map for Fury Royal so far, and it has served them very well.
so much to think about because the Emmas, I think, were creating quite a nuisance the way that if you let an Emma go unchecked, she will just walk on your backline and not in a fun way. So really got to make sure you watch out for Victor. And I think on the other side, there were some Vanguard swaps at the end. So I think Emma, Groot, I don't even think you bother with the duelist bans because I think all of our duelists have shown just how deep their hero pools have been. So I think a lot of focus needs to go on the Vanguards.
Yeah, I'd love to see that one happen. Hell's Heaven. A flawless record so far for Fury. 3-0 on the map today. We'll see if we can make it 4-0 to bring us to a 2-2 map 5 grand finals for our grand prizes. But Hell's Heaven, what adaptations do we see Lehigh High School make to try and deal with this? Leemore, rather, not Lehigh.
Well, I'm sure they're feeling quite high after winning that first Hell's Heaven, going all the way to 3 points, though. It was quite a challenge. And we've seen a lot more Doctor Strange bans come out as of late, so which will really affect how much you can rally and keep fights extended, which is especially important when you're already in control of the point and the fights go long, which means your score continues to accumulate no matter if the enemy is still on the point. So we'll see who will still want to ban that Doctor Strange, or if both of our teams, mainly Hatsune Miku and JMac, are going to want to keep that in the picture.
Have to see what's going to be the play. Yet once again, we are going to see Dude Guy Bros group banned away. I don't mind Leemore High School going for the rare duelist ban here onto the Storm, as Jeff Nado has been kind of the ace in the hole for Fury Royal when it comes to their Hell's Heaven gameplay.
Ooh, and Angela Protect. That's going to be really fun for Leemore. Oh, Magellan is up to no good again. Well, he does very well, I guess. But Daredevil, he's one of the more unique players in our tournament to constantly be bringing that out.
Yeah, knowing that it's coming up as a ban quite often to try and get rid of that Daredevil, going for Early Protect, I think it's hyper valuable. I do like the counterplay here to try and ban the Venom, though, knowing that Magellan has been able to work very well alongside Shinotado on the Venom. Try and make Magellan's dives a little bit more toothless by combining it with something like an Angela or a Cap instead of a Venom, who has a lot of burst damage.
See if a duelist is going to get affected here. No Winter Soldiers. So are we seeing a Star-Lord mirror potentially come out? We've even seen some Namor on the defensive symbiotic surface just now. But there's been a lot of swaps, a lot of adjustments, and Emma finally gets affected too. So no more fun for Victor.
I'm surprised to see the Emma get banned out here by Leemore, considering that Emma does have a fairly good matchup into the Daredevil, but I suppose they want to allow Victor to be able to play pretty much unperturbed on the Jeff without having the siren call of the Emma swap continuously, bleating in the back of your mind.
This is Fury Royal's choice of map, and they want to rewrite their fate and try to send us into a game 5. And with that Angela Protect, well, you know exactly what's on the menu for Leemore High School, as Dude Guybro has flexed to this whenever his Groot got banned out back on symbiotic surface. So that's going to be a win condition, but that could also be easily punished if she gets hit by a freeze from Luna Snow, if she gets pinned down by a Thor. There's a lot of displacement tools that can make Angela's job a little awkward.
Yeah, Angela does not have a good 1 versus 1 profile against the Daredevil either. Kind of lacks the raw DPS to get through his overhealth generation in the midst of those fights. So, Nixius already making an early swap over onto the Invisible Woman as well. Means that there's going to be a lot of stuff in the way of Dude Guybro and getting value off of these engagements.
Initial Doctor Strange portals. Try and set everybody up on the point as fast as possible. And now both teams kind of get in each other's way as Fury Royal separated away from each other.
Okay, it's a complicated beginning. Hatsune Miku just going to try and find a target, though. Instead, going to play a little bit more reserved. Just keep their backline a touch safer. Into the drink goes it, Hatsune Miku. Dude Guybro's already managed to find the value off the back of the Assassin's Charge. And JMac now unparalleled when it comes to the shielding. Shinotado, however, turns it around. Zombie taken down by the axis of the Icors. And Leemore High School, they're in a position to potentially try and turn this one around into a capture. But you still have to try and deal with the Daredevil. And the Daredevil's got a lot of staying power here. Silly Chicken, not quite so lucky. Magellan looking at this and saying, you know what, I think the discretion is going to be the better part of valor. Going to try and re-enter before giving Leemore High School the point.
At least Leemore High School did get that capture, so the longer the fight goes, the better for them. But Fury Royal cannot keep being a victim to this Angela, who's throwing them off the map, who's pitting them up against the wall. And Magelin's trying to trade backlines, but is not going to have as much support as he hopes to have.
Yeah, support isn't quite there. It wasn't there for JMac either. Maybe going a little bit too far out. Stabbed in by the Angela. See that Dude Guybro is just continuously this absolute thorn in the side. And with only the Angela here as a vanguarding option, it is going to make keeping this point contested a touch more difficult. Seems like they're just going to let it go. Someone seems to have rolled onto it. I think that was Zanby, given that they've fallen in the cart. Has been capped once again. Fury Royal, what a retake.
Leemore High School having to give that up, but having a great start of that 31%. They can rely on Victor too to toss a lot of people off the map, although that's also what the plan is for Shinotato, who just swooped by and now is getting a taste of his own medicine. Angela the Angela.
Legendary declared. Silly Chicken takes out their counterpart here, utilizing the Galactic Legend. And this has really shut down Dude Guybro's ultimate as well. Heaven's Retribution not able to get too much in towards the back. Big stun potentially. JMac can do, but Guybro grabbed by that before being saved by Victursal. Question is for Victor, what are they going to do? They're going to take 3 players off the map. The final sacrifice given over. JMac sends in their own Eye of Agamotto, but I think that one was already done in favor of Leemore.
From choking you out with the Emma, Victor now drowns you with the Jeff. I mean, he can truly do it all. And Leemore High School, as quick as they lost, they quickly won it back and will be taking the lead over Fury Royal. And Magelin continues to be the win condition, and how he can provide that information through the walls, especially spot any potential flanks from the Angela or Plushy Slushy on an off angle.
Magelin ready to let the devil out, just trying to cut off a bunch of the healing. Has to get Righteous Cross out of the pit after it almost put back in. But JMac in the back has just destroyed the strategists. What excellent mechanics from JMac. Unbelievable clutch. Victorsal's going to go off the edge here, courtesy of Shinotato, but surely Shinotato won't survive. It's just going to end up staggering themselves.
That's tough. Leemore High School just getting that close. And Plushy Slushy trying to take an off angle, and he duels against Silly Chicken. 2 MVPs will clash, and Leemore High School have to take advantage of this opportunity. They will continue to hold this choke point. Hatsune Miku try to build towards the ultimate. It's a decent sleep from Zanby. It's going to delay things for Fury Royal on their approach.
Yeah, and delays they cannot afford. There's only room for one fight here for the side of Fury Royal. Off into the corner. Oh, it's going to be 1 for 1 though. Not even 1 for 1. JMac finally taken down in the end. Nixie is able to just get a follow-up onto that. And what a Heaven's Retribution potentially on the other side. Just so many players were stacked up in the back. And the follow-up was real from Silly Chicken and Magelin.
Major clutch comeback from Fury Royal. They're able to fight back in. And now they have the invisible boundary to help them stabilize back towards the point, because Leemore High School got a lot up their sleeve. They're not going to teleport in. They're just going to fight this from front to back. Keep an eye on JMac and how Hatsune Miku hopes to block this ultimate.
Big usage here of the Heaven's Retribution. Shinotato plays around the outside. Nixie is stunned on up, but Zas is there with the peel at the right moment. Magelin's already tried to get this one going on the other side, and Silly Chicken just can't get low enough to get inside the AoE that the Lunar Snow was offering in terms of healing. Despite Zas channeling the fate of both worlds, it seems like the fate of both worlds is going to be decided here by Leemore. Magelin pinned down, unable to get to a point in turn to try and keep this one contested, but now has no option but to try and brave a Plushy Slushy gauntlet in towards the back. The purple's given over. The healing solid though. Nixie's has turned up just in time to be a hero.
Desperate measures though from Fury Royal. It's an investment that can't carry through into the next round. They truly believe this is doable, and Zanby and JMac work together to ward off the rest of Fury Royal, as Leemore High School will take the first point, and they're on series point. One more map win and they'll be your champions.
Whew, what a turnaround there for Leemore High School. For Fury Royale, this is definitely their signature map. This is where they have won 3 times already today and hoping to make it a 4th. Magelin's currently walking away with their ace, but on the other side, Dude Guybro. That was the best Angela map. It's worth noting. That is the map with the easy access to the environmental hazard. That's where the Angela can always offer the deadly embrace of the Assassin's Charge. We'll see if it gets as much value here on Eldritch Monument, where it's a touch more difficult to find an environmental hazard.
And it takes extraordinary focus from Lemoore High School to try, or from Fury Royal to try and kill through triple strategists of Lemoore High School. The Jeff, the Cloak and Dagger, and the Mantis. A lot of utility from Sleeps to, of course, the walls from Blue Banana Boy. I'm waiting to see where this Doctor Strange portal is going to take them, hoping to set up on the high ground. J-Mac sets the team up, and there's no neighbor to meet them. So look how aggressive Lemoore High School are going to be as a result.
There's going to be a lot of safety now for Zambi to just try and play up there. Same for Blue Banana Boy. Going to be able to let go of their ultimates at their leisure. Seems that Shinotato wants to try and take care of that high ground, though. Heads back up to it, but instantly is called down to just try and help out their fellow Vanguard moving forward. Fully charged Dark Maelstrom. And the Eternal Bond tread away from Lemoore High School means all of that space belongs to them.
And then you're going to force Fury Royal to play through a choke point where Victor could get a lot of good grabs if he pulls the trigger on that. But there is a back cap from Fury Royal, so Lemoore High School have their attention kind of split.
Oh, Zambi's been stunned as well by the Eye of Agamotto. J-Mac and Zambi will fall together as they try to peel for each other. Fury Royal really finding an exposed backline there. What great timing, I assume, from Magellan to get onto that backline. I think they probably found Victursal to begin with.
Fury Royal just... I like that they are trying alternative angles around the back cap, the complete chaos that they have created. That is where they thrive. Magellan, Nixie, Shinotato with the big ults to set Lemoore High School back, and possibly for good, but they have to be aware of J-Mac. He's going to look to float above and stun as many as he can.
Heron's Retribution drags in multiple players. They can be easily eaten together by Victursal here. 3 players inside with the environmental hazards, and 3 of them are surely going to be taken down. Victursal, what a ultimate.
Victor saves the day again. Lemoore High School will get an even more comfortable lead going. And there's a late stagger onto Magellan, who thought he went undiscovered. Every second matters here in Lemoore High School. Have even J-Mac, who still has the Doctor Strange ultimate. Not even needing to expend that is huge. And Zambi will be able to keep all of that rallied with the Mantis ultimate. Fury Royal have to cook up their own Jeff ultimate. Nixie has to throw everybody off. That is the clutch moment Fury Royal is looking for.
Getting closer and closer here to a championship for Lemoore High School. Zambi, do they want to try and answer this one? J-Mac gets frozen out of their ultimate. Great play here from Zas, but Zambi still trying to keep everyone healed on up, utilizing that Soul Resurgence. How many eats did Nixius get is the question. It seems like for now they're just going to try and escape with their life. Victursal and the entire backline of Lemoore High School hardly going to be quite as lucky. Huge investment from Fury Royal, but it pays off well.
Silly Chicken. Incredible as usual. Galactic Legend plus the Jeff ultimate from Nixie. Lemoore High School were just completely destabilized, and they invested so much of their own. Could be going into a third point if Fury Royal stay as consistent as they are. But look, Lemoore High School already have generated another Strategist ultimate very soon. J-Mac already has another Doctor Strange ultimate earned. But Fury Royal have theirs first, and they've already pinned down J-Mac.
Attempts to isolate J-Mac as well in towards the back. Tatsune Miku gets 2. Blue Banana Boy can't survive. J-Mac, Dude, Guybro, Plushy, Slushy, all of them being found out by Magellan and co. as they roll forward with such tempo.
Hatsune Miku was so aggressive there with the Doctor Strange ultimate and hit him right where it hurts. All set up like dominoes by Shinotato on this Thor, who's been critical with the displacements. And look how forward they are. Fury Royal want to win the fight before it even starts.
Trying to force out some early usage of the resources here. That's a lightning realm. That's going to be a big grounding factor onto Do Guybro, and that forces out the Eternal Bond. Answered now by Zas, whose ult is surely going to last longer here when it comes to the overall sustainability. 3 allies grabbed 1 enemy, but instantly just decimated here by J-Mac, who has found their opening to try and work with. And Victursal yet again has found 3 off the map to guarantee it this time. No survivors allowed, and it may well be a massive portal back here from Silly Chicken. J-Mac's already trying to run interference on it.
This could be what dictates if Lemoore High School are going to be your champions. Silly Chicken trying to set the correct path for Fury Royal. Is there a touch? Maybe one has snuck by in a Tatsumi Miku.
Mageland's here on the point as well, ready to let the devil out. Right now, it's still or die. Shinateta goes through the wrong portal, ends up in a fiery grave below. Plushy Slush has already taken out their counterpart. Mageland is stunned as they attempt to release the devil. And Lemoore High School, they rise above it all. They rise up as your champions, region versus region, after dominating their own. Lemoore High School take away Fury Royal's signature map and the series as well.
And they are your Play versus Upgrade Arena champions. The talent on display has been insane. You're gonna have to look out for these names in the future. You're gonna know them well when they enter collegiate or hopefully the pro scene very soon. I just can't believe we're seeing this level of play in high school. A 3-1 series victory for Lemoore High School, and they'll claim the ultimate Play versus Upgrade Arena prize. And big congratulations, Plushy Slushy, Zanby, Blue Banana Boy, Victor, Dude Guy Bro, and J-Mac.
Definitely the Tigers ruling the jungle today. Lemoore High School showing the absolute pinnacle of performance. So much of their entire run, I think, has been basically unchallenged. Let me quickly check their record. I think heading into this, they had not dropped an entire map. And while they managed to drop one here to the side, to the opposing champions, the East Coast champions of Fury Royal, still going, I think, probably like 32-1 in terms of maps over the course of their season is unparalleled excellence.
Absolutely. I mean, J-Mac being one of the best Doctor Stranges I've seen in a while. Dude Guy Bro, who can play Angela, Groot, anything and everything in between, to Plushy Slushy, making you really consider whether to ban the Star-Lord or not, but showing us Winter Soldier, showing us Flare and Flashy, while having the support of such flexible strategists like Zanby and Victor, who Victor was deciding fights on his own with, what, like 3 or 4 kidnaps on the Jeff ultimate, while Zanby gives very critical damage boost on the Mantis. Blue Banana Boy flex to every role in the game. That is the player you want on your roster to fill out the gaps and the weaknesses, and it's very hard to even point out a weakness because Lemoore High School have demonstrated so much of their strengths and the work that they did throughout this journey to become your Play versus Upgrade Arena champions.
An unbelievable journey and some unbelievable players to try and make this one work. Dude Guy Bro, yeah, just what an absolute avatar of chaos in the lobby. Always bringing something new. The displacement available on both the Angela and the Wolverine, as well as being able to just misposition people on purpose, utilizing those group walls, was crazy. This was the counter portal play that came from J-Mac. Shinatero felt themselves a little bit foolish after rolling through that one. Like, oh wait, that's not my Stranger's portal. Some great subterfuge and this high IQ gameplay from J-Mac. Really what we've come to expect.
Yeah, because it's not just about mechanics, but understanding of the game. And J-Mac showed us just all the nerdy tricks around the Doctor Strange portals through every map, forcing, I mean, everyone to have to ban Doctor Strange against him. I'm so excited to see more of this Lemoore High School, and just the fact that they're so young, and this is just the beginning of their esports careers. And you and I, like, they have seen a lot of Marvel Rivals pros, and this is the exact talent that you're looking for in a couple of years when they expand their hero pools even more and refine that decision making so things are even more flawless.
Yeah, this is such a young game run in our first year of esports here that, like, the youth programs for high school esports, they are building for essentially the second generation of professionals for this scene. And I look at, like, the raw mechanical plays from some of our athletes today, and I recognize that there's some real potential here. And the collegiate scouts, if they're not watching, they're probably not doing their jobs correctly, unfortunately, because there's so much talent here that really is going to be huge pickups for collegiate rosters in the future.
And the best players need the best equipment. So we wanted to quickly shout out our sponsors that have made Play Versus be possible, whether it's Play Versus themselves, who have supported high school esports through thousands of dollars of scholarships, to upgrading equipment, which we all know how difficult that is in high school, to have enough of allowance to build a powerful PC and to have great equipment. And that's why we have JBL Quantums that are helping support this, whether it's a great microphone, great headset, high quality products. You can also depend on High Ground, which have provided keyboards to our champions, and you can grab one as well if you use discount code PLAYVERSUS for 15% off. And also the ANDA seats, because you got to make sure that your posture stays good, or else you're gonna have a really bad time when you get older and out of high school when you don't have good posture.
Yeah, we were talking to some of the teams prior to this, and a lot of them were particularly excited to have their equipment upgraded in the esports labs, because the performance will only get better when the equipment gets better as well. The less things you have holding you back from being your best self and fulfilling your potential, the higher a ceiling you can reach as an athlete. And all of our partners in this broadcast are helping these young athletes to do that. So thank you so much to our partners and Play Versus for making this all possible for the young kids who really want to show how much passion and skill they have at their best activity.
And there's more Play Versus content around the corner. That's going to wrap things up for our Play Versus Upgrade Arena for Marvel Rivals. But on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern is the Tottenham Hotspur Game to Glory Finals. It's going to be an incredible showdown. Features the FC26 game. But if you want to see more types of games, make sure you let Play Versus know. Follow them on socials, because they are featuring the best high school players from around America. This time for Marvel Rivals. And a big congratulations to once again to Lemoore High School as your champions. We're looking forward to seeing what other champions we can crown on Monday, and we're looking forward to seeing you there.
Nice number.